Chapter 4050. He had personally driven to the SWAT team yesterday to check on Nian Nian, which had given the SWAT team members a shock. No wonder Nian was so powerful. It turned out that she was Zhou Huainian's sister. Okay, see you tomorrow. The captain didn't invite him again. He glanced at the male SWAT officer who had been punched by Zhou Nian and couldn't speak for a long time. After Zhou Nian left, he sighed. Quite a lot. Don't interrupt next time. He even remembered such a small thing about women so clearly. The male SWAT officer who had been punched so hard that he couldn't straighten his back felt very wronged. I'm just concerned about my colleagues. How would I know that I was punched? Is it wrong to be concerned? She's so strong that I have to bite my tongue when I speak. The captain didn't want to remind him, but seeing that his brothers still didn't understand what they had done wrong, as the captain, he had to give them pointers. It's not wrong to be concerned, but it's not pleasant to hear. That's a woman's privacy. Do you understand? Is privacy something you can talk about? Are you stupid? The male SWAT officer who suddenly understood let out a long, "Oh" sound, but he still felt wronged. I didn't even see her as a woman. You didn't see her as a woman. You even know that she was in a bad mood half a month ago. The captain felt a little tired. He took his towel and wiped his sweat before leaving. Nian changed her clothes and left the team's boxing room. She had been detained in the team for the past few days. No, it should be said that she and two other colleagues who had rushed to the scene that day were all detained in the team. She didn't know how the investigation was going and whether the murderer had been found. Since the lieutenant general was involved, the case should be solved as soon as possible. Even the military was alarmed. A pair of black eyes that were as sharp as a dagger flashed through her mind. Nian, who was driving away from the SWAT team, couldn't help but miss a beat again. That young girl's eyes were very beautiful and also very murderous, as if she had really killed someone. Nian didn't dare to look into her eyes. She was the relative of the person involved. Officer Liu had specially instructed her not to tell anyone she had seen in the hospital after returning to the team, including her colleagues and the captain. The lieutenant general had also personally said that this matter was a top military secret, and only he knew about it. Although she was a police officer, she also knew what top military secrets were, but she still wanted to know if the murderer had been caught. If she had known earlier, she would have kept that girl's contact information. Otherwise, she could have asked her. It was past 9 o'clock in the morning, and the traffic was heavy on the roads. Fortunately, the SWAT team was not in the center of the city. They were already on the 3rd Ring Road. Nian turned on the traffic channel and listened to the traffic jam. After driving for about 10 minutes, he heard on the channel that a car accident had happened on a certain road. The drivers on that road had taken a detour. Nian heard that it was the shortest route home, so he turned onto another road after getting on the viaduct. After driving out of the highway and heading south, Zhou Nian felt that something was wrong. Looking through the rearview mirror in the center of the car, she saw a car following them at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. She couldn't see clearly how many people were in the car, but due to her professional acuity, she felt that the car had been following her. His hand slowly reached for the SWAT backpack on the passenger seat. He opened the side zipper and pulled out the nunchaku that he usually used for training. Chapter 4051. Nian Junyan first called her brother Zhou Huainian. Zhou Huainian was a special police officer who was in charge of the security of the leaders in the Great Hall. After receiving his sister's call, he didn't alert his parents or even his wife and daughter. Instead, he quietly returned to his study. He turned on the phone, entered the satellite system, locked onto Beijing, and entered the street number. Soon, Zhou Huainian knew his sister's exact location. This road led to her home, but it was a long way. How could Nien Anian take a detour home? Nien Anian seemed to have guessed what her brother would ask. She held the steering wheel firmly with both hands and occasionally glanced at the cars behind her through the rearview mirror. She pretended that nothing had happened and continued driving her own car. She said, "There was a car accident on the shortcut, so I chose to take a detour." "Brother, can you tell me where I can get rid of him? It's best if there are fewer cars nearby, so that innocent people won't be implicated." There were many people who hated their Zhou family, especially those in the underworld. A few years ago, the underworld issued a hunting order offering a reward of 500,000 yuan to kill Father Zhou. In the end, Father Zhou was fine, but the grass on the grave of the person who issued the bounty order was already an inch high. The Zhou family had many enemies, so Nien Anian wasn't surprised to see a car following her. Zhou Huaixing wasn't surprised either. Almost everyone in the Zhou family had encountered this kind of situation before. It was just a matter of how to get rid of them. His fingers tapped on the keyboard quickly. Soon, Zhou Huainian began to tell Nien Anian the safest way to take through the satellite map. Enter Tongling Bridge. Turn left, go down Slope Road. Turn left at Nanding Road. Over the phone, Zhou Huainian's calm and unhurried voice was transmitted to Nien Anian's ears through the earpiece. With his instructions, Nien Anian glanced at the car that was still following closely behind him, and a faint smile appeared on his delicate face. She had a pair of dimples. Even if she smiled slightly, her dimples would appear, making her look even more mischievous and adorable. After crossing Tongling Bridge, when she turned left, she stepped on the accelerator, and the car made a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound as she started the car. The car quickly turned left and disappeared. The man driving behind looked ahead with a malicious gaze. At the same time, he stepped on the accelerator and sped up as well. "She has already discovered me. Now it's your turn to appear. Force her off all the main roads and force her onto the bridge. Her driving skills should be pretty good. Be careful." Inside the car, the man with the mask revealed a pair of eyes that were much deeper than a Chinese person's. The streetlights flashed past the window, and from the beams of light, it was clear that this was a Western man, and he spoke in English. He, who was also wearing headphones, informed his friend. Soon, a truck drove out from a side road, and two cars sped toward the slope where Zhou Niannian was now. Zhou Niannian turned left and went down Tongling Bridge. Then he turned left and rushed into Posey Road. Zhou Huaixing could see the satellite map, but he couldn't see the dynamic image. He couldn't keep track of where Zhou Niannian's car was, so he could only know from his phone. Nian, who was still on the slope, saw that the car behind had caught up with him. At the same time, two other cars were rushing over. "Brother, there's a bit of trouble. Two more cars are coming. They're attacking me now." Nien Anian's brows furrowed slightly. There was no movement from the three cars. It seemed like they were planning to force her to a certain place. Chapter 4052. After thinking for a while, Nien Anian said calmly, "They probably want to force me into a certain road. They either want to kidnap me or create a car accident, and I will unfortunately die in the car accident. Brother, help me contact the SWAT team. I need them to come out." Nien Anian was not panicked by the three-car pincer attack. While maintaining the speed, she suddenly accelerated. The car sped out dozens of meters in an instant and smoothly turned into Nanding Road. "I've entered Nanding Road and started to turn right onto the main road. See if there are any night traffic police on the main road." To know if there were any night traffic police on the main road, Zhou Huainian could get it done with one phone call. He first called the SWAT team and calmly reported Nien Anian's current situation to the SWAT team on duty. Then he called the traffic police branch in charge of this area of Nanding Road. Unfortunately, today was Thursday, so there were no night traffic police on the main road in this area. There is no night traffic police. Go from Nanding Road to Dongling Road and directly out of the Third Ring Road. See how much gas is left in the car. Your colleague hasn't arrived yet. Your car is even out of gas. Chow Huainian's reminder made Nian Enian laugh. Don't worry, the tank is full. I'll go to Dongling Road and ask my colleague to take the main road. I'll go to Tongping Avenue next to Dongling Road. Ask my colleague to go to Tongping Avenue. Okay, be careful. Although Chow Huainian was worried about his sister, he also knew how capable she was. At this moment, he just forced her to walk on the side road. She could handle it. Tongping Avenue was a main road with 4 lanes on both sides. Nian Enian was 7 kilometers from Nanding Road to Tongping Avenue. After Chow Huainian told her which side road was the closest, Zhou Nianyan stepped on the accelerator a lot harder. At this time, she did not care whether she was speeding or not. The police cars of the SWAT team were dispatched. There were a total of 4 police cars with sirens blaring and rushing in the direction of Tongping Avenue. The sirens were long, and the whole night sky could feel the tension. The passing cars heard the rapid sirens and gave way to the 4 police cars. They had no way to contact Nian Enian. Zhou Nianyan's phone was always on the line with Chow Huainian. She had already arrived at Tongping Avenue. Her speed was very fast, so fast that she almost sped past her. The car owners who were shocked by her speed could not help cursing. His speed had already reached 120 kilometers per hour, which was equivalent to driving on the highway. How could he not be scolded? But very quickly, another 3 cars sped over at the same speed. Some of the drivers thought that it was probably those young masters from the capital who were racing. Damn it, how could a car that cost more than 100,000 be called racing? Are you crazy? After scolding him, the driver felt much better and continued to drive his own car. He behaved himself and did not dare to race like the 4 cars that had just passed by. What they were racing was not the car, but their lives. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Anniversary's driving skills were so good that the 3 cars behind her couldn't help but be on guard. They wanted to force the Chinese special police officer, who seemed to know something, onto the viaduct, then let the truck crash into her and knock her car off the viaduct. That way, they would get rid of the Chinese special police officer. But what annoyed them was that they didn't know that the Chinese special police was so good at driving. Now that there was trouble, the appearance of this trouble was likely to make their plan fail. Chapter 4053. Don't try to force her onto the viaduct again. This is a Chinese police officer who is very good at driving. Shooting will solve the problem faster than driving. It's very likely that she has already informed her colleagues. If we blow up her tires now, she might be able to see God faster. The Western man who was tailing Zhou Nianyan's car said coldly. He picked up the gun with a silencer on the front passenger seat and prepared to shoot at the wheels of Zhou Nianyan's car. The drivers in the other 2 cars also took out the guns they had hidden in their arms. Whoever approached the target car first would immediately shoot. Nian did not expect that the other party would be carrying guns, nor did she expect that the people tailing her were not Chinese people at all, nor were they people from the underworld seeking revenge. These people appeared only because she had discovered something. If Nian really asked if she had discovered something, she would definitely not be able to answer because she herself did not know what she had discovered. When the tires burst with a bang, Nian knew that these people had guns in their hands. She was not prepared for this. The moment the tires burst, the car made a sharp S-turn. Because she was on the far left side of the road, which was separated by an iron guardrail, the car suddenly made a big S-turn. The rearview mirror on the driver's seat was scraped off by the iron guardrail, and the entire left side of the car scraped against the iron guardrail, creating bursts of sparks. Yi Qian entered the third ring road from the security center, and Tongping Avenue was the fastest road to enter the third ring road. She drove at 50 kilometers per hour with the windows open all the way to enjoy the cold wind. Suddenly, she heard the most familiar sound. In an instant, her nerves tensed up. Gunshots! She heard gunshots. Across the front passenger seat, she saw the car in front of her scraping against the iron guardrail. The entire left side of the car scraped against the guardrail, creating bursts of sparks. She quickly rolled down the glass of the front passenger seat. After taking a look, she did not hesitate to accelerate to the traffic light in front of her. Then, she made a left turn and turned onto the other side of Tongping Avenue. She stepped on the accelerator and chased after the car. It was very thrilling, but she steadied the steering wheel again and quickly drove forward. This was the capital, the heart of the country. There were gunshots here again and again. As a military school student, she could not ignore it. She chased after the car at the speed of being scolded. The driver, who did not know what was going on, saw this and scolded her again. The driver, who saw the anniversary car's tires suddenly burst and continued to drive forward, couldn't understand what was going on. Was there something wrong with this person? The car burst, the guardrail, and the entire left side of the car scraped. But the driver did not stop. Did he not want the car? Was he going to scrap it? Nian saw the guardrail. Where are the side roads? Car. Chao Huainian heard the sound of the collision, and at the same time used the satellite map to determine the best route. 2. Chapter 4054. Her expression suddenly turned serious, and she abruptly turned the steering wheel. The car was like an arrow leaving a bow as it slammed into a black sedan. Clang! Swoosh! The first loud clang was Yi Qian using the front passenger seat to hit the driver's seat of the car with a pistol sticking out. The second swoosh was the sound of a pistol being fired. The muffler was installed, so the sound was very soft, and the bullet that had missed its mark flew off somewhere. Yi Qian's collision was a little too violent, and it directly flattened the other car's door. The driver of the car also lost control of the steering wheel, and the entire car lost control and went on a rampage on the road. In the end, it crashed into the green belt planted with trees. The driver in the car cursed loudly, **T. A loud clang was heard, and the car slammed into the green belt so hard that the entire front of the car was curled up. Yi Qian did not stop because there were still 2 cars that disappeared from her sight. Brother, I have someone helping me. He helped me get rid of a car. He's probably a colleague who just got off work. Nian Anian, whose forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, looked at the 2 cars that were still closely following them. Her voice was a little tense. Tell the traffic police to be careful. The person in the car that got into an accident might also be carrying a gun. When Chao Huainian heard that there was a colleague who helped his sister, he sat in front of the computer and sighed slightly. His tone was still indifferent. Let's see if the colleague will catch up. If he catches up, it'll be 2 against 2. You have a chance of winning. Your colleague is still on the way. He told you to stay calm. Don't panic. Okay, tell them that I've seen this kind of situation when I was in my teens. I won't panic. At this moment, although Nian Anian's forehead was covered in sweat, she was still very relaxed. She was driving a car that had its rear wheels blown out. Even though her stomach was heaving up and down, she was still able to speed up the car. But when the time came, this car, even if it was not scrapped, it would have to be heavily repaired. The two cars that were closely following them knew that their colleague was in trouble, but they did not stop to watch. Right now, they needed to quickly deal with the target in front of them. This was the Chinese police that they had to deal with. They drove into an industrial park. It was almost 10 o'clock at night, and aside from the street lights, it was dark everywhere. There were only a few lights on in the buildings in the industrial park. Seeing this, Nian felt even more relaxed. This way, at least she wouldn't have to worry about endangering the people at any time. However, she was also in danger. The two cars behind her began to chase her crazily. They were already at the highest speed. At the same time, they reached out their hands and raised their pistols to shoot at the car in front. Whoosh, whoosh, they fired randomly at the car by shooting left and right. How could the ordinary glass of the car block the bullets? Soon, the rear windshield of the car was broken, and the glass of the left and right doors at the back were also broken. When Yi Qian caught up, she happened to see two cars shooting at the white car. When she saw that the white car was moving in an S-shaped pattern, her heart sank. She immediately stepped on the accelerator as hard as she could. The car's speed went from 140 kilometers per hour to 180 kilometers per hour in no time, and it was still accelerating. The sound of the car's motor was very loud, and the entire industrial park was very quiet. The people in Nian Anian's car heard the loud sound of the motor. When they saw that the cars were catching up to them at such a fast speed, one of the cars suddenly swerved horizontally and aimed his gun at Yi Qian's car. Yi Qian also drove the car in an S-shaped pattern. This way, the other party could not shoot accurately. Chapter 4055. Running into gunfire while driving was an essential part of Special Forces training. However, back when Yi Qian was at the motor vehicle training base, at least he had a pistol loaded with blanks to fight back. But now, other than the silver wire that never left his wrist when he went out, he didn't have any other weapons. It was impossible to make the other party stop shooting from a distance. The only way to force the other party to stop shooting was to face them head-on. After making a few turns, Yi Qian didn't slow down at all. He was like a cannonball that had already been fired, heading straight for the parked car. Damn it! When the man with the gun saw this, he cursed and quickly released the brakes. He no longer tried to stop the guy who came out of nowhere by shooting from the side. He thought that the gun in his hand would be enough to stop the guy who was obstructing them from completing their mission, but who knew that it would exceed their expectations, who said that the Chinese police were as weak as chickens on a farm, who said that the Chinese police didn't have the habit of carrying guns and could easily take care of them. Which damnable bastard said that? The Chinese police weren't easy to deal with. At least the Chinese police they encountered tonight were already troublesome enough. Fred, I'm in a bit of trouble here. After I take care of that Chinese policewoman, I'll take care of this damned guy who came out of nowhere. His car is bulletproof, so there's no way to take care of him. I need to shake him off now. From the rearview mirror, he saw the gray car driving towards him without any regard for its life. That guy was planning to hit his car until he stopped. What's the matter? The man said in a low voice as he turned the steering wheel quickly. He saw the gray car driving towards him as if it didn't care about its life. Yi Qian was indeed planning to do so. He was even prepared to destroy the car he was in. However, what he didn't expect was that the car that came out of the security company, which didn't look like much, was actually a bulletproof car. When the Western man who was chasing after Yi Qian heard his companion say that the car that came out of nowhere was bulletproof, he frowned and warned his companion. In China, I heard that the guy who can drive a bulletproof car has a very high social status. Shake him off. Don't get involved with him. They knew about the Chinese side and even investigated some of the situations in the Chinese society. Therefore, They all knew that the Chinese police did not carry guns every day, let alone after work. They had chosen to get off work on the anniversary and made their move at night. They had done their research in advance before taking action. But who would have thought that anniversary would turn a sedan into a race car? Racing was Nian Junyan's hobby. When they were in junior high school, she had raced together with Zhou Huaiyan. Of course, she had only been a spectator. When she reached high school, Zhou Huaiyan brought her to a racing club in the capital. It was during her first year of high school, when she was still underage, that she began to systematically learn how to race. Now, there was still a car that Zhou Huaiyan had bought for her parked in the F1 racing track outside the capital. When she had time or was under great pressure, she would either run a few laps outside the capital by herself or go with Zhou Huaiyan to race with the other racers in the club. With her level, she could already participate in large-scale competitions. At this moment, she was driving a car with a broken wheel. After turning into the outermost side road of the industrial park, she suddenly reversed the car. The wheels rolled over the asphalt road at high speed, and the air was filled with the smell of rubber and asphalt. Chapter 4056. Inside the car, Nian Anian's lips were tightly pursed. Her eyes were very calm as she looked behind her. Under the high beams of the other party's headlights, she drove the car like a crazily dancing snake. At the speed of light, she used the rear of the car to crash into the other party's car. She had to drive back because she didn't know how her colleague was doing. Her brother reminded her that working together was more intimidating and had a higher chance of winning than fighting separately. Most importantly, she couldn't let anything happen to her colleague. Zhou Nianyan, who was worried about her colleague, had now become a rescuer. Her mentality had changed. She originally only wanted to shake off the other party, but now she wanted to force the other party to stop. She wasn't afraid, but the other party didn't dare to risk his life like this. He was only here to take care of a Chinese police officer. After that, he would return to China immediately. He didn't want to risk his life to fight with a seemingly crazy Chinese police officer. When Nian Anian saw this, she smiled a little. It turned out that he cherished his life. Nian Anian reversed the car in front, while Yi Qian attacked from behind. The cars in the middle retreated and advanced. The roaring of the 4 cars' motors startled the security guards in the industrial park and made them run over. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Go racing outside. This is an industrial park, not a place for racing. There are workers who are about to get off work. You'll hit them." The security guards didn't run over. He also knew that he couldn't run over rashly. So he stood by the roadside and shouted. Who could hear him? Yi Jian saw a car reversing in front of her. Then she saw the white car that had been hit by the car reverse at high speed. After a slight flash of light in her eyes, the car drifted. The 4 wheels of the car made a sharp screeching sound of friction. She was also reversing the car. The wheels kept rubbing against the asphalt road, steady and agile. The driver of the car she was chasing looked more and more gloomy. "Fred, I don't think we can compete with the Chinese police anymore. We underestimated them. Damn it, what happened on your side? Why are you reversing?" The Western man in the car saw the taillights of 2 cars approaching from afar. They were traveling at an alarming speed. Fred, who was forced to reverse, replied to his companion, "Don't be afraid of them. If they want to stop us, we can also hit them directly. I don't believe that they would dare to bump into us, unless they don't want their lives anymore." The security guard standing by the roadside was shocked. He was so shocked that he quickly jumped a few steps and jumped behind the green belt with trees. This was playing with his life. The dumbfounded security guard watched for a few seconds and felt that this was not something he could handle. He immediately ran back to the guard booth to call the police. The skillful Zhou Nianyan did not look like she was driving in reverse at all. On the other hand, Fred, who was forced to retreat, restrained the anger in his eyes and said to his companions in a low voice, "We need to jump out of the car. The Chinese policewoman is very good at driving, like a professional racer." Fuck. The one chasing me is also a professional racer. Are the Chinese police all damned racers? When the Western man saw the car in front of him getting closer and closer, he knew that it was time for them to abandon the car. He stretched his gun out of the car window and shot at the streetlights in front of him. There were two muffled sounds, a little like a piece of thick aluminum that had been dented by the wind and then bounced back on its own. The two streetlights were destroyed by him. Suddenly, the road in front of them fell into darkness. Chapter 40:57. He planned to abandon the car and leave as soon as it entered the darkness. As for where the car would go, he didn't care. Yi Qian and Zhou Nianyan didn't know who the other party was, so they used the tactic of hitting the other party's front with the rear of their car to force the other party to stop. Of course, it wasn't a head-on collision. That kind of collision was too strong and would hurt both sides. It was best to use the side of the car to make the other party lose their balance. Nian Anian had raced before, so she was bold. Yi Qian had received systematic training, so he knew what to do. The two of them worked together for the first time, so the enemies who were looking for trouble turned into how to break out of the encirclement. Although the enemies knew that they had underestimated the Chinese police, they weren't very afraid. They were all people who had killed people before. If they were really afraid, they wouldn't have dared to attack the Chinese police. Next, they would jump out of the car and leave quickly. The Chinese police wouldn't be able to find them at all. Of course, even if they were found, it wouldn't matter. They were foreigners and weren't bound by Chinese law. They would find a way to escape. Okay, Fedley, let's get ready to abandon the car. After the Western man who had been chased to the end by Yi Qian shouted, he turned the steering wheel to the side and released his seat belt. Just as the car was about to rush into the darkness and complete the jump, Yi Qian stepped on the accelerator and rushed over from the side. He used the rear of the car to hit the front of the Western man's car. Bang, bang, bang. The two cars collided with a loud crash. In a high-speed collision, the car that was hit was like a compass that had lost its spirit. After a few rounds of rotation, it hit the stone threshold between the road and the green belt. The whole car was turned upside down. Nian Anian didn't know that the car that had come to her rescue would suddenly do such a thing. When she saw her, she was shocked and said to Zhou Huanyan, "Brother, the colleague who came to help me is an expert. I haven't even flipped over a car, but he has already helped me solve 2 cars. Nian Anian, don't embarrass the Zhou family." After Zhou Huanyan finished speaking, he said to the special police team who had been on the phone, "Nian Anian's situation is more than half resolved. The colleague who came to help her is an expert. Help her not to overturn 2 cars. It had been half an hour since Nian Nian had been targeted, and the SWAT team had also been out for half an hour. Nian had only been targeted half an hour after she had driven out of the SWAT team, so it had been an hour. Her colleagues from the SWAT team, who had just turned onto Tongping Avenue from Nanning Road, would still need about 15 minutes to arrive at the scene. He still needed to hold on for another 15 minutes. Yi Qian, who had knocked over another car, did not stop. Instead, he continued to move forward and approached another car that was getting closer and closer to him. In the car, Fred had already seen his companion's car being overturned. Seeing this, his eyes flashed viciously. His hands moved nimbly on the steering wheel, nimbly avoiding the first wave of side collisions. Just as he was about to turn around and hit the car behind him, he thought he could do it. Unexpectedly, the car behind him suddenly swerved, and the rear of the car reversed to face him. Now it was Nian Anian's car in front, and Yi Qian's car in the back. Although Zhou Huainian's driving skills were good, she did not have Yi Qian's deadly strength. Her plan was only to force the car to hit the greenbelt tree, so that the other party would not be able to reverse. There was no car, but the other party still had a gun. Chapter 4058. Fred could tell who was the weaker one. He stretched out his hand and fired 2 shots at the rear windshield of Zhou Nian's car. Whoosh, whoosh, the first shot shattered the windshield of Zhou Nian's car. Some of the glass shards fell onto the back seat, while some rolled down the back of the car and onto the road. Zhou Nian immediately bent over, but there was a bloody gash on the back of his head caused by the glass shards. When the second shot came, Zhou Nian's face darkened slightly. He immediately turned the steering wheel to avoid the second bullet, but the car did not slow down. Soon, when the 2 cars collided, Zhou Nian swung the rear of the car sideways. When his car was thrown out, the other car was also thrown out. Zhou Nian braked, opened the door, and crouched down. Zhou Nian's actions were executed smoothly. When Yi Qian saw this, she stopped going up and immediately reversed the car. She was worried that the criminal in the other car would escape. After the car stopped, Yi Qian opened the door and was about to go over when she seemed to have noticed something. She instinctively knelt down on one knee beside the front wheel. Through the window of the overturned car, she saw a pair of feet flash past. The car was flipped upside down, but it didn't trap the driver. The driver with the gun climbed out of the car. He had a gun in his hand, but she did not have one. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. Then she climbed back into the car and picked up the military cap she had placed on the passenger seat. Now she needed to lure the enemy to shoot and determine his current position. She took out her belt and tied it into an 8-knot. Then she placed the military cap on it. Occasionally, it would slowly extend from the side of the car, then quickly retract it. She was too close to the car that she had knocked down. The distance between the 2 cars was at most 2 meters. If she had not noticed the pair of feet that had passed by the window, she would have been ambushed. Taking a light breath, Yi Qian once again slowly extended the military cap. At that moment, she heard the sound of a bullet being fired from the silencer. The bullet pierced through the air and hit the military cap. Yi Qian had already thrown his military cap to the side. Judging that the enemy was also hiding in the front of the car, he dashed past the rear of the car. Taking advantage of the moment, when the enemy retracted his pistol after firing the first shot, he dashed towards the rear of the enemy's car at an astonishing speed. First, she did a run-up and then a series of rolls. As she was rolling, she heard the sound of fighting in front of her, accompanied by a woman's low and cold voice. After a few rolls, Yi Qian finally found his way to the back of the car. He stuck his head out and saw the back of a man. Yi Qian's dark eyes flashed coldly. He needed to get close to him now. However, she didn't know how many bullets the other party had left. If she approached him from behind, she had to be wary of him suddenly turning around and shooting at her. She had originally come here to get close to him. Now that she was already here, she had to get close to him and subdue him. Yi Qian's back was facing the rear of the car. She exhaled softly and felt around the ground with both hands. She grabbed a handful of glass shards that were scattered all over the floor. Slowly, she chose to approach the man from behind. Before he could turn around, Yi Qian threw the glass shards in her hand at his back. Instead of worrying that he would suddenly turn around, why not let her know when he would turn around? The man who was suddenly attacked from behind turned around abruptly. Without pausing, he turned around and fired. Chapter 4059. Yi Qian had already rushed over. His movements were like that of a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. With a roaring momentum, He clamped down on the man's hand that was holding the gun. Swoosh! The bullet shot into the sky, completely deviating from the trajectory that the gunman wanted the bullet to shoot. The Western man's expression became particularly fierce as he realized that the person he was fighting with was yet another woman. Is she another Chinese policewoman? Are all Chinese policewomen better than Chinese policewomen? Fuck. The Western man cursed in anger. This was not an easy man to deal with. With his hand clamped down by Yi Qian, he raised one of his legs and kicked fiercely at Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not dodge, nor did he release his grip on the man's wrist. Instead, he twisted the man's wrist violently and raised his leg to kick him. Now that it was close combat, he was more confident. The man whose wrist was twisted by Yi Qian couldn't help but feel pain. He wanted to tighten his grip on the gun in his hand, but Yi Qian did not give him a chance to do so. He released his grip on the man's wrist, and with a quick click, the gun's magazine was removed by Yi Qian. Even the magazine had been removed, and the pistol had lost its power. When the Western man saw this, he simply threw the gun to the side. He clenched his fists, jumped slightly on the spot, arched his back a little, and began to attack with his legs. Yi Jian had no choice but to dodge the ferocious onslaught of attacks. The continuous kicks and punches forced Yi Jian to dodge again, and again to avoid the fierce attacks. This was a Western man who had learned close combat and was quite skilled. Although Yi Qian did not see the man's face clearly based on his build, he judged that he was a Western man, a foreigner who came to China and did not abide by China's gun and ammunition control laws. He even openly opened fire and committed murder on the road. With such disregard for China's laws, if he escaped today, it would only encourage his arrogance. He couldn't let him escape. He had to teach him a lesson. After using his arms to block his opponent's kicks and punches, Yi Qian took a few steps back and shook his aching arms. It was her turn now. He was unarmed, but Yi Qian did not intend to do the same. The most effective killing move was to finish off the enemy in the shortest amount of time. This was something that every Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade knew. Who would have the time to throw punches at each other? As long as they could finish off the enemy immediately, they would. With a slight movement of his right hand, he removed the silver thread that he had been wearing on his left wrist for the past few days. The Western man did not notice Yi Qian's actions. He only knew that his failure to kill the other Chinese policewoman had a lot to do with this. Chinese policewoman in front of him. He also knew that his continuous combat attacks just now had forced this Chinese policewoman, who had appeared out of nowhere, to be unable to fight back. Killing one Chinese policewoman was also killing. Killing two Chinese policewomen was also killing. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Western man, who had come to China to kill people. 2 street lamps had been destroyed, and they happened to be in a dark place. Only the street lamp across the road cast a faint light over. Yi Qian stood in the dark in his military uniform. His olive-green uniform had turned black, which made the Western man mistakenly think that she was also a policewoman. Chapter 4060. Yi Qian didn't get a clear look at her opponent's face, but she could clearly feel the murderous intent emanating from him. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. After retreating, Yi Qian shrugged back and forth. At the same time, she unbuttoned her military uniform. The student uniform was a slim-fit type, so it wasn't convenient for her to make large movements. Furthermore, she didn't want her uniform to get dirty during a fight, so it was best to take it off to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. She took off her jacket and placed it on the green belt. The man who could vaguely see her movements sneered and deliberately humiliated her. If you take off all your clothes, I think you might still have a chance to beat me. Yi Qian waved her hand. Her eyes were also filled with murderous intent. She didn't want to waste her breath on this kind of person. Let's fight. Cut the crap. Don't you know that the more you talk, the faster you die? The man, who was about 184 meters tall, attacked again. His legs were very long, and he lifted his leg to kick like before. The strong wind from his kick made it obvious that he was also very strong. After Yi Qian blocked it with her arm, the silver wire in her hand had already wrapped around her opponent's ankle. When her opponent continuously kicked with one leg, Yi Qian tightened her grip twice and didn't use her arm to block anymore. In an instant, she went from being the passive party to the attacking party. She had never been afraid of close combat. Since her opponent came, she would fight. She would fight until her opponent was on the ground. Her hands instantly gripped her opponent's ankle tightly. At the same time, she lifted her right leg and kicked her opponent's knee. The knee and calf bones were the areas where the nerves that sensed pain were concentrated. There was no way that a kick wouldn't hurt. If she kicked at the knee, she could break her opponent's calf. The man, who thought he was going to win, was unprepared for Yi Qian's kick to his knee. The pain was as if a car had run over his right leg. He couldn't even stand on his 2 feet. It was so painful that he gasped and retreated on one leg. This pain was the pain of a broken leg. He wanted to jump back with 1 foot, but as soon as he took a step back, his left ankle seemed to be strangled by something invisible. The pain made him lose his balance as he retreated in panic. His right leg could not stand properly, and with Yi Jian's tightened grip on his legs, the Western man who thought he could kill one more Chinese policewoman a second ago instantly fell to the ground. If a person was too tall, falling down would be so painful that he couldn't get up for a long time. Yi Qian didn't give the guy who wanted to kill her a chance to get up. With a leap, she leaped into the air and used her right leg to strike the guy's chest. The man, who didn't have time to get up, felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a huge rock. His head and legs were lifted up, but his chest was crushed. At that moment, the man, who thought he could kill the Chinese policewoman, was hit so hard that his vision turned black. Yi Jian had already subdued the Western man whose vision was turning black. The silver thread that wrapped around his ankle pulled inward. The man, who had been enduring the excruciating pain, pressed the heel of his right leg against the root of his inner thigh. He could no longer hold back and let out a scream. F***CK. Fuck. Son of a B***, TCH. Let go of me. His screams were accompanied by insulting curses. Yi Qian's face darkened when she heard him. She tightened her grip on the silver wire and tightened it around the man's right leg. Then she wrapped the silver wire around the man's neck from the front of his shoulder to his armpits to his back. She tied him up in an extremely strange position. You want to escape? Try me. Chapter 4061. The man's insults did not make Yi Jian angry. She just grabbed a few handfuls of grasses that were used for greening and stuffed them into the man's mouth. The grasses were dusted with ash and the withered grass with roots and clay. Since he didn't know how to speak human language, he must have grown up eating grass. Let's see if we can stop him from speaking human language by eating a few more handfuls of grass. Sure enough, his mouth was blocked. His eyes were burning with anger, as if he had been greatly humiliated, coming to China with a gun to kill people, and now being caught thinking that he had been greatly humiliated. Yi Qian couldn't help but say coldly, "If I kill you now, no one will say that I shouldn't kill people. On the contrary, they will think that I did the right thing. If you don't want to die in my hands now, you better shut up," she said coldly, and it was obvious that she wasn't lying. Based on the crimes that this man had committed, she had enough reasons to deal with him, and she definitely wouldn't be bound by the law. In China, There was only one kind of person that could be quickly taken care of by the Chinese police, special forces, and armed police, people who hurt people with weapons. This man belonged to the category of people who hurt people with weapons, and he was in the most serious category. Yi Qian's words didn't scare the man. They weren't easy to scare. The man, who was still angrily spitting out the grass in his mouth, was about to curse again when Yi Qian, who was already prepared, stuffed another mouthful of grass into his mouth. If you don't know how to speak human language, then you should just eat grass obediently. The fight in front wasn't over yet. Yi Qian stood up with a cold expression. She didn't look at the Western man who was tied up by her and couldn't escape. She ran forward. The distance wasn't far, only about 30 meters. When she got closer, Yi Qian immediately recognized the woman who was fighting with the other Western man. It was actually the Special Forces officer, Nian, whom she had met at the hospital a few days ago. Her skills weren't bad, and she didn't use any fancy moves. She kicked the Western man hard in the chest, causing him to take a few steps back. However, the dagger in the other party's hand also slashed Zhou Nianyan's leg. The sharp tip of the dagger cut through Zhou Nianyan's pants, leaving a bloody wound on Zhou Nianyan's leg. Zhou Nianyan wasn't intimidated by the dagger in the other party's hand. She heard footsteps behind her and raised her voice. "Fellow traveler, can you help me? I have a nunchaku in my car. Please help me get it. Thank you. Leave this to me. Please help me look after the other criminal." Nunchaku. Anniversary year? Yi Qian naturally knew about nunchaku, but this was the first time he had seen someone use nunchaku. He originally wanted to rush up and deal with the Western man with Zhou Nianyan, but after pausing, Yi Qian changed his mind and went to the car to get the nunchaku for Zhou Nianyan. She hadn't seen anyone using nunchakus in real life yet, so she might as well take a look now. And just now, she suddenly remembered where she had heard the name Anniversary Year. That night, when Uncle Chen left, she was so sad that she didn't think too much about it when she heard Zhou Nianyan's name. She also didn't realize that she had heard it before. When Nianyan asked her to help get the nunchaku, she instantly remembered that her grandfather had mentioned Zhou Nianyan and her nunchaku. "Your brother is really a blockhead. Your Uncle Fu and I tried our best to persuade Nian to bring the nunchaku next time. I even said that I would ask her to bring the nunchaku next time so that I could take a look, but your brother didn't answer me. My little princess, I'm so angry that I can't sleep." Chapter 4062. Zhou Nianyan, nunchaku. The first time her brother brought a girl home, it was Anian, a special police officer who knew how to use nunchaku. They even had a small misunderstanding. Anian thought that her brother was a dangerous person and followed him to Dangue Garden. Her grandfather thought that Anian was a good girl and wanted her brother to pursue her. However, her brother did not take it to heart and did not even have Anian's contact number. That was why her grandfather was so angry that he could not sleep. At that time, she even joked with her grandfather that she would definitely meet the special police officer that her grandfather was full of praises for. She did not expect to meet her a second time so soon. She did not recognize her the first time they met, but fortunately, she recognized her the second time. Because of old Master Fu's satisfaction, Yi Qian was suddenly curious about Zhou Nianyan. Regardless of whether her brother liked Anian or not, she was curious about her. Opening the car door, Yi Qian found the nunchaku under the passenger seat. It was very heavy and made of stainless steel. Yi Qian did not know how to use it, but she could not help but swing it around in her hands. She realized that it was quite useful. Being hit by such a heavy nunchaku should be painful for a long time. She ran over to take the nunchaku and immediately ran back. Zhou Nianyan and the Western man with the dagger started to fight again. The Western man with the knife stabbed horizontally, flicked sideways, and flew. The dagger was very agile in his hands. Nien's body dodged left and right, his palms blocked, and he narrowly avoided the opponent's dagger several times. Her calf was cut, so she could not tell that she was injured. Yi Qian could not tell either. She only noticed that as a special police officer, Anian's fighting skills were indeed not bad. She had interacted with female soldiers and police officers before. However, Anian was the first female special police officer that she had interacted with good fighting skills. It was so exciting that she could not help but want to applaud. The special police officers were mainly responsible for anti-terrorism, arresting criminals with strong firepower, hostage rescue, drug interdiction, and domestic cleanup operations. They were a non-military special police force and mainly fought for the country. Attack, support, sniping, sabotage, blockade, fighting. All these tactics were necessary for a SWAT officer to master. As a SWAT officer, Nian knew everything that a male SWAT officer could do. She was quite good at it, otherwise she wouldn't be the only female SWAT officer in their SWAT team. Perhaps it was because they were both girls, but Zhou Nian's valiant fighting style made Yi Qian feel a sense of camaraderie, especially when Zhou Nian coldly shouted, "Give me the nunchaku." That sound was as cold as ice shattering. It made Yi Qian's curiosity explode. She also understood why her grandfather had said that she wanted to see Nian. The two of them would definitely become good friends. Grandpa's wise and mighty. She wanted to be good friends with Nian now, but she didn't know if Nian would want to be good friends with her. Catch! Nian threw the nunchaku in his hand. After completing a roundhouse kick, he caught the nunchaku firmly with one hand. With the nunchaku, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. She could use both guns and sticks. Nunchaku were popular because of its flexibility. Good people could turn the nunchaku into the best weapon in their hands. The sticks that were thrown out would only hit the enemy's hand and not hurt themselves. Nian was a SWAT officer who knew how to use sticks. At this moment, she treated the dagger in the opponent's hand as if it was nothing. In a low voice, she said, "I've tolerated you for a long time." The nunchaku in her hand was so fast that it left after images. She hit the Western man's arm again and again. Chapter 4063. With a weapon in hand, the first thing Nian did was to twist the dagger out of her opponent's hand. She went from dodging passively to attacking. The chain in the middle of her nunchaku instantly locked onto the dagger, and with a twist, the extremely sharp dagger was flung out of her hand. The dagger flashed coldly under the streetlight, drawing an arc in the air before finally falling to the side of the road with a clang. After Yi Qian glanced at it, she walked over and picked up the dagger. It just so happened that the weapon in her hand had been used as a rope. She could use it as a weapon for self-defense for the time being. She wasn't afraid of leaving fingerprints on it. She just needed to keep it for the time being. On the other hand, Nian exploded. She whipped the man's arms like they were gluten. Yi Qian could clearly hear the muffled sound of bones being hit. Even his arms hurt. Although the man didn't scream out in pain, Yi Qian could tell he was in pain from the muffled groans that came from his throat from time to time. How could it not hurt? Nian, who had a belly full of anger, used all her strength to hit him. Other than hitting his head, there was no other place that she didn't hit. "Grandpa, you have a discerning eye for heroes. Nian is pretty good. Even if I can't be Big Brother's girlfriend, I really want to be friends with her. She's too good." Yi Qian watched as Nian beat up the Western man who had taken the initiative to attack with all his might just because he had a dagger in his hand. He couldn't resist at all. She had met and sparred with women who knew how to fight before, but she had never met one in China. Or rather, she had never met one in her surroundings. Now that she had met one, she wanted to befriend Yi Qian even more. Nian only knew that the person who helped her was also a woman, but she didn't recognize Yi Qian. Right now, she only knew that she had to beat the guy who dared to hurt people with a gun in China until he lost all his arrogance. That was too much. Coming to China to behave atrociously. Did he think the Chinese police were just decorations? Fred's legs and arms were already in pain from the beating. When he raised his leg again, Nian dodged to the side, and the nunchaku in his hand hit Fred's calf again. When Fred retracted his leg, his whole leg was numb. Arrogant? Arrogant? Come, let's try again. She tightened her grip on the nunchaku with both hands. Under the street lamp, the nunchaku made of stainless steel emitted a cold light that made people feel afraid. The cold light swept past Nian's eyes, making this lively and cheerful female special police officer have a bit of hostility that would make criminals afraid. She didn't speak in English. Instead, she spoke in a Beijing dialect. Her tone was cold and languid, which made Yi Qian's lips curl up even more. It was the anniversary of the female SWAT officer. She was really looking forward to becoming friends with her. Both his hands and feet were hit by the nunchaku, and his bones were aching. He wanted to retreat. He gently swung his right leg that was hit by the nunchaku and looked around. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his companion lying motionless in the middle of the road, just under the street lamp's light. Fred's heart sank. He didn't move at all. Had he been taken care of by the Chinese policewoman? Not taken care of, but unable to move. Because if he moved, his neck would be tightened by the silver wire. The more he moved, the tighter it would get. The Western man, who was subdued by Yi Qian, didn't dare to move at all. Right now, he only hoped that everything would end quickly. Fred didn't know whether his companion was dead or alive, but he knew that he had to retreat. Chapter 4064. He glanced at the other policewoman who didn't make a move. Then he looked at the unguarded left side. Just as he was about to retreat to the left, he heard the policewoman standing next to him say coldly, "You want to escape from the left? You won't be able to escape anywhere tonight." Yi Qian saw through his plan and said in English with a faint smile, "Injuring people with a gun in our country is a violation of our country's laws. Do you think we will let you leave the scene? Do you think the law enforcement officers in our country are all dolls, pretty but easy to hit?" Yi Qian said. Nian blinked. Huh, this voice, this person. Nian's eyes widened. Wasn't this the Yi Qian that she felt it was a pity that she couldn't get his contact number? In other words, she was the one who helped him all the way. Nian smiled, but before her smile could fully fill her eyes, they dimmed. It was all because of her that Yi Qian lost a family member. Although Yi Qian said that the responsibility wasn't hers, she was in charge of the security of the train station. Although Brother Liu also said that the responsibility wasn't hers, she couldn't get over it. Tonight, she helped her escape danger again. Sigh, she didn't know how to thank her. Nian Junyan pursed her lips. She quickly put away all the complicated feelings in her heart. Now was not the time to think about other things, but to capture this guy who had nowhere to run and bring him back to the station for interrogation. Wanna run? No way. Fred, who wanted to run, was angry. He had just thought of it, but before he could do anything, he was exposed. It seemed that the two policewomen were determined to arrest him. Fred knew that their plan had completely failed this time. Since he couldn't escape, then Fred, who wanted to escape, changed his target and set his sights on Yi Qian. If he couldn't escape, then he could only take a hostage and leave. Yes, he wanted to take Yi Qian, a female Special Forces soldier, who was more powerful than Nian Anian. Yi Qian saw this and wanted to laugh. Did she really look easy to bully? He couldn't beat Nian Anian, so he targeted her? Then she wouldn't be polite. When Nian Anian saw him, she shouted, "Be careful," and rushed over. She was afraid that the other party would hurt Yi Qian. But very soon, her eyes widened even more, because the tall and burly man rushed over. Then she saw Yi Qian run up to the wheel of the overturned car. She then saw her entire body leap into the air. Her straight leg was extremely sharp and ruthless. She used the back of her foot to viciously sweep the side of the man's face. Bang! Fred, whose head had been ruthlessly swept away, fell to the ground instantly. He didn't even have time to react before he was knocked down by Yi Qian's kick. Yi Qian landed on the ground. Her long and slender legs were slightly spread apart. Her hands were clasped together, one in front of the other. Her sharp and cold gaze did not carry a trace of warmth as it swept over the Western man who had a concussion. If she didn't guess wrongly, this guy wanted to take her hostage to force Nian to let him go. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Nian was shocked. She was shocked by Yi Qian's incomparably dashing sidekick in the air. Yi Qian, so powerful. He was simply too dashing. He was so dashing that he had instantly kicked out her biological brother, Zhou Huaixing, who had always been number one in her heart. Yi Qian had become number one in her heart. Chapter 4065. Nian Anian, who was standing at the side, had all her attention on Yi Qian. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. She stared at Yi Qian without blinking. Even when she saw Yi Qian walking towards her, she did not regain her senses. Yi Qian stood in front of Nian Anian. He saw the young and beautiful girl staring at him with her bright and clear eyes. He saw that her eyes were filled with his own image, and he also saw the shock in her eyes. Yi Qian could not help but smile. She waved her hand in front of Zhou Anian's eyes and said with a smile, "Are you all right? I've already called the police. Your colleagues should be here soon. Do you have handcuffs on you? Cuff him so that he won't escape." He wanted to escape just now, but he miscalculated. Nian Anian blinked and slowly regained her senses at Yi Qian's clear and melodious voice. She looked at the man who was lying on the ground, unable to get up, and then looked at Yi Qian. Then she stretched out her hand and gave him a thumbs up. Her face was still filled with shock as she praised, "Amazing, amazing, too amazing. I've seen everything in my life. I'm completely stunned." Nian Anian was a very straightforward girl from the capital. She spoke her mind and was not coy or pretentious. She had already kicked her brother out of her heart and was completely convinced by Yi Qian. Convinced, truly convinced. It could not be helped. This was the first time she had seen a girl who could fight so well. She had thought that she was one of the best, but compared to Yi Qian, she was nothing. She was too far behind. When an expert fought, even an outsider would be able to see through it. Moreover, she was not an outsider. Yi Jian's moves were all about taking other people's lives. They were extremely ferocious killing moves. She did not put on a show, nor did she mean to scare people. Every move she made was murderous. Until now, there was still a trace of murderous aura that had not spread out from her body. Her elder brother always said that she had little experience. Even if she was a special police officer now, she was still an entry-level special police officer. If she hadn't done a few big cases, escaped from death a few times, and stepped on a few warm blood, she wouldn't be a real special police officer. Now, she vaguely understood what Big Brother meant. Yi Qian in front of her was probably a female soldier who had stepped on warm blood a few times. Even though she was just a student, her killing intent already told her that she was a female student who had experienced major events. Yi Qian liked the purity in Nian Anian's eyes. It was a very pure kind of purity, like a crystal that could clearly see both sides of a matter. Hearing this, her eyebrows curved into a smile. She also gave Nian Anian a thumbs up and praised, "You are also the best special police officer I have ever seen in my life. Amazing, amazing, amazing." "Do we need to praise each other?" Nian Anian smiled. She had a mouth of white teeth that were as white as a pearl shell. When she smiled, her delicate face became even brighter. Her smile was so bright, and so were her eyes. This kind of Nian Anian made Yi Qian's impression of her become even better. Some friends did not need to spend a long time together. A few minutes of eye contact, a few minutes of working together, and a few minutes of conversation, and one would know that this was a friend worth making. Nian Anian in Yi Qian was a friend worth making. Yi Qian in Nian Anian was the same. Chapter 4066. The two young and capable girls stood under the dim street light, but they could see the sincerity in each other's eyes. They looked at each other and smiled. They had the same bright eyes and white teeth, and the same clear smile. Years of friendship were like wine, and the longer they stayed together, the richer it became. Nian Anian and Yi Qian were polar opposites. Nian Anian was lively, and she was full of energy even when she was dealing with things. She was like a luminous body that would never lose its source of light. You never had to worry about her losing her source of light one day. You only had to worry about the day when the source of light that was full of energy disappeared. And the days after that would be filled with endless darkness. On the other hand, Yi Qian had a gentle and reserved personality. He looked like a gentle and reserved person, but in reality, he was stubborn and would never admit defeat easily. She wasn't a luminous body, but people could feel the power coming from her. It was a kind of power that, with her around, hope would be there. Nian Anian squatted down and looked at the Western man who had been kicked to the ground by Yi Qian. She thought to herself, could he have been kicked to the point of meeting God by Yi Qian? She was afraid that the Western man would really meet God, so she quickly rolled his eyelids. Fortunately, his eyeballs were still there, and they didn't roll back. She then checked his neck artery. His pulse was still there. It seemed like he had just fainted. Well, it wasn't a normal fainting either. He definitely had a concussion. Don't worry, he won't die. I held back 30% of my strength because I was afraid that if he really met God with his own kick, you wouldn't be able to interrogate him. Yi Qian squatted down and smiled at Nian Anian. He then used his hands to check the man's body. There was nothing under his clothes. There wasn't even a passport to prove his identity. These people are basically illegal immigrants, so they don't have passports on them. Nian Anian saw that Yi Qian was about to search the Western man's pockets. She smiled and said, "We can't find anything on them. We can only take photos and enter the database to look for traces." After she finished speaking, her expression became serious. What I don't quite understand is that although our Zhou family has many enemies and there are more than one or two families who want to kill us, it's a little strange this time. Why did they send a few foreigners to kill me? The starting point is also very strange. Generally speaking, I can understand shooting and killing my dad. After all, my dad has killed too many bad guys. I can understand killing my mother. After all, the lawyer hired by the bad guys will eventually be defeated by my mother's iron teeth. I can understand killing my brother. He's the same as my father. Too many bad guys have fallen in his hands. So, killing my father, my mother, and my brother, I can understand it, but I don't understand why they want to kill me. Don't tell me you're referring to the saying, pick on the soft persimmons? That can't be. Killing me is meaningless to those bad guys who do bad things in the underworld. I haven't been in the industry for long, and I haven't even encountered a big case. Why would someone want to get rid of me? Yi Qian could already hear fine beads of sweat forming on his back. The Zhou family had more than one or two enemies. There were many bad guys who wanted to get rid of their family. Then they wanted to kill his father, his mother, and his brother. He could understand all of that. The only thing he couldn't understand was why they wanted to kill Nian and Ian. Grandpa, the girl you have your eyes on is very strong. Chapter 4067. Nian didn't see Yi Qian. She secretly wiped her forehead. She was half squatting as she racked her brains. She couldn't think of anything even when she heard the sirens in front of her. Nian stood up when the sirens sounded. She reached out her hand to pull up Yi Qian, who was squatting with her. Unexpectedly, Yi Qian also stood up and reached out his hand to pull up Nian. The two girls reached out their hands at the same time. Seeing this, they couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like they were used to taking care of others in their daily lives. The Western man, who was tied up by Yi Qian, heard the sirens and came over. His eyes didn't flash with panic, but relief. He finally didn't have to be tied up like this. The SWAT team arrived in their cars. One car stopped at the back to block the road, while the other continued to drive forward and stopped in front of the car that Yi Jian had knocked over. The other car stopped in between the two police cars, which was equivalent to a triangular alert. The fully armed SWAT team got out of the car with guns in their hands. The first SWAT team walked over to the man, who was tied up and didn't dare to move. He looked at the man whose leg was tied up and frowned. "Foreigner? Nian, why are you being chased by foreigners?" He asked his colleague beside him. "You'll have to ask Zhou Nian himself." The SWAT team member who spoke lifted his leg and kicked the Western man's leg twice. He said fiercely, F***CK, you came to our country to behave atrociously. You even brought a gun. You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. This kind of person should be shot dead. His kick made the Western man, whose mouth was full of sand, move. His body didn't move, but his leg that was tied up moved. As his leg moved, the silver wire around his neck tightened. It was so tight that he had to take deep breaths of oxygen to not suffocate. Seeing this, the two SWAT team members who were holding Type 95 assault rifles sneered. They had already noticed that the Western man's body was tied up with thin silver and steel wires. This was the best way to tie someone up. If he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he strangled himself to death. They didn't want to immediately untie this Western man who had come to China to cause trouble. With assault rifles in hand, they spread out and stood about a meter away from the man, keeping watch. The three special police officers in the bulletproof police car parked in the middle jumped out of the car and held their guns on alert. 4 SWAT officers got out of the police car parked at the front. 2 of them were armed, and the other 2 walked towards Nian Zhanyan and Yi Qian. Nian Anian looked at the 2 figures walking over and said to Yi Qian, "The one on the left is my brigade leader, and the one on the right is my colleague." Yi Qian looked at the heavily guarded surroundings and said to Nian Zhanyan, "I still have to catch an early morning flight tomorrow. I'll be leaving in a bit, so I won't be able to go back to the brigade with you all to make a statement. Your car is in such a state. If you don't come back to the brigade with us, how are we going to get you repaired?" The main point of the anniversary was how to get Yi Qian's car fixed. Yi Qian looked at the deformed car in front of him and felt a little troubled. This car belonged to the security company. It was really hard to explain to the security company that it was damaged like this. But this car had been specially modified. It wasn't very appropriate to let the SWAT team repair it. She had to ask someone first. Who should she ask? Yi Qian thought for a while and said to Nian Anian, I'll make a call and ask. This car will probably be repaired elsewhere. It won't be sent to the SWAT team. Chapter 4068. Seeing that Nian Nian's captain and her colleagues were approaching, Yi Qian pointed across the road. I'm going to make a call. You talk to your colleagues first. She had to contact Major General Yang and see if he had any good suggestions. Yi Qian went to the other side of the road to contact Major General Yang. The captain of the SWAT team glanced at the slender figure walking past him. He glanced at the pants the figure was wearing and narrowed his sharp eyes slightly. Chao Huainian had told him that Nian had a colleague coming to help, but he didn't say it was a female comrade. Now that he looked at her, he could tell that she wasn't a colleague. Her pants were obviously a military uniform. She was from the military, not the police. The SWAT colleague who came with an assault rifle looked at the Western man, whose eyes were tightly shut, and joked with Zhou Nian. You're so capable. You even got a foreigner to help. If I was capable, I would have blown their heads off long ago, Nian answered her colleague with some regret. You're quite capable. We haven't been chased by foreigners with guns. You've only been here for less than a month, and you've already been chased by foreigners with guns. You've broken our team's record. The captain also joked, Look at how you're standing. It's obvious that you're not injured. Not bad. You did a good job. The captain didn't express any concern. They had encountered too many situations like this. They didn't need to show any concern. It was fine as long as she could stand properly and didn't have many holes in her body. Now that you mention it, I feel that I'm quite capable. Nian laughed. 3 cars attacked me, and I almost died. Thanks to, she pointed at Yi Jian and praised. It's all thanks to her. I feel that if she were to be attacked by 3 vehicles alone, she wouldn't even need anyone's help. She could defeat all of them by herself. Hey, this guy was kicked in the head by her. He didn't even make a sound before he fainted. I saw his mouth open, so wide that you could stuff a duck egg in it. She's better than you. The captain squatted down and clamped the criminal's chin with one hand. He tilted his head left and right and looked up at Nian. He fainted with 1 kick and got a concussion. A concussion is a concussion. We were merciful enough that we didn't kill them all. Nian wasn't worried about being held responsible. He frowned and said to his captain, These 2 are foreigners. I don't understand why these foreigners want to kill me. It's normal to get rid of you. Your brother told me that you're the weakest in your family. If he doesn't target you, who else would he target? The captain laughed. It was clearly a very dangerous matter, but in their mouths, it was just a small matter that could be brushed aside with a single stroke. As long as they were alive, everything else was trivial to them. Zhou Weisheng offended Nian Anian with just 1 sentence. Xiu's brows furrowed even tighter. I don't think this matter is that simple. We have to pry open their mouths. As long as they're alive, it's only a matter of time before we pry open their mouths. Ask that female comrade to come over. We'll ask her a few questions. When Nian heard this, he immediately waved his hand. Don't, Captain. He gestured for the captain to go to the side and talk. He walked to the side and then whispered, She's a military academy student and her family is quite powerful. She's definitely fine. Don't ask any more. If she didn't help me tonight, I might not have survived. Also, she has to catch a flight back to school tomorrow morning. Let her go after she finishes her call. Chapter 4069. Nian Anian felt that since Yi Qian had specifically told her that it was inconvenient for her, then she had to fight for Yi Qian. The most important thing was When the police car's headlights shone on her, she saw that Yi Jian's eyes were obviously bloodshot. There was also a faint sadness between her eyebrows that she probably didn't even notice. Nian Junyan lowered her head and couldn't help but purse her lips tightly. Yi Qian's family had just passed away a few days ago. With her bloodshot eyes, she probably couldn't sleep well. She didn't want to keep her up too late, so it was better to go home and rest early. She couldn't tell the brigade leader these things. She couldn't even mention what happened at the hospital that night, so she couldn't tell the brigade leader too clearly. She could only remind him about Yi Qian's family background. Hopefully it would be useful. When the brigade leader heard that it was a military academy cadet, he looked Nian up and down a few times before looking at the cadet, who was still on the phone. He asked, could it be that the military academies and police academies nowadays only have female comrades who are capable? You're from the police academy, and now you're from the military academy. What? Are you looking down on us girls? Anian's delicate brows furrowed. She glanced at Yi Qian and continued to discuss with her brigade leader. Look, she had nothing to do with tonight. She could have just stood by and watched, but she didn't. She did me such a big favor. She saved my life, Captain. She already said that she has to catch a flight back to school tomorrow morning. You don't have to do the routine here. Just ask her a few questions here and there. Don't make her go to the brigade. She has a powerful family background. I'm afraid that if someone from her family comes, our SWAT team will continue to alert the higher-ups. Captain, you should listen to me this time. You can't go wrong. The brigade leader saw that she was so protective, afraid that he would make things difficult for her savior. He couldn't help but laugh. If she doesn't have a powerful family background, can she afford to drive a bulletproof car? He gripped the rifle in his hand and looked back. He saw the female military academy student with a powerful family background walking over from the opposite side of the road. Just a few questions. It'll be done in 3 to 5 minutes. Anian heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard that, he smiled like a flower and said, "Okay, thank you, Captain." The captain could not help but shake his head and laugh when he saw her being chased by foreigners with guns and trying to kill her. She was so calm that nothing happened to her at all. None of the members of the Zhou family were cowards, be it Zhou Huainian or the other elites of the Zhou family. All of them were formidable. He was indeed powerful, but the risk he had to take was also very high. Even the foreigners had taken out their guns and pointed them at Nian. Chao Huainian's side would definitely get involved in this matter, not to mention Bureau Chief Shou. They should investigate this matter thoroughly. If they left it unsettled, it would only secretly encourage their arrogance. Seeing that the captain had relented, Nian Junyan climbed up with a smile. "Captain, about her car, let our team fix it. We can't possibly ask her to pay for the repairs herself. The interior of her car is of high quality. I'm afraid our team won't be able to fix it. We'll have to go somewhere else to fix it. If she has to pay for it, you'll have to bear it yourself. Prepare more money. Don't be short of money by the time it's over." The brigade leader saw that she was scheming and deliberately tried to scare her. "Don't think about the team. It's obvious that this is a personal grudge. Moreover, it's all after work. It has nothing to do with the team." Chapter 4070. When Anian heard that the team wasn't responsible for repairing the car, she didn't care about her own car. She was willing to sacrifice herself to repair it, but Yi Qian's car had to be repaired, and it was a bulletproof car. Even if she wanted to repair it outside, she needed a place to collect it. Although Yi Qian said that her car might not be repaired by the SWAT team, she still had to be prepared. What if she needed to be repaired by the SWAT team? "Captain, you're wrong. Although I'm off duty, It's hard to say whether or not this is a personal grudge. When I heard the gunshots, I thought that I would rather sacrifice myself than let them hurt innocent people. Look at my resolve. I always put the safety of the people first. Just based on this, the team should praise me, right? And she wanted to continue, but the captain felt a headache coming on. Why did he feel that this Nyen Anian was a miser? When money was mentioned, her little face tensed up. Don't say anything else. She's already done with the phone call. I'll go ask her. The captain quickly interrupted Nyen Anian and walked from the dark corner of the lamppost to the dim light so that Yi Qian could see him at a glance. Yi Qian had already finished talking with Major General Yang. When he saw Zhou Nianyan and the captain talking to each other, a faint smile appeared on his face. Nyen Anian was quite cautious. She was afraid that the foreign man who had fainted from her kick would hear something. The captain asked Zhou Nianyan to stand behind him. When Yi Qian came over, he took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, I'm Zhou Nianyan's captain, Jiang Yu. Thank you for your help tonight. It's our responsibility to maintain social stability. Captain Jiang, you're welcome. Yi Qian reached out and shook hands with him. They both let go politely and said, Since Captain Jiang and your team are already here, there's nothing for me to do here. Sorry, I still need to ask a few routine questions. I hope you can forgive me. Captain Jiang smiled and said, It's only a matter of 3 to 5 minutes. I'm not sure if I'm delaying you. Zhou Nianyan, who was standing behind Jiang Yu, was gesturing to Yi Qian. Her mouth was also open. Although she didn't say anything, Yi Qian understood her meaning from the shape of her mouth. What he meant was that she had to hand the car over to the SWAT team for repair. Yi Qian winked at her, then politely said to Captain Jiang, who was dressed in a SWAT uniform, We're just waiting for our side to send a car over to tow my car away. It won't take up much of our time. Captain Jiang turned to Nyen Anian and said, Are you relieved now? You don't have to worry about not having a place to fix your car. There's a place to fix the car. That's my responsibility too. Nyen was worried that Yi Qian would be criticized. That license plate number was obviously from the military. How was she going to explain to her superiors that she had wrecked a military vehicle? Hearing this, Yi Qian smiled. She could tell that Nyen Anian was worried. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll feel more at ease if I bring it back for repair. Nyen Anian's heart calmed down a little. She still had something to say, but her captain still needed to ask a few routine questions. She pursed her lips and let the captain ask the questions first. She didn't ask anything else. First, she asked Yi Qian where he saw her, where she came from, and if there were any other suspicious points. Just as Captain Jiang said, it would only take 3 to 5 minutes. Chapter 4071. All right, we don't have any problems here. Thank you for your cooperation. Captain Jiang asked briefly and did not say anything else. Tonight, it was all thanks to the cadet in front of him that Zhou Nianyan was fine. He did not have anything else to ask, so he mainly asked about Nyen Nyen. Nyen Nyen saw this and immediately pulled Yi Qian to the side. She first looked at Yi Qian discreetly. Seeing the faint smile on his face, she could not tell if he had been criticized in the report just now. Nyen asked in a low voice, You really won't be criticized when you go back? There are many rules in the military. If you are not careful, you will step on a minefield. You were driving a bulletproof car. Are you sure you will be fine after getting hit like this? She was already in a bad mood after the death of her family. If she caused Yi Qian to be criticized by his superior because of her, she would have to consider asking Yi Qian for punishment. Yi Qian saw that she was so worried about him. He pursed his lips and said, I will be fine. Don't worry. When you go back, you should investigate who they are and why there are foreigners watching you. Think about whether you have offended anyone recently. Although you've just started working, those who seek revenge won't stop seeking revenge just because you've just started working. Yi Qian, who liked Zhou Nian a lot, could not help but say a few more words. Nian could not help but laugh. Those who don't know would think you are my sister. I am clearly older than you. I am very sure that I have not offended anyone recently, but I am not sure about my family members. So I said that they saw that they could not do anything to my father, mother, or brother, so they specifically targeted me. Offending people will probably only happen after I have worked for a while longer. Right now, I am only in charge of security in places with high traffic. At most, I will offend a few pickpockets. It is normal for pickpockets to hate us after being caught, but I don't think they have the ability to go overseas and ask foreigners to take revenge on me with guns. You don't worry about me. I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Just now, my colleagues were all laughing at me. I am the first one to have provoked foreigners to take revenge on me. So what if we offend someone? In our line of work, it would be strange if we didn't offend someone. Nian wasn't worried that something like today would happen again. Being hunted down wasn't something she could avoid even if she worried about it. Today's incident was a reminder to her. She had to be more vigilant before she investigated the matter. However, this made her consider getting a gun after work and see if she could apply for one. Yi Qian, on the other hand, felt something flash through her mind when she heard Nian say, "I'm only in charge of the security of the areas with dense traffic." It was too fast. Just as she was about to catch it, it disappeared again. Nian said, "Yi Qian, what's your cell phone number? Can you give it to me? Can't we just be friends? I quite like your character. You beat me to it. I wanted to ask for your phone number to make friends." Yi Qian didn't spend any more effort to think about what had just flashed through her mind. She also wanted to make friends with Nian, so she quickly gave her phone number. Nian, who was taking her phone out of her pocket, paused. She raised her hand and slapped her forehead. "Look at me. I left my phone in the car. I'll give you my number and you can call me." Nian entered her phone number and dialed it. The two girls, who were quite skilled in martial arts, exchanged their contact information. For a long time after that, other than in Jessen, Yi Qian was her other best friend. Chapter 4072. Yi Qian followed her advice and dialed Nian's number. When the call was connected, they looked at each other and smiled. Nian wanted to ask Yi Qian if he was feeling better, but when she saw the gentle smile on Yi Qian's face, she swallowed her questions. Don't ask. If she continued to ask, she would be tearing at the scars on Yi Qian's heart. It would remind her of her deceased family again, and it would make her miss them again. It was better not to ask. It was good to chat with her. Nian was a kind girl. She couldn't bear to break the smile on Yi Qian's face, so she started a casual conversation. "The next time we meet, how about we arrange a place to spar? When I was in the police academy, I could beat you in a 1-on-6 fight. When I joined our team, I had a hard time winning 1-on-1 fights, let alone 1-on-6 fights. Our team leader even said that I'm not bad. If I train with them for a year and a half, I'll definitely win 1-on-2 fights. Sigh, my ambition isn't to win 1-on-2 fights, but to win 3-on-2 fights. I even boasted to my brother that I'll win 1-on-3 fights in a year and 1-on-6 fights in 2 years. If I can only win 1-on-2 fights in a year and a half, I'll lose face." I was about to lose my confidence, but now that I see you, Nian's smile grew brighter and brighter. Yi Qian couldn't help but ask her, "Now that you see me, you're confident again." That's right. I'll fight 1-on-6 fights in 2 years. Ha ha. Then the male police officers in our team will be even more proud. Yi Qian shook his head and corrected her seriously. You should be saying that you'll lose face. Nian was laughing so hard that her shoulders were twitching. 1-on-6. She wasn't afraid of being laughed at, but it was indeed her dream. She still had to have a dream. What if it came true? A colleague from the SWAT team jogged over. They were prepared to bring the man, who was tied so tightly that he would break if he struggled, back to the car. However, they could not untie the silver wire even after trying for a long time. After reporting to Captain Jiang Yu, they came to look for Yi Qian. Yi Qian immediately went over to the Western man's back and untied him a few times. He quickly untied the silver thread and put it back into his hand. At this moment, there were 2 thin and deep marks on the Western man's neck. The Western man, who no longer had to worry about suffocation after his neck was solved, refused to be handcuffed. He was then ruthlessly pinched to the ground by a male SWAT officer. His face was rubbed against the clear road as he used force to twist the man's hands behind his back and handcuffed him. Seeing that he couldn't break free, the Western man began to curse again. Relying on his identity as a foreigner, his words were full of contempt for the Chinese special forces. Hearing this, Nian's face turned cold. She looked around, then ran to the green belt, grabbed 2 handfuls of grass, and stuffed them into the man's mouth. Hatefully, he said, "You're still so arrogant after coming here to kill people? Do you want to be extradited back to your country? Let me tell you, no way. Nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth. You still want to apply for asylum? You're directly endangering our country's national security and violating the personal rights of our citizens. You still want to protect us? International law doesn't protect people like you. Okay?" When Yi Qian saw that Nian had done the same thing as him, the smile in his eyes overflowed. She was very sincere. No wonder Grandpa said that she was very suitable for Big Brother. Chapter 4073. Big Brother's personality was too cold as a snowy mountain. If there was a cheerful girl by his side, it would definitely bring a lot of warmth to Big Brother's life. Grandpa was good at judging people, especially people. If he felt that Nian was suitable for Big Brother, then she was definitely suitable. But Grandpa couldn't decide this kind of thing. It mainly depended on the person involved. It had to be Nian who didn't have a boyfriend, Nian who liked Big Brother, and Big Brother who liked Zhou Nian. The Western man who stuffed a handful of grass and soil into his mouth kept spitting. A SWAT officer who escorted him into the car said sternly, "We'll only stuff a handful of grass into your mouth now. We'll stuff a bullet in your mouth later. If he scolds again, we'll give him a bullet." Nian's voice was even harsher than the male SWAT officers. She glared at the Western man who sat in the car and saw a strange and eerie smile in his eyes. Nian didn't avert her gaze because of this, but looked back at him with an even fiercer aura. She only retracted her gaze when she saw the astonishment in his eyes. Was he trying to scare her? Who was he trying to scare? The Western man who was kicked unconscious by Yi Qian was sent to the ambulance. Of course, the Chinese SWAT officers accompanied him the entire time and handcuffed his hands. The 2 Western men were escorted away, but the guy in the car who was hit by Yi Qian's car escaped. Zhou Nian didn't say anything to Yi Qian. He said softly to Captain Jiang, "This is my problem. It has nothing to do with her. Don't bother her anymore." Moreover, her family had just passed away 2 days ago. How could she worry about other things when she was still grieving? The car sent by the SWAT officers hadn't arrived yet, and Nian hadn't left yet. Captain Jiang sent a car and 2 SWAT officers to accompany Yi Qian while he went back to the brigade first. The interrogation would definitely last through the night, so Nian didn't have to think about going home. She had to go back to the brigade. Later, Yi Qian, who Zhou Niannian had purposely brought to a dark corner, watched the entire process. The more he watched, the more he liked Zhou Niannian. He was generous, decent, and efficient. She couldn't help but want to ask a very personal question. Although she really wanted to ask, Yi Qian didn't say anything until he left with the guards. She wanted to ask Nian if she had a boyfriend, but considering their current relationship, it would be rude to ask such a question, so she suppressed her urge to ask. Poking his head out of the car, Yi Qian smiled and waved at the girl who was still standing under the streetlight, watching him leave. He smiled brightly and said, "Keep in touch when you have time." Her voice was like the cool summer breeze, but also like the gentleness of spring. Nian couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and replied, "Okay, let's keep in touch when we're free." She could feel that Yi Qian had a good impression of her, and this kind of good impression was mixed with admiration. Coincidentally, she also admired Yi Qian and had a good impression of him. This friend, she was definitely going to befriend him this year. Nian, who had saved Yi Qian's number on his phone, happily got into the police car and returned to the brigade with his colleagues. At this moment, she began to calm down and think about why a foreigner would come after her with a gun. Yi Qian was talking to Major General Yang on the phone. "I'm already in the car. I'm preparing to go home now and catch the flight to school tomorrow morning." "Okay, then you should go and rest early. If there are any new developments in the National Defense investigation, I'll inform you immediately. We can confirm that the murderer who killed Principal Chun is a member of an illegal foreign organization, but the scope of the investigation is too broad, and the investigation will take a long time. After you return to school, try not to go out. If you find any suspicious foreign personnel, immediately inform us." As soon as Major General Yang finished speaking, Yi Qian, who was leaning against the seat, suddenly straightened his back. Member of an illegal foreign organization. She finally understood what was wrong when she was talking to Nian. Chapter 4074. At first, Zhou Niannian had said that other than her, it was normal for her family to be targeted. She had only started working for a few days and hadn't even encountered a major case, yet she was targeted by foreigners. Even Nian herself found it hard to believe. Later, Nian said that she didn't have any enemies. Other than catching a few pickpockets, she didn't do anything else. But what if Nian was implicated because of Uncle Chen's murder? What if she was targeted by a foreign organization? Wouldn't that be a better explanation? Yi Qian grasped the crux of the matter. When he spoke again, his voice was as cold as ice. "Major General, the female SWAT officer I helped tonight was on duty at the train station when Uncle Chun was murdered." Major General Yang was still at work on the other end of the phone. After the Spring Festival, there were many things that needed to be done. Major General Yang walked out of the military headquarters every day until around midnight. He was holding the phone in one hand and reading documents with a pen in the other. When he heard Yi Qian's words, his expression became serious. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you trying to say?" "Xiao, you must have discovered something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly mentioned it. She encountered 2 foreigners with guns tonight. She told me that ever since she started working, she hasn't been involved in any major cases and she hasn't offended anyone. Other than her parents and brother, she doesn't have any grudges. She also told me that she found a few foreigners to seek revenge. She couldn't figure it out herself. She guessed that it might be her parents and brother's enemies who targeted her. Major General, do you think it's possible that these people targeted Nian because she accidentally saw the murderer at the scene when Uncle Chin was murdered? If that's the case, it would explain why Nian was targeted by a few foreigners." Yi Qian slowly voiced his suspicions. He sorted out the seemingly unrelated matters and found a common point of entry. Then, the unrelated matters would be related. Nian was attacked by two foreigners with guns. Moreover, they were foreigners with a certain level of skill. Even she herself couldn't understand it. However, now that this matter overlapped with Uncle Chen's case, it made sense. Major General Yang didn't immediately agree with her analysis. He put down the pen in his hand and asked, "Who are Nian's parents? Who is Big Brother? Did you understand it just now?" "I don't know who her parents are, but she mentioned her brother, Zhou Huainian. She also mentioned her mother. She said that countless lawyers hired by bad guys were defeated by her mother's sharp teeth." Yi Qian paused for a moment, then said, "I have Nian's contact number. If you want to know more, I can contact her immediately." "Good. You're contacting Anniversary now. Besides, what you said isn't impossible. The two of them have been taken away by the SWAT team. They are relatively safe and reliable. Tell Zhou Nian and tell her all your guesses. Since she's a special police officer, she should be sharp. I'll check who Zhou Huainian is first. Based on what she said, his parents and elder brother should have a certain status." Although what Yi Qian said was still a guess, Major General Yang was used to trusting Yi Qian's intuition. He also knew that she was not one to speak without thinking. The two incidents seemed unrelated, but if you really wanted to straighten them out, the biggest connection was that Yi Qian was on duty at the scene on the day Principal Chen was killed, and she was the first SWAT officer to arrive at the scene. Chapter 4075. The foreign agents thought that Nian had found the murderer and then came back to silence him. Thinking in this direction, it wasn't strange at all. Major General Yang's expression became more serious. If that was the case, it wasn't Yi Qian who was in danger, but Nian, who was in great danger. After ending the call, Major General Yang seized the time to investigate Zhou Huainian's identity. It was relatively easy for the military to investigate a person's identity. Yi Qian immediately called Nian. Zhou Nian, who had just arrived at Tongping Avenue, took out her cell phone from her pocket. She thought it was a call from her elder brother. When she saw the caller ID, Zhou Nian smiled and answered the call with a brisk voice. "Hello, Yi Qian. You're here so soon?" "No, I'm still in the car. I found something suspicious and wanted to talk to you about it." Yi Qian didn't immediately ask who Zhou Nian's parents were. Instead, he told Zhou Nian his guess. Nian was afraid that her colleagues sitting next to her would overhear, so she leaned against the car and covered her cell phone the whole time. As she listened, her expression became more serious. After hearing Yi Qian's guess, she really felt that it was possible. "Okay, I understand. I'll get in touch with the captain right away. I'll sort out what happened that day. If I really saw something, it'll be a good thing." Nian lowered her voice and spoke to Yi Qian with a solemn expression. Outside, the light from the street lamps flashed across her face. It was half bright and half dark. Her expression revealed a rare fierceness. "Don't worry. I'll cooperate with you." Yi Qian heard this and smiled. She replied, "Okay, thank you, Nian." For some reason, even though they had only known each other tonight, she felt that Nian was a reliable and trustworthy friend. That's right. Nian was now her friend. She felt like old friends the moment they met. Nian didn't think there was a need for a thank you. It was within her scope of responsibility. Hearing this, she replied softly, "I've always felt guilty. If these two people are really as you say, I'll be very happy. As long as I'm fine, they won't stop. They'll definitely continue to attack. Then, I'll wait for them to come." Using himself as bait to lure the real murderer out. When Yi Qian heard this, he tightened his grip on his cell phone. Even Uncle Chen could not escape. Could Nian Escape? I hope not now, Nian, because it's too dangerous. Yi Qian's throat was so dry that every word he said hurt. His voice was very tight. My Uncle Chen, he didn't even avoid. Don't worry, don't worry. Leave these things to us. You're still a student. Just study hard. I'll contact my captain now. You should go home and rest early. We'll talk next time. After Zhou Nian finished speaking, he hung up. Yi Qian listened to the beeping sound on the other end of the line. He put down his hand and pressed the phone against his forehead. If everything was as she guessed, Nian's life would be in danger. Yi Qian didn't ask who Anniversary's parents were. She gripped her phone so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She took a deep breath and called Major General Yang. Major General Yang already knew who Nian's parents were. Even though they worked under different systems, he had heard of Director Zhou Hailin from the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 4076. Zhou Huainian's personal information had been transferred over. Major General Yang looked at it and said to Yi Qian, Bureau Chief Zhou handles cases like a god. He has solved countless strange cases, and his methods are also quite swift and decisive. When he was working in Jiangbei, the local underworld forces were all wiped out by him. It can be said that he made countless enemies. Yi Qian had never been in contact with the public security system, so he was unfamiliar with Zhou Huainian's father, Bureau Chief Zhou Hailin. When Major General Yang mentioned him, his tone was full of admiration. He thought to himself that he would try to find out more about him online when he returned to Dangui Garden. However, there was no way to look up personal information online like in the future, so he probably wouldn't be able to find out much. A few years ago, the underworld issued a kill order with a high reward for Bureau Chief Zhou's life. In the end, his son, Zhou Huainian, solved the case and wiped out the entire gang. Yi Qian recalled the pride in Zhou Huainian's eyes when he mentioned Zhou Huainian. Having such a powerful elder brother was indeed something to be proud of. On the phone, Major General Yang's voice was serious as he told Yi Qian, if Zhou Huainian is really implicated because of Principal Chen's case, we have to talk to Bureau Chief Zhou. Some things can't be hidden completely. We have to reveal a little. Leave this to us. You don't have to worry about it. Zhou Huainian has been targeted, so you have to be even more careful. Nothing can happen to him. You didn't show up tonight? Did the two foreigners see you? Yi Qian replied, they didn't see me clearly. I didn't think of avoiding them. Zhou Huainian was very cautious from the beginning and kept me away. During the fight, I stood in the dark and didn't show up. Later, I attacked and knocked him out. They probably didn't see me clearly. Thinking back on the whole process, Yi Qian felt that the two foreigners probably didn't see her clearly. It was late at night, and they had broken 2 street lamps in advance. How could they have seen her clearly? She wasn't in danger, but Zhou Huainian was. Yi Qian's eyes were dark. He lowered his eyes slightly and told Major General Yang his worries. Nian is in real danger now. They didn't succeed this time, but they will try again next time. Major General, I can't harm Zhou Nian because of Uncle Chen. I'd rather let the foreign organizations know of my existence than put Zhou Nian in danger. It's true that Anniversary is dangerous, but Yi Qian, we're not to be trifled with either. If the two incidents are really related, we have their people in our hands now. As for the person who escaped, I just contacted the relevant departments, and they are also doing their best to track him down. We've already made our move. Those demons and monsters hiding in the dark should be even more afraid. This is our country's territory. As long as they don't leave, we will track them down. Nian is in danger, but they are also in danger. You don't have to worry too much. You should take care of yourself right now. Once the foreign organizations know of your existence, I can tell you right now that they will definitely come looking for you. The people they send to kill, you won't be the small fries from tonight. We now know that these people are not simple. We will make arrangements for anniversary. You just need to take good care of yourself. You understand? Caution is the parent of safety. Don't be too careless. Before hanging up the phone, Major General Yang was still worried about Yi Jian and reminded her. Chapter 4077. The SWAT team quickly received orders from their superiors. The two cars escorting the two foreigners were about to drive back to the team when they made a left turn at the intersection and drove in another direction. Nian Anian, who was still in the car, gripped her phone tightly. She looked at the phone that was burning hot from her grip. She wasn't afraid of danger, nor was she afraid that her life would be over. She was afraid that she would die while the real culprit was still alive. Now, they didn't give her a chance at all. They said that they had other arrangements and immediately made them. It happened so quickly that she couldn't react. Nian Anian, you're in a very dangerous situation now. The other party's background is unknown. It's very likely that they're not your parents' or brother's enemies, but someone you accidentally bumped into that needs to be silenced. Don't go home for the next few days. We'll send you out of the team tonight. Didn't you say that you wanted to enter the training base your brother used to go to? We're already making the arrangements for you. Once everything is settled, you'll be sent abroad for a year of closed-door training. For a year, you'll be cut off from all contact with your family in the country. The only person who can contact you is the person in charge of the SWAT team's overseas training. 5 minutes ago, Nian Anian received a call from the Ministry of Public Security. 5 minutes ago, she was still thinking that she could act as bait to find the murderer of Yi Qian's family. 5 minutes later, she needed to go to her brother's current unit until she went abroad. She could only obey the entire arrangement. Suddenly, she was sent abroad for training. Then, who was the murderer of Yi Qian's family? Why was the higher-up so concerned about it? Wasn't the investigation still ongoing? Weren't they still unaware of the identities of the two foreigners? Why did they suddenly arrange for her to go abroad? Wasn't this too fast? There was a limited number of places for overseas training. If she went there out of nowhere, wouldn't she snatch someone else's spot? At this moment, Nian Anian's heart was in a mess. Her palms were sweating when she thought of something. She immediately sent Yi Qian a text message. Yi Qian, I've arranged to go abroad for a year of closed-door training. For a year, I'll cut off all contact with the country. Don't worry about me being in danger now. When Yi Qian received the message, he was still on the phone with Major General Yang. The latest news was that an adult man who had escaped from the crashed car died in a car accident 10 minutes ago. Asian face, unknown identity, unknown nationality. There were no documents that could prove his identity. He only had an assembled pistol with 6 bullets in it. Other than that, there was nothing else. Your guess may be right, but these people are not the main culprits. Now, focus on the 2 foreign men we captured and see if we can pry anything out of them. Major General Yang's stern voice came through the phone, which made Yi Qian's mouth tighten. The person who had escaped had died in a car accident. It was obvious that he had been silenced. Anniversary should be settled already. We'll send her overseas for a year of closed-door training. Their brigade already had such a plan. The application was submitted 3 days ago. Now, it's just the right time to send her abroad. When Yi Qian heard this, he immediately felt a weight lift from his heart. This was for the best. Now, it's about your safety. I haven't reported tonight's incident to Commander-in-Chief Xia. If he finds out that this group of people still dared to come out and try to silence them again, I'm afraid the situation in Beijing will change. Chapter 4078. Principal Chen had been killed because the other party had made ample preparations. In addition, no one in the military knew that Principal Chun had come to Beijing. The commander-in-chief had only harshly reprimanded the leader of the sniper base in private and did not pursue the matter. This time, it was likely that a storm was brewing. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qian finished reading Zhou Nianyan's message. Her slender fingers tapped on her phone, and she replied to Zhou Nianyan's message. However, after 20 minutes, Yi Qian did not receive another message from Zhou Nianyan. When she called, she was told that her phone had been turned off. Yi Qian looked at the motionless phone. After a long while, she looked outside. At 11 o'clock at night, the streets of Beijing were no longer as noisy as they had been during the day. There were not many people on the streets, and even the street lights seemed to have dimmed. It had always been so quiet and beautiful. However, in the dark corners that no one could see, countless sins and evils were breeding. No one knew when they would reveal their ferocious faces and destroy the original beauty. The originally peaceful and beautiful life that belonged to her had been completely destroyed by sins and evils following Uncle Chen's death. She did not know how the higher-ups would investigate. Just like when they investigated Li Chuhai, every step was extremely difficult. It could be said that every step was taken carefully, for fear of alarming old man Li, who had retreated behind the scenes. But now, there wasn't even a trace of Uncle Chen's death. How long would it take to find out the truth? Once an overseas organization was involved, it would only be more difficult. Now, she hoped that tonight's incident had something to do with Uncle Chen's murderer. However, when she thought about the anniversary, she did not wish for it to be so. It was a very contradictory and complicated thought. Yi Qian, who had not slept much for the past few days, closed her eyes to hide the coldness in her eyes. She seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, but in fact, her tightly pursed lips betrayed her. Although her eyes were closed, her brain did not stop resting. It was still thinking about things. The darkness before dawn had not ended. The night was still long. After returning to Dangue Garden, Yi Qian pulled up the main switch and found that there was no one at home. She knew that old Master Fu had gone to the experimental base, but she did not know where Fu Shu had gone. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief when Uncle Fu was not around. After washing up, Yi Qian, who had not slept for the past few days, did not fall asleep immediately. It was not until 4 a.m. that he closed his eyes in a daze. He was woken up by the doorbell at around 8 a.m. When Yi Qian came downstairs and saw the face on the surveillance screen, he thought for a moment, then patted his face before opening the door. When she returned to Dangue Garden, she also wondered if she could run into Qin Xiu. She didn't expect that she would really run into him. The tightly shut door opened. Qin Xiu smiled and greeted the person who opened the door. "Uncle Fu, good morning." Yi Qian. Her voice went from light and cheerful to palpitating with fear. The change in tone and rhythm happened in an instant. Qin Xiu, who was standing at the door, looked at Yi Qian. His handsome face was a little confused. He thought that Uncle Fu would be the one to open the door, but in the end, it was Yi Qian who opened the door. He was so unprepared to see her again. Yi Qian looked at the change in expression on Qin Xiu's handsome face and wanted to laugh. It was rare to see a dignified diplomat look so confused. "Good morning." She smiled and greeted him, still with a faint sense of alienation. Qin Xiu, who had calmed down, smiled slightly. He looked at Yi Qian and realized that he had disturbed her sleep. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry to disturb your sleep. When did you come home?" Chapter 4079. Yi Qian glanced outside. Standing at the door wasn't a good idea, so he turned to Qin Xiu and said, "You just came back in the wee hours of the morning. Come in and have a seat." If it wasn't Qin Xiu standing at the door, Yi Qian wouldn't have opened the door so casually. Yi Qian's invitation made Qin Xiu, a diplomat who had never lost a battle of words, walk through the door and sit on the sofa. Even when Yi Qian poured a glass of water for him, Qin Xiu frantically stood up and took the glass of water like a child. In contrast, Yi Qian was much calmer. "I have something to talk to you about. Sorry, I just woke up. I'm going to wash my face and brush my teeth. You can sit down first." As if he didn't see Qin Xiu's frantic actions, Yi Qian smiled faintly and went upstairs to wash up. Qin Xiu came to the house more often than she did. He probably wouldn't feel uncomfortable sitting alone. Yi Qian didn't think Qin Xiu would feel uncomfortable, but in reality, Qin Xiu was very uncomfortable. It wasn't his first time coming to the Fu residence. When he was in his rebellious youth, the Fu residence was like his second home. When he was in his rebellious phase, the Fu residence was his favorite place to visit. Every time Grandpa Fu saw him, he would smile and ask him, "Are you hungry? If you're hungry, eat more. You'll only have the energy to continue playing when you're full. Remember to go home when you're tired. Don't play until you can't even find your way home." He would smile kindly and persuade him at a moderate pace. During that time, his family's persuasion was grating on his ears. He wouldn't listen to a single word. However, when Grandpa Fu tried to persuade him, he would listen to every single word. Sometimes he would even talk to Grandpa Fu about himself and complain about his family. At this time, Grandpa Fu would always say to him, "Whether you listen or not is up to you. Whether you speak or not is up to your parents. You can choose not to listen, or you can choose to leave. But you can't cut off a parent's concern for their children." This was the place he frequented the most during his rebellious youth. Qin Xiu put down the slightly hot porcelain cup and touched the sofa gently. He then looked at the coffee table in front of him and the TV cabinet in front of him. Everything in the Fu family was so familiar. It had not changed at all since a few years ago. The only thing that had changed was the girl he liked was living here. In his 30 years of life, she was the only girl that had moved his heart. Unfortunately, the girl he liked didn't like him. Qin Xiu sighed softly and picked up the cup on the tea table again. He lowered his head and sipped the boiling water in the porcelain cup. The mist blurred his elegant and handsome face and the bitterness in his eyes. That year, the sun was shining brightly. Standing indoors, he saw the picturesque girl sitting outside. If he had known that he would fall in love with that girl one day, he would have walked out without hesitation. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. If he missed it, he missed it. If he missed it once, he missed it for a lifetime. Before Qin Xiu could finish the cup of water, Yi Qian, who had just finished washing up and was neatly dressed, came downstairs. Qin Xiu looked at the girl walking towards him. Seeing the faint alienation between her eyebrows, Qin Xiu suppressed the bitterness in his mouth with the water. He put down the cup and took the initiative to ask, "Sorry, I have to catch the afternoon flight. I don't have much time. Is there anything you want to discuss with me?" It was better for him to take the initiative and tell her that he wouldn't stay for too long, so she didn't have to worry. It was true that he had to catch the afternoon flight, but there was still plenty of time. He only said this to reassure her. Chapter 4080. His words made Yi Qian, who was sitting up straight, pause for a moment. No wonder he was a diplomat. When he was generous and appropriate, he could make people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. If he was really pressed for time, why would he come to her house? Yi Qian didn't expose his kind words. He sat down and deliberated for a moment before saying, "About you bumping into me at the hospital a few days ago, please don't mention it to my grandfather. It's a little complicated, and I don't want him to know. I'm sorry for taking up your time because of this." She apologized sincerely. Even though she knew he was trying to resolve the awkwardness between them by saying that they were pressed for time, she still had to apologize. She was grateful for his distance and his gentlemanly demeanor. Qin Xiu's brows furrowed slightly before he let out a sigh of relief. When Yi Qian opened the door, for a moment, he thought it was really Grandpa Fu who was sick. When he saw that Uncle Fu wasn't home, he felt even more uncertain. Now that she said she needed him to hide the fact that she went to the hospital, it meant that it wasn't Grandpa Fu who was sick. If it wasn't Grandpa Fu, could it be Uncle? Qin Xiu, who had just sighed in relief, tensed up again. He stared at Yi Qian with a deep gaze. There was no trace of a smile on his elegant and handsome face. "Where's Uncle? How's his health?" "It wasn't my father, either." Yi Qian immediately realized that he had misunderstood. He lowered his gaze and replied, "It wasn't my grandfather or father. Don't misunderstand." Yi Qian didn't tell Qin Xiu who it was. To her, it was a private matter. Her relationship with Qin Xiu wasn't good enough for them to talk about private matters. The dark color in Qin Xiu's eyes changed again and again as he stared at the girl sitting next to him. However, there was a sofa seat between them. His slightly pale lips were already tightly pursed. Qin Xiu remembered what she said last time. He suppressed the urge to ask who it was. He raised his hand to look at his watch and stood up gracefully. "I understand. Don't worry, I won't mention it to anyone. It's getting late. I'll make a move first. Goodbye, Yi Qian." Without waiting for Yi Qian to get up and send him off, he nodded slightly and strode out of the Fu residence. Her rejection was like a sharp blade that slashed his heart again and again until it was bleeding. It was also like a gust of wind that blew through his heart, turning his heart into a desolate desert with flying sand and stones. It was so dark that he didn't know if the sun would rise tomorrow. This heartless girl, she made it so that he couldn't get close to her, couldn't stay far from her, and couldn't even stay by her side. Then he would just leave. He wanted to leave and see if he could forget her when he looked back. And now, please allow him to use his last bit of pride to take the initiative to say goodbye to her. "Goodbye, heartless girl. I hope that one day I can forget you. I hope that one day, when I see you again, my heart will be as still as water." Qin Xiu didn't tell Yi Qian that he was about to go on a long journey to a faraway and dangerous country. He left the Fu residence and personally closed the door behind him. He retreated calmly in an instant. There was no longer any trace of the elegance from before. There was no longer any trace of the calmness from before. Even when he walked down the stairs, he staggered and almost fell down. Qin Xiu, who was always handsome and elegant, was swaying with every step he took. Every step he took seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. "Goodbye, Yi Qian. If I can come back alive, I hope that when the time comes, my heart will be as still as water, and I will be able to face you calmly." Chapter 4081. Qin Xiu, who had walked out of the Fu family's house, turned back to look at the red walls and the white-tiled house. The smile on his face was like the thin rays of the sun. It was beautiful, but it was short-lived. Yi Qian, who was at home, heard the sound of the door being locked. His gaze fell on the porcelain cup that Qin Xiu had drunk from, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In all honesty, Qin Xiu was indeed a very good man. He was as gentle as a pearl and as gentle as a jade. He was a very good man who could take a step back and give people a more comfortable space. It was not abrupt and did not offend people. It made people feel very relieved. She admired such a good man, but that was all. She had Captain Xia, the best man in the world. Therefore, no matter how good a man appeared in front of her, he would not be as good as her Captain Xia. As long as she had Captain Xia as her lover in this life, it was enough. Yi Qian did not chase after her. He got up and picked up the porcelain cup on the coffee table and went into the kitchen. After a while, the sound of running water could be heard from the kitchen. It was time for her to go back to school. She slept until 8 o'clock and her flight was at 11:30. It should be said that she was tight on time, due to the traffic jam. It was already 10:40 when they arrived at the airport. Yi Qian, who was holding the camouflage luggage bag, ran all the way. He checked in and ran to the security check. Fortunately, he did not miss the security check. Qin Xiu, who had also arrived at the airport and was talking to his colleagues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, saw again the girl whom he had said goodbye 2 hours ago. He watched as she ran past him. She did not notice that he was standing beside her. Even if she looked around slightly, she could see that he was also there. The heartless girl did not see him. She ran all the way to the security check after checking in. She did not see him from the beginning to the end. At this moment, Qin Xiu was both amused and angry. He was amused because the two of them, who were obviously impossible, would always meet. He was angry because, since it was obviously impossible, why was he always able to see her? Why was she always inadvertently giving him a glimmer of light? With the light, he was like a moth flying into a flame. When we reach Melbourne, we have to go to the bathroom together. We can't get separated. A staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs joked. It happens every year that people get separated after going to the bathroom. We have to avoid it, especially our Ambassador Qin. If you need to go to the bathroom, you must tell us. Qin Xiu didn't hear him. His eyes were still fixed on Yi Qian, who was in the middle of the security check. He didn't react until his colleague beside him said, "Ambassador Qin." However, she didn't know what her colleagues had just said. In short, it was all irrelevant things. Important things would not be said in public. Seeing that his three colleagues were waiting for his answer, Qin Xiu said with a smile, "Sorry, I was distracted just now and didn't hear what you said clearly." His direct admission was met with teasing from his colleagues. "Don't tell me you were mesmerized by a beautiful girl. I didn't expect Ambassador Qin to be attracted by beauty. Our Ambassador Qin is a single aristocrat. It's normal for him to pay more attention to beautiful girls. Although there are many beautiful girls, the ambassador's mortal heart is not moved. I don't know when he will invite us to the wedding." The three colleagues joked with each other. Qin Xiu couldn't help but smile. He did see a very beautiful girl just now. His mortal heart had been moved long ago. However, the Prince Xiang was interested in her, but the goddess was not. If he met her in the big capital or the big airport, he wouldn't dare to go up and say hello. Chapter 4082. He didn't dare to move forward or get close. He just watched her go through the security check and enter the departure lounge. He didn't tell her where he was going, and she didn't tell him that she would be coming to the airport as well. They didn't travel together or send each other off. They were familiar with each other, but they felt like strangers. Qin Xiu smiled as he listened to his colleagues teasing him. "On my wedding day, I'll definitely invite you all to my wedding banquet. Now, let's find a place to sit and wait. We'll go together when everyone is here." This was the domestic boarding terminal, and they were going to the international boarding terminal. They still had to wait for a Chinese chef to accompany them. The weather in the capital was very good. Although the temperature was low, the sun was shining brightly outside. The people coming and going from the south to the north were either walking or stopping. They came and went in a hurry. The airport was a place of separation and reunion. Some people left and some came. Life was like that. Some people came quietly without leaving a trace, while others came quietly but left behind an eternity. Yi Qian, who was rushing back to school, didn't know that she and Qin Xiu bumped into each other at the airport. When she arrived at school, she reported first. Before she handed over her phone, she sent a message to Xia Jinyuan's personal phone. She knew he couldn't see it, but she just wanted to tell him that a new semester had begun for her. It was the second half of her third year. When he left, the second half of her second year hadn't started yet. The phone screen indicated that the message had been sent. Yi Qian stared at it in a daze. There was a trace of sadness in her eyes, but more than that, she was worried. She didn't know how Captain Xia was recovering. It would take more than a month for him to recover from the stab wound in his chest. During this time, he couldn't do any strenuous activities and could only rest quietly. With his illness of not moving for a day, his whole body would feel uncomfortable. She didn't know how he would be able to get through this period of lying in bed. Yi Qian, who was holding her phone, kept thinking. She didn't notice He Jing and Su when approaching her on tiptoe. The closer they got to her, the lighter their footsteps became and the slower their movements became. After making a hand gesture, the two of them wanted to scare Yi Qian from both sides. Unexpectedly, Yi Qian, whose back was facing them, suddenly turned around and shouted, at the two of them. The two of them immediately cried out in surprise. They were so easily frightened by Yi Qian. Scared me to death, scared me to death. My soul is about to leave my body. Su Wen patted her chest and said with lingering fear. At this moment, her heart was still beating fast. He Jing, on the other hand, was a little better. After the winter break, she didn't gain weight, but instead lost weight. She patted her chest to calm herself down and said to Yi Qian, I heard that you had an exciting winter break. You even competed with a pickpocket. 1 against 8. My little sister is amazing. In the dormitory, He Jing was the oldest, Yi Qian was the second, and Su Wen was the youngest. The three of them had been in the same dormitory for 2.5 years. Other than being comrades in arms, they were also sisters. Yi Qian's achievements during the winter break were already known by the students who reported to school. Even with a severe cold, he could still easily take down 8 pickpockets. The next day, when he got off the train, he was retaliated against, but in the end, he was taken care of by her. Not only that, when he went to the train station to carry out his mission, he was targeted by the pickpocket's accomplices who wanted to take revenge with a knife. In the end, he was taken care of by Yi Qian, and all of them were sent to the police station. During the Chinese New Year, a large number of police officers had been deployed to fight against pickpockets in Nanguang. It was said that the small houses in Nanguang's police station were almost filled with pickpockets. Yi Qian had just arrived and hadn't met with the students in her class yet. She didn't know that the students in her class already knew about what happened during the winter break. Hearing this, she smiled and asked, Where did you find out about this? Could it be that your boyfriend is serving in Nanguang? Chapter 4083. I'm not that awesome. My senior brothers told me that when they came back, the students in our class who came here 2 days earlier all knew about it. Wenzi and I heard it from Song Jiqiu just now. After He Jing finished speaking, Su Wen added, By the way, Song Jiqiu brought a handsome guy here. It's said that he is more handsome than Song Jiqiu. I plan to take Jingjing to see a handsome guy. It's you who wants to see a handsome guy. You like to take Jingjing with you every time. Yi Qian glanced at Su Wen with a smile. Su Wen, who was in her third year, had improved a lot compared to Su Wen, who was in her first year. She seemed to be a different person. The laziness that she used to muddle along in the past could not be found in her. In the words of the instructor, she had been reborn as a human being. Her laziness was gone, but her nature was still there. For example, she liked to see handsome guys. Every time she said that she wanted to see a handsome guy, He Jing would refuse and reiterate that she already had a boyfriend. She could not be unfaithful. Suwon also had a boyfriend. This was a secret among the three of them. However, this time, Hee-jing said, "I'll pay with Yi-chien first. Then we'll go to see Song Ji-chyo together. Song Ji-chyo will treat us tonight. It's just a few minutes' walk outside the school. We'll reach the roasted chicken restaurant in Lianshire." Today was only the registration day. There were no other classes or evening self-study. In addition, they always needed to buy something when they came to school. Generally, they could get an exit permit. However, Yi-chien did not plan to go out. She was a little confused by Hee-jing's answer. Hee-jing, who never went to see a handsome guy with Suwon, was acting abnormally today. Hee-jing knew that Yi-chien was attentive and must have figured out something. Anyway, she did not want to hide it. Hee-jing, who had lost a lot of weight, said frankly, "I broke up with him. It happened during the spring festival this year." Yi-chien suddenly looked up and looked at Hee-jing. "Why? You even changed your application for the college entrance examination in order to get close to him. Why did you break up when you finally got together?" "It's all because of his parents," Suwon said indignantly, pouting her little mouth. Hee-jing straightened her cap and smiled. "His parents didn't agree to it, and they felt that he's not young anymore. Furthermore, I'm still studying, and I'm not in a hurry to have a child after I graduate. You also know that the elders in the village have a strong sense of tradition. They are not willing to accept a girl who does not intend to have children for the next 5 years as their daughter-in-law. So they made a fuss at home and even arranged a blind date behind my back. My sister knew and told me. I called him to ask. Although he didn't go on a blind date with the girl introduced by his family, he couldn't go against his parents' wishes. The two of them calmed down for 10 days. When I called home during the spring festival, my sister told me that the old man wanted to strangle himself with a rope at home, and my uncle whipped him with a cane. His relatives also advised him not to waste time with his parents. It's too unfilial. Hee-jing used a calm tone to tell Yi-chien about the spring festival. Although there was still a faint smile on her lips, her red and teary eyes told Yi-chien that her heart was not calm. I compromised, and so did he. Both sides came to a compromise, and the only way out was to break up. Hee-jing's nose was stuffed. She took a deep breath, and the smile on her lips was a little bleak. Maybe the love was not deep enough. Other than breaking up, there was no other choice. Suwon lowered her head, feeling sad for her friend. Her voice was choked with sobs. How can there be such unenlightened parents who insist on getting married early and having children early? Chapter 4084. Yi-chien saw that Suwon still had something to say. They had been classmates for more than 2 years, so he knew that Suwon's unfinished words were definitely not good. He immediately said in a low voice, "Wenzi, let Jingjing take a break." "There's nothing to take a break. I was really sad when we just broke up. After 3 years of love, I finally got married. Then we broke up just like that. I was so sad that I felt like my heart was being dug out. I trained hard during the day and trained hard with the soldiers at night. Thanks to the breakup, I got an excellent evaluation in the grassroots company this time. Now it's okay. It's all over. I was a little sad when I mentioned it, but I don't feel so sad anymore." Hee-jing wiped away the tears that had not fallen out of her eyes. She said to Yi-chien, "I've thought it through now. We're not allowed to be in a relationship. Let's break up. I can focus on my studies and not think about things that have nothing to do with my studies." Wenzi is right. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why should I love a flower? It's okay. I've passed this hurdle. There are better things waiting for me in the future. After wiping away her tears, Hee-jing, who came from Qinghai, was the same as before. Although she was not very beautiful, her tenacity was likable. She was a valiant female soldier. It was not about her beauty, but her temperament was enough. Yi Jian did not try to comfort He Jing. Instead, she patted He Jing's shoulder and adjusted her collar. She smiled and said, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. There's no need to fall in love with one flower." She was right about one thing this time. Since you chose to compromise, you should accept it. Since both of you chose to compromise, you should accept it more. It's okay. There are better things waiting for you in the future. Let's go. Let's turn in the phone first. Then we'll go find Song Jiqiu. I'd like to see how handsome the handsome guy that Wenzi is thinking about is. Although she did not like handsome guys, she could still take a look at him. He Jing could not help laughing. Her taste has always been average. I've never thought that the guy she thinks is handsome. Just like that. Hey, you doubt my taste? You're the one who doesn't have good taste. Okay? Little Jane Eyre, let me tell you, the handsome guy who came back this time is really handsome. Let's go in hand in our cell phones. Let's go and take a look. Yi Qian and He Jing were both pushed by her. They looked at each other and smiled, then shook their heads at the same time. Let's go. Let's go. I told you earlier that I was leaving. You two are the ones who are dawdling, Suwon muttered. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked side by side toward the faculty office. However, what Yi Qian didn't expect was that the handsome guy that Suwon was talking about was actually Yang Heng. It had been almost 2 years since he had last seen Yang Heng in Southern Province. When they met again, their friendship was still the same. Yi Jian was surprised by the military uniform he was wearing. Why did you join the army? Shouldn't you follow in your father's footsteps and become a police officer? Yi Qian asked Yang Heng when they met. Suwon, who was still waiting for Song Jiqiu to introduce a handsome guy, suddenly opened her eyes wide. No way. Little Jane Eyre actually knew him. Song Jiqiu glanced at her cousin Yang Heng and said with a smile, "I told you that Yi Qian would be surprised to see you in this military uniform. You didn't believe me. Look, you're surprised. Nobody expected that you would choose to join the army. It was really unexpected." Yang Heng himself did not expect it either. He reached out his fist and bumped it lightly with Yi Qian's. They greeted each other as if they were best buddies. Yang Heng pulled his collar, raised his eyebrows, and asked Yi Qian, "What do you think? Is it okay?" Chapter 85. It's more than okay. It's great. I'm just surprised. I've never heard of you joining the army. Yi Qian took a step back intentionally and looked at Yang Heng up and down. You're so handsome. You're much more handsome than when you're in casual clothes. Why did you join the army? She asked again. Yang Henglian, who had a crew cut, looked a lot tougher. I joined the army just like that. I still don't know why I signed up on a whim. Now we have translators in the team. You'll learn from the military, and I'll learn from the literary. Yang Heng, who had just returned from studying abroad, did not expect that he would join the army only because of his aunt, Song Lanting, said, "Since you haven't decided where you want to go after coming back, you can join the army. You're not that old. Try to see if you can join the army." Yang Heng was 23 years old when he came back from studying abroad. He was 1 year younger than 24 years old when he was recruited. Most importantly, he had a master's degree. After going through layers of political review, Yang Heng joined the army last winter. He was assigned to the translation department of a base and became a translator in the army. This time, he did not come here with Song Jiqiu. Instead, he came here with their regiment commander to deal with something in the University of Science and Technology of China. After hearing the reason why Yang Heng joined the army, Yi Qian could not help sighing. I didn't expect you to join the army. Jiqiu and I talked about you before the vacation. We both thought you would stay in Australia for your girlfriend. Ha ha, that Australian beauty already has a new lover. My brother. Because it was Yi Qian, Song Jiqiu did not think too much. She was going to tell Yi Qian about Yang Heng's history of being cheated on by his girlfriend. However, before she could say it, Yang Heng elbowed her in the stomach. Song Jiqiu, don't you dare say another word. Yang Heng gnashed his teeth and warned her. He did not want to mention such a shameful thing. It was totally a dark history that he did not want to recall in his lifetime. Song Jiqiu, who was hit and covered her stomach, murmured in a low voice. She did not continue to say it. She only said to Yi Qian, I'll talk to you when I'm free. Don't talk to him. Su Wen and He Jing did not immediately understand what was going on, but Yi Qian saw Yang Heng's face instantly darken. He pursed his lips into a smile and looked at Yang Heng meaningfully. Although she stopped in time, she still knew something. He already had a new lover. These few words contained a lot of information. Yang Heng felt uncomfortable under Yi Qian's knowing gaze. In the end, he glared at Yi Qian and sighed, helplessly. Being friends with you is really stressful. You're so smart. Do you have any privacy? What private? The whole family has been laughing for half a day. How can that be considered private? Song Jiqiu rubbed her belly and laughed secretly. Then she said to Yi Qian, My brother will treat us tonight. Let's go out for dinner. Su Wen, He Jing, you two have to give my brother some face. Yi Qian introduced his friend and comrade to Yang Heng hurriedly. He was so shocked by Yang Heng's military uniform that he forgot to do so. After the introduction, Su Wen said to Song Jiqiu with a smile, Your brother is much more handsome than you. Song Jiqiu glanced at Yang Heng and asked Su Wen seriously, Is the company that you sent to the Gobi Desert? What? Su Wen did not understand what he meant and looked confused. Yi Qian glanced at his two cousins and said to Su Wen with a smile, He means whether your eyes are covered by dust. Chapter 4086. What was there in the Gobi Desert? Dust. Yi Qian, who understood her immediately, got a thumbs up from Song Jiqiu. Yi Qian bowed and replied, You flatter me. After being reminded, Su Wen finally understood what was going on. She lifted her foot and kicked towards Song Jiqiu's foot. Since they were in the school and the pickets were already on duty, Song Jiqiu, who had been kicked by Su Wen, had no choice but to endure the kick, as she was worried that some pickets would appear from nowhere. Yi Qian and He Jing both laughed and did not think anything of it. However, Yang Heng, who had seen the outside world, suddenly understood when he saw his cousin's happy expression after being kicked. It turned out that the girl he liked was her. Not bad. She had delicate facial features and big eyes. She was a lovely female soldier. Su Wen was a girl with big eyes, while Song Jiqiu and Yang Heng were handsome boys. Especially when they smiled, the kind of spontaneous happiness could infect others. Yi Qian used to wonder why Yao Jing, who was a person with a dark heart, liked Yang Heng. It was probably because they could infect others with happy smiles, dispel the darkness in Yao Jing's heart, and bring light to her gloomy world. The female students in your dormitory are all good. I can tell at first glance that they are compatible with you. Looking at the two laughing people, Yang Heng first smiled politely at He Jing, who was quiet and gentle, and then said to Yi Qian, One is active, and the other is quiet. Your dormitory should be very lively. You can even see that. It seems that after joining the army, you have become more careful than before. Yi Qian, who was still not used to Yang Heng joining the army, said. He could not help but look at his old friend. In the end, he sighed in his heart that Yang Heng joined the army as a foreign student because of his aunt's words and became an interpreter in the army as a foreign student. It sounded incredible. Nowadays, studying abroad was like being plated with gold. Yang Heng was a master's student, and his university was one of the top in Australia. It was impossible for him to come back with nothing to do, unless he wanted to join the army himself. Yang Hung said, "In the past, I heard that you wanted to apply for the National Science and Technology University of Science and Technology. In the future, you want to join the army." At that time, I thought, what's so good about the army? With your results, you can even study abroad at public expense. Later, when I found out that you really went to the National University of Science and Technology, I did some research overseas and felt that it wasn't bad. At that time, I actually had some thoughts in my heart. Later, I came back halfway and met you several times. I felt that you were much different after going to the military academy. Jicho also talked about the interesting things about the training in your academy from time to time. After listening to her, I became more and more interested. Not only did I return to the country in time for the winter conscription, I signed up purely with the intention of giving it a try. Who would have thought that I would be able to sing all the way and really enter the army? Although I'm only responsible for translation, the recruits also have to undergo training. Oh my God, I'm already regretting it on the first day. Training is interesting. After the first day, I was so tired that I didn't even want to eat. I just wanted to go back to bed and lie down. Who would have thought that the bed isn't a bed that anyone can lie on? I really want to be a deserter after being a recruit for a month. Speaking of the recruit company, Yang Hung poured out all his grievances, which made Yi Qian and He Jing turn their backs from time to time. They pursed their lips and laughed. He Jing felt that Suwen was not blind this time. Song Jicho's cousin was indeed handsome. He was handsome, but he was so handsome that others felt that he was out of their league. Yi Qian comforted Yang Hung. It's the same when we're a recruit. It's mainly because we've developed some habits. When we enter the army, we have to follow all the rules and regulations. There are rules and regulations that restrict you. When you first come here, you're really not used to it. Once you get used to it, you'll feel that it's nothing. Chapter 4087. When the training had become a habit, there was nothing to feel uncomfortable about. Now Yang Hung had adapted to it. The carelessness he had developed during his study abroad had been cleaned up by the rules in the army. He looked like a soldier now. Yeah, I got used to it. I got used to it one day when I was on leave. I was so relaxed that I woke up and found that the assembly time had passed. I was so scared that I ran out. It was not until I ran halfway that I remembered that I was on leave today. Gradually, I also experienced the fun of training. I also liked the disciplined army life. After becoming a soldier, there were more common topics between old friends. Yi Qian chatted with He Jing from time to time. Su Wen and Song Jicho chatted with each other. In the blink of an eye, they had chatted for more than 2 hours. Song Jicho looked at the time and said in surprise, "We've been chatting around the sports ground for more than 2 hours." She looked at Yi Qian and said, "Why don't we go out to eat now? There are still seats if we go early. We can come back early after eating. By the way, we can talk about how you fought 8 people on the train, how you fought several people after you came out, and how you captured 4 people alive when you were on duty at the train station. The students who came to school early are all waiting for your detailed report." Yang Hung did not know about this, but he knew that Yi Qian had done something big. She liked to do big things quietly in high school. She was still the same when she came to the military school. She did not do anything, but when she did, it was quite shocking. His cousin said that Yi Qian was a famous person in the military school, and that all the students in the school knew Yi Qian. He believed it without a doubt. With Yi Qian's ability and personality, he could command the wind and clouds wherever he went. Yi Qian did not expect that the trivial thing on the train for her would be spread in the school. She raised her hand to touch her forehead, sighed with a smile, and said, "It's really nothing. I just happened to run into it. I'm a military school student anyway. It's really nothing to deal with a few pickpockets. If it were you, you would all do the same. But now I'm the main character, so a trivial thing becomes a big thing. It means that you have a great image in the hearts of the students. Just like in high school, you're the object of their worship. Don't be so modest. Everyone knows that it's useless for you to be modest. If it were me, if I had to face 8 pickpockets alone, Yi Qian, even if I was a soldier, I would still be afraid. I wouldn't be as calm as you." Yang Heng spoke the truth. He knew Yi Qian well and knew that she kept a low profile. Other people would only exaggerate the small things they had done, but she was the complete opposite, as if she was afraid that others would find out. That was the case in the past, and it was still the case now. You've become more capable, and the aura of a soldier is getting stronger. Yet, your low-key personality is still the same as before. You haven't changed much. Her words won the approval of He Jing and Su Wen. Su Wen even said to Song Jiqiu, "Your cousin speaks much better than you. You should study hard." Song Jiqiu glanced at Su Wen, feeling somewhat amused. She was the only one who thought that his speech was not good enough. That night, Yi Qian left the school with them to have dinner outside. She was quite vigilant during dinner, fearing that she would be targeted. Fortunately, nothing had happened until they returned to the school. Maybe, as Major General Yang had said, the murderer hiding in the dark should be afraid now. Yang Heng stayed in the school for 3 days. After 3 days, several doctorate students in the electromagnetism laboratory of the military school were led by 2 staff members and left the school with Yang Heng. Chapter 4088. It was common for laboratory staff to take the doctoral students out of the school, but not everyone knew about it. Generally, laboratory staff had to go to some secret bases when they needed to go out. Yi Qian did not know that Yang Heng had taken the electromagnetic laboratory staff out of the school. She only knew that her old friend, whom she had not seen for a long time, had left the school at 6 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday, Yang Heng had told her that he would leave at 6 o'clock in the morning. As for when they would meet again, it was hard to say. It could be a few years, or it could be very soon. As time went by, childhood friends went to different places. No one knew when they would meet again. Yang Heng said to Yi Qian, with a smile, "I don't know when we will meet again, but I know that I will come to your school to find you. I can come in with my ID." He was telling the truth. The military school was run in a militarized way. Like the army, it was impossible to let people in casually. In particular, there were many laboratories in the National University of Science and Technology. These laboratories often contained the latest research and development secrets. If they let people in casually, once the secrets were leaked, it would not be an ordinary thing. Even the students of the school were not allowed to enter these laboratories. Only the qualified people who were in charge of the laboratories could enter and leave. Even for a famous person like Yi Qian, the laboratories were forbidden to her and would not be opened to her casually. Yang Heng did not tell Yi Qian who they would take away. He only told her the time of departure. Yi Qian knew the time, but she and Song Jiqiu could not see him off. They had already said goodbye, so they could only wait to see him next time. In the second half of the 3rd semester, all the homework and training were heavier. From the beginning of the semester to the end of the May Day holiday, Yi Qian did not leave the school at all. In order to be an excellent student when she graduated, Yi Qian was as busy as a spinning top every day. Even He Jing and Su Wen were driven by her. Every time the 3 of them returned to the dormitory, the first thing they did was to take out the stool and sit for more than 10 minutes before they got up to wash up. With such a busy schedule, He Jing quickly recovered from her heartbreak. She put this first love, which she had spent a lot of energy on, into her memories, and no longer took it out to read. She really did not have the energy to continue reading. She was too tired. Sometimes she even suspected that Yi Qian was doing this on purpose. He wanted her to be so busy that she almost forgot that she was a lovelorn person. However, this year was probably the season of heartbreak. There were a few male students in the class who had also fallen out of love. The reason was very simple. Not only did they not spend much time together, they did not even have a phone call. When they wanted to look for someone, they could not find him. When they found a boyfriend, they felt like they had not found one at all. When the girl proposed to break up, the guy insisted on his pride and replied with an "oh" before breaking up. It was Song Jiqiu and several other boys who secretly told Yi Qian about these things. When they were talking about it, they all looked sad, as if they were the ones who had fallen out of love. Yi Qian paid little attention to the private affairs of the students in the class. Therefore, she always thought that there should not be any students in the class who fell in love. It was not until the 5 male students had all fallen out of love from the beginning of the semester to the end of the May Day holiday that Yi Qian realized that there were actually so many people like her who worked in the dark. She also did not expect that their relationship would be so fragile. A single sentence of "spend little time together" and "spend more time apart" could easily cut off their feelings. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. However, when you decided to find a soldier who did not have time to spend with you, you should be prepared that having a boyfriend was equivalent to not having a boyfriend at all. She had also told this to Jia Xian before. Chapter 4089. To Yi Qian's delight, and Jiasun called the day before the May Day holiday to say that she and T6 would be getting engaged during the holiday. She asked if she had time to come over and attend their engagement banquet. It was at T6's hometown. T6's hometown was in the city where the University of Science and Technology of China was located, and she was here right now. However, she was not around during the May Day holiday. Yi Qian, who was packing her luggage halfway, ran out to answer the call. She was pleasantly surprised by their engagement, but she could not be there to give her blessings. She said helplessly, "Jiasun, before I answered your call, I was packing my luggage in the dormitory. I'll be leaving for some mountainous area for training at 11 p.m. tonight. I really want to attend your engagement banquet with Wu Yu, but I'm sorry, Jiasun, my schedule doesn't allow me to come out." On the other end, and Jiasun covered the phone and said to her boyfriend, Wu Yu, who was sprawled on top of her like a boneless man, "Little Jane Eyre doesn't have time to attend our engagement banquet. She has to go out for training." Wu Yu was now openly hugging his wife. When he heard that, he replied to Jiasun with an expression that said, "I knew it would be like this. I told you just now that based on my understanding of the military academies, the normal university students are really on break. Just like you, they can even come back 2 days early. As for the military academies, other than the winter and summer holidays, some of the students are on break. The rest of the holidays are all off. It's very normal for them not to attend." And Jiasun sighed in disappointment. However, she switched to a nonchalant tone over the phone and said with a laugh, "I knew you definitely wouldn't have the time. Forget it. On account of our many years of friendship, if you say a few auspicious words to make me happy, I'll forgive you." Auspicious words. That's easy. May you live a long and happy life together. May you have a child soon. After saying a bunch of auspicious words, T6 Wu Yu's favorite phrase, "give birth to a child soon." He, who had been listening silently all this while, finally spoke up. "Thanks to your auspicious words, we'll definitely give birth to a child soon." When Yi Qian heard Wu Yu's voice, she immediately said, "Wu Yu, I'm warning you as Jiasun's good friend. If you dare to treat Jiasun badly, I won't let you off." "Ha ha ha, You should be saying that to Justin. I wouldn't dare treat her badly. I'm just short of worshipping her now. If you see this slave of mine, you'll definitely despise me. Wu Yu did not take the microphone. He rested his chin on Jia Xian's shoulder and laughed cheerfully. Jia Xian is still studying. Our parents have discussed getting engaged first. When Jia Xian graduates, we will get married on the same day. This is called double happiness. Getting a marriage certificate after graduation was indeed a double blessing. Now, including G3, there were 2 pairs of newbies in the team this year. She regretted not being able to attend her comrade G3's wedding. Now that it was time for Jia Xian and her comrade T6's engagement ceremony, she still missed it. When Yi Qian returned to the dormitory to continue packing, she felt a little disappointed. Hopefully, she wouldn't miss Jia Xian and T6's wedding. Her sense of disappointment gradually disappeared as they boarded the bus and headed to a certain mountainous area. In the next 7 days, the third-year students would be taking the field assessment. The results of this assessment would be directly included in their final graduation score, so there wasn't much time left for Yi Qian to pay attention to other things. Suwon was a little nervous. When she got into the bus, she chose to sit next to Yi Qian and held Yi Qian's hand tightly with both hands. It was as though holding onto Yi Qian would give her a sense of security. This made He Jing stare at her in the dark. Chapter 4090. That's all you've got. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like you haven't lived outside before. What's there to be afraid of? He Jing glared at her, exasperated. Although Suwon listened, her hands did not leave Yi Qian's side. She said, I don't want to be afraid, but I can't control myself. We're in the middle of nowhere, and they want us to sleep in the mountains without even a tent. We have to go through a field in the middle of the night. As she spoke, Suwon shuddered. She asked Yi Qian weakly, Yi Qian, do you think we'll encounter a will-o'-the-wisp when we go through the field? Do you think it's so easy for you to see the will-o'-the-wisp? He Jing rolled her eyes at her and said to Yi Qian, ignore her. The more you ignore her, the more timid she'll become. This time, the results of the test will be calculated. Senior Year 4 already reminded us that the field test is a test of courage. The more you're afraid of something, the more the test team will arrange for it. Someone like her, who's afraid of the law, will be scared witless. Suwon was so nervous that she wanted to go to the washroom. What should I do? I want to go to the washroom. Now, hold it in. I can't hold it in. Who told you to say that? The more you say, the more nervous I get. The more nervous I get, the more scared I get. When I'm nervous and scared, I want to go to the washroom. He Jing was almost confused by Suwon's words. She was afraid of disturbing the other students in the bus, so she lowered her voice as much as possible. She gritted her teeth and said, Then do you want to get good results? Yes, why wouldn't I? Suwon answered without hesitation. He Jing felt that she had a chance. She clenched her fist and made a gesture of encouragement. She said, What's there to be afraid of? If I want to get good results, I'll be fearless. I want to be fearless too, but I'm afraid. What can I do? When she heard Suwon's weak reply, He Jing made a gesture of wanting to pounce on Suwon and strangle her. Then she closed her eyes and pulled back her outstretched hand into a fist. I won't persuade her anymore. Yi Qian, I'll leave it to you. Yi Qian, resting with his eyes closed, replied with a smile. I won't persuade her. Then she really isn't. They sat. Suwon held Yi Jian's hands and squeezed her eyes open, trying to squeeze out a few drops of tears to achieve a better effect. Little Jian, I'll leave my safety to you. Please take good care of me. Thank you. Before she could squeeze out her tears, He Jing pinched her face with Yi Jian between them. Your face, Suwon. Pick up your face. Don't let others step on it and dirty it. He Jing, my face is going to be bruised by you. I'm not done with you. Ha, can you beat me? The two of them went back and forth. In the end, Su Wen was the first to fall asleep. It was already past 2 in the morning. Based on the military academy's schedule, she should have fallen asleep long ago. Once she fell asleep, He Jing stretched her aching waist and said to Yi Qian, who had not fallen asleep either, "She's finally asleep. What do you think she'll do after she graduates and leaves us?" He Jing sighed a little worriedly. Sometimes she's as timid as a mouse, and sometimes she's full of wild ideas. Often, before anything happens, she scares herself. We still have a year's worth of time. Where will she be assigned to then? Her worry made Yi Qian smile and shake his head. You always say that I take care of Wenzi. Actually, you take care of her more than I do. At least, I don't have to worry about whether she can take care of herself after she leaves us. Chapter 40:91. On the surface, it looked like she took more care of Su Wen, but in reality, her care for Su Wen was all about nurturing Su Wen's personal ability. For example, when she pulled her along during training, no matter how tired Su Wen was, no matter how hard it was, even if she shouted that she could not hold on, she never relented and let Su Wen go. This was the nurturing of Su Wen's personal ability. It all depended on her perseverance. She stood at the side and watched closely, never letting her go. He Jing was different. Every time she saw Su Wen, Jing, there's no such thing as being unable to live without someone. When the environment changes and the people around you change, Wenzi will also change. If you say that she's afraid, then let her be afraid. When she gets used to facing her fears, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yi Qian spoke softly and glanced at Su Wen, whose head was resting on his shoulder. In the darkness, Yi Qian's clear black eyes were filled with deep nostalgia. You have to move forward eventually. When you can only walk alone, you'll know how to walk. Just like her. Captain Xia had left her for so long. She had encountered problems alone and faced difficulties alone. Even if Captain Xia was not by her side, she had still walked on alone. He Jing whispered softly, "You have to move forward eventually. When you can only walk alone, you'll know how to walk." She whispered back and forth a few times. When she lifted her head again, her face was already covered in tears. Wasn't that right? When she first broke up with him, she kept thinking about what she should do in the future. What should she do without him in the future? At that time, she was so pessimistic. She thought that after breaking up with him, her beliefs would collapse and she would not be able to live with him in the future. In the end, without him, who she once loved deeply, she walked on alone. When she thought about it, although she still felt sad, she did not feel that the days without him would be painful. Just as Yi Qian said, when she could only walk alone, she would know how to walk. Yi Qian had been waiting for her to overcome one obstacle after another. She had seen the man she loved deeply fall, but she had not fallen. She had seen the loved ones she respected leave, but she had not fallen. She was like the most tenacious gesang flower on the plateau. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, she could withstand the cold and bloom the most beautiful flower. Xia Jinyuan gently stroked the scar on his chest and looked at the rising sun in the east. Bathing in the sunlight, his usual indifference faded away, and there was only a smile on his face that was warmer than the sun. He already had evidence and information of Cobra's intelligence transactions with many countries. Now, all he had to do was wait for Luke to take action and send this information back to Russia. Then, he would send it to a certain Western country that Cobra seemed to be loyal to. Before he received this information, he had always thought that Cobra only worked for one country. Now that he had access to Cobra's study room, he knew how many poisonous nests this cunning snake had. He used the wealth in his hands to open up one intelligence channel after another, transferring the intelligence of this country to another, and then transferring the intelligence of another country to this country. Then, as an artist and philanthropist, he went to various political and celebrity parties in various countries to obtain more information that was beneficial to him. Through this way of living, he obtained wealth and the current place he was in now. The unlocked door was pushed open, and Luke walked in. He saw his partner standing in front of the balcony, admiring the sunrise while wearing a white long-sleeved shirt. Looking at it, he had to admit that this guy's body was really great. Chapter 4092. Luke thought enviously as he sized up the Asian man's slender and handsome physique. The morning breeze blew across the balcony and blew up the white shirt. The sunlight shone through the thin white shirt and outlined the strong waist that only Asian men had. At that moment, Luke, who only liked big butts and big breasts, couldn't help but swallow. This guy's body, damn it, that's great. He seemed to be completely immersed in the beauty of the sunrise and didn't realize that he had come in. He was slowly buttoning his shirt and didn't show any signs of turning around. No, with his partner's alertness, he must have noticed when he opened the door. He didn't answer because he trusted him and thought that he wouldn't hurt him. He really did trust him. Sometimes he would even do as he said. He never doubted that everything would be easy to complete. For example, the day before yesterday, he wanted to know which country's politician Cobra would meet next and where they would meet. He just asked casually, and not long after, he told him. Luke silently pursed his lips, and the look in his eyes gradually became somewhat complicated. Although his partner was very mysterious, he was also very honest. Although he was very meticulous, he never asked him what he was doing in secret. He was absolutely loyal to Cobra and had absolute trust in him. Therefore, Cobra liked him more and valued him more and more. Perhaps there was no boss who didn't like a subordinate who was willing to protect his loyal boss with his life, including a cunning person like Cobra. As for himself, he also liked this kind of partner. However, it was a pity that their cooperation would not last for long. It would end soon, very soon. Man, if there was a chance later, he would explain why he did what he did. He would sincerely take him out for a drink and seriously talk about Luke's life. Xia, are you seducing me now? Luke put away his complicated gaze and smiled. At the same time, he flicked a bunch of car keys between his fingers and blew a light whistle. Xia Jinyuan leisurely fastened his cufflinks and didn't answer. He then whistled alone. During this time, Luke was in a good mood. Of course, he was also in a good mood. Why? The reason was simple. Because they should be able to go home soon. With the efficiency of the Russian side and the swift and decisive means of their current president, Luke of the Signal Flag Special Forces had already obtained so much powerful evidence and information. It was time for the Russian side to end the trap that had been set up for 5.5 years. As for the trap set up by the Chinese soldier, it was time to end it. Luke, who was in a good mood, thought that he had hidden himself well and that his identity had not been discovered. It was just that Cobra had not discovered his identity. His partner, the elite special forces from China's top special forces, had already discovered his identity a long time ago. Xia Jinyuan stopped smiling and turned around. He glanced at Luke coldly and said, "If you were a woman, maybe I would consider it." "Ha ha ha. Then I won't be able to become a woman. Let's go, Xia. I'll take you for a ride. The sun is so good outside, and you finally ended your days as a monk. You should really go out and walk. There are more and more beautiful women on Morabend Street. When our car drives past them, the wind will blow up their thin and short skirts, revealing their sexy G-string. Ha ha ha, Xia, let's go. I can't wait." Luke said loudly, using his slutty image to hide his true identity. Chapter 4093. Xia Jinyuan recuperated in Myanmar for 2 months until the wound on his chest was completely healed. Luke told Cobra that they could return to Melbourne. After returning, Luke was also given a heavy responsibility by Cobra, but compared to Xia Jinyuan, he was slightly inferior. Luke did not have the courage of Xia Jinyuan, so even though he had been lurking for almost 6 years, he did not come into contact with the secrets around Cobra. However, with the help of Xia Jinyuan, he made great progress. Now the situation was getting clearer and clearer. Even if Luke only provided a little clue from Xia Jinyuan, it was enough for Russia, a big country, to smash a gap in Cobra's impenetrable wall. This gap became the exit for Luke to return to Russia, and also the exit for Xia Jinyuan to return to China in advance. He was very happy that he would soon be able to return to his hometown, which he had been away from for a long time. In addition to being happy, he felt more and more guilty towards Xia Jinyuan because he knew that once something happened to Cobra, his partner would also be in trouble, because the Russian side wouldn't keep someone who could threaten Luke's existence, especially Cobra's most trusted subordinate. He protested, but it was to no avail. The Intelligence Bureau rejected his protest without any room for negotiation and told him that if he wanted to return to signal flag service, then everyone around Cobra who had seen him, especially the partner that Cobra had assigned to him, would have to die. If his partner did not die, then Russia would be in trouble, the signal flag would be in trouble, and Luke, would also be in trouble. He even thought of secretly letting Xia go, but he knew very well that this was a very stupid idea. If he let Xia go, Russia would still be able to find him and carry out an assassination. Looking at his partner, who only used his mouth to despise him, but actually cooperated with him, Luke knew that his heart was actually very bitter. Xia, my partner, how should I save you? Luke, whose heart was in a mess, continued to laugh wildly to cover himself. Xia Jinyuan looked at his laughter and fixed his gaze on him, then frowned slightly. Luke, are you hiding something from me? This was Xia Jinyuan's test. Since he knew that he would be leaving soon, he wanted to see if Luke would reveal anything to him. If he revealed something, then he would also reveal something. For example, he would choose to leave on his own, without Xia Jinyuan's help. During this period, especially in the past week, he had seen Luke's struggle, but seeing it did not mean that he would talk him out of it. So far, Luke had not suspected his identity. Perhaps even until he left, Luke still did not know what his identity was. Xia Jinyuan also did not intend to tell Luke. Although the relationship between Russia and China was good, they were still two different countries after all. He did not intend to have too close a negotiation with Luke. When he saw Luke's smile stiffen because of his words, Xia Jinyuan frowned even more. Your behavior is quite strange. It makes me think that you are hiding something important from me. No, buddy, not at all. You misunderstood. Luke shrugged and spread his hands so that Xia Jinyuan could look at him better. Look, buddy, what important thing can I hide from you? Well, Xia, put on your shoes and go on a date with a beauty with me. The weather is so good that it's best to take a beauty for a ride in a sports car. Chapter 4094. Well, since Xia Jinyuan did not reveal anything, then it was even more impossible for him to reveal anything. Xia Jinyuan looked away and said calmly, Sorry, I don't have time to watch you flirt with a beauty in the car. I need to accompany Mr. Cobra to meet a client from China. Client? What client? Why haven't I heard of him? Luke's stiff face faded away. He widened his eyes and looked very dissatisfied. He said loudly, Xia, in order to reject me, you even invited Mr. Cobra out. Luke really did not know that Cobra was going to meet a client. He also knew that his partner would not lie to him. However, he now wanted to know who exactly Cobra was going to meet. After tying his tie, Xia Jin glanced at Luke, who was trying to get information out of him again. To be honest, Luke's ability to get information out of him was very average. Of course, That was only in front of him. If he was in front of others, Luke would never make the same mistake that would easily expose himself to Cobra. Luke knew that Cobra was going to meet a Chinese client, but he did not know who it was, so he deliberately asked to see if he could get any information out of Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who saw through his plan, said calmly, "Mr. Cobra is planning to invest in China, and China has expressed great interest. I still have business to attend to, so please step aside. Thank you." Xia Jinyuan did not hide anything and casually talked about it. Cobra would not hide this kind of thing from Luke. Maybe he told him something else. Cobra was very cunning. Sometimes he would divide the same thing into several parts and let different people complete it. This was also why Luke could not collect the strongest evidence when he was with Cobra. "So, you are going to meet a Chinese client. Mr. Cobra mentioned it last time, and he said that he needed to think about it carefully. Why did he change his mind now?" Luke asked. Xia Jinyuan had finished packing. When he saw that Luke had not left, he frowned even more. "Who Mr. Cobra wants to meet is not something we can interfere with. Luke, you have been acting very strange recently. I want you to restrain yourself a little in front of me, but in front of Mr. Cobra and the others, you'd better keep your mouth shut like before. I don't like to get used to a new partner." This was both a reminder and a warning. Of course, it was good to be back home, but it was best not to get carried away. However, he could also understand Luke's feelings at this moment. After leaving for almost 6 years, he could finally return home. It was indeed a very exciting thing. If he had been away for so long, he might have been as excited as Luke. Luke felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was already at the door, and his eyes darkened. Was Xia reminding him just now? Why did he feel that Xia seemed to have discovered something, yet he didn't feel like he had discovered anything? Even the corners of Luke's mouth tightened. Xia Jinyuan, who had already walked out of the door, said without looking back, "Come out and close the door." "Thank you." Luke didn't answer immediately. If Xia Zhen had discovered something, he would have told Cobra, but he hadn't. But why did he feel that Xia Zhen had discovered something? If Xia had really discovered something, but he didn't tell Cobra, then why? Luke didn't answer Xia Jinyuan. He was lost in his own thoughts. Xia Jinyuan, who had walked out, didn't care about Luke's thoughts. He would leave on his own and didn't need Luke's help. As long as the Russians didn't come out and cause trouble, it would be fine. Chapter 4095. Xia Jinyuan was surprised to see Cobra in a suit because Cobra hated formal wear and always dressed casually as an artist. Cobra saw the surprise in his eyes and laughed. "Today, I need to meet a very important Chinese client. Whether or not I can invest in China depends on his help. So, I need to be very careful." Xia Jinyuan nodded slightly, indicating that he would also be very careful. He did not say anything else. He really had nothing to say when he was with Cobra, a poisonous snake. Cobra had always wanted to enter the Chinese market, but the Chinese had always been very cautious and did not move because of his high investment. This time, Cobra finally had an opportunity, so naturally, Cobra would treat it with caution. However, he did not expect that the important Chinese client that Cobra mentioned was actually Qin Xiu. The moment he saw Qin Xiu, Xia Jinyuan's heart skipped a beat. He really did not know that Qin Xiu, the Chinese ambassador in Melbourne, would meet with a businessman. Why would Qin Xiu meet with a businessman? He had not contacted China for a month. Was there something that he did not know? Xia Jinyuan, whose heart sank, stood beside Cobra with a cold expression and watched the two shake hands. He then saw Qin Xiu's gaze sweep across his face, as if he did not know him. He smiled at Cobra and said, "Sorry, I'm late. Sorry to have kept you waiting." No, the ambassador is not late. I arrived early. At this time, Cobra lowered his stance. He lowered his stance a little. He was now a businessman who wanted to enter the Chinese market. A businessman would never be able to hold his head high in front of a country's high officials unless he wanted to lose the country's market. Qin Xiu made a please gesture. Then let's go in and talk. I still have a meeting to attend in the afternoon, so we only have an hour to talk. Time is a little tight. Please forgive me. As the ambassador of a country, Qin Xiu had a good grasp of his identity. The nobility and magnanimity that he should have were vividly expressed in one sentence. This made Cobra, who had been using the alias Crone outside, realize that the ambassador in front of him was not easy to communicate with, even though he was very young. An hour. He thought that the Chinese ambassador would leave the whole morning to him. He had even arranged lunch. In the end, the Chinese ambassador only gave them an hour to communicate. What could they talk about in an hour? Then he had to let this young Chinese ambassador know that he had enough strength to enter the Chinese market and achieve a win-win situation for both sides. Unfortunately, Qin Xiu didn't give Cobra a chance to prove his wealth. The entire exchange was indeed centered around Cobra's entry into the China market, but Cobra did not take the initiative in its own hands as Cobra had hoped. Xia Jinyuan was sitting diagonally across from Qin Xiu, who only needed to raise his head slightly to see him. He did not receive any extra glances from Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu carried out the entire exchange in a gentle but strong manner. He first talked about the legal restrictions that China had on foreign businessmen, then talked about the qualifications that foreign businessmen should have to enter China. Halfway through, he even talked about the proper arrangements for work in China after entering the Chinese market. Cobra thought that the young Chinese ambassador would be easy to deal with, but now he knew how wrong he was. Chapter 4096. Xia Jinyuan didn't have much interaction with Qin Xiu, and he had never seen Qin Xiu deal with foreign affairs. This time, he saw that Qin Xiu was able to make Cobra's expression more and more dignified. Several times, Qin Xiu deflected his questions. Xia Jinyuan admired him, but also felt a little complicated. This love rival was really amazing. Every country has its own legal system and regulations. If you enter our market, the first thing you need to do is to understand our laws and regulations. At the same time, you need to pay close attention to the policy trends of our country's core government institutions, such as the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. You can't use ignorance as an excuse to avoid responsibility. Cobra seized the opportunity to speak. He smiled and said, "Of course, if I enter the Chinese market, I must understand the Chinese laws and regulations." Qin Xiu smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Crown, I think it's too late for you to understand the Chinese laws and regulations after entering the Chinese market." Cobra's expression became colder. Xia Jinyuan felt that he was choking on the anger that he had nowhere to vent. TSK, TSK, TSK. Our country's ambassador is really amazing. Look at this poisonous snake that's about to get internal injuries. Qin Xiu didn't care what Cobra thought at the moment. Qin Xiu crossed his fingers on the conference table and continued to smile. He said firmly, "Also, I've looked at your application in detail. There's one point in it that you're going to acquire. Here, I need to remind you very carefully that you can acquire, but it has to be legal and not malicious. I will provide a document to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Once your company enters the Chinese market, it will become a company that will be focused on." In other words, China had already set its sights on Cobra's company before it even started. This wasn't at all. Cobra was thinking. He wanted to use the reason of befriending the Chinese ambassador to make it easier for him to do things after entering the Chinese market. He didn't want to be watched closely by the Chinese before he even started. Qin Xiu's time was a little tight. He didn't give Cobra many chances to ask questions. After he finished explaining his main purpose of coming here, he smiled. The elegant prince was no longer as domineering as before. He suddenly became very easygoing. This is the main point I'm going to talk about today. I hope Mr. Crown can understand it well. We welcome foreign businessmen to enter the Chinese market and look forward to cooperating with Mr. Crown. Xia Jinyuan knew that Cobra was in a bad mood. He thought they would reach an agreement this time, but he didn't expect the Chinese ambassador to come over so aggressively that he didn't even have a chance to ask for anything. How could he not be angry? Faced with his love rival, Xia Jinyuan had to admit that his rival was very outstanding, so outstanding that he admired him. Xia Jinyuan was probably the only one who admired his rival. Mr. Crown, you can reconsider and do a detailed investigation of the Chinese market. I don't think you understand the Chinese market well, but Qin Xiu paused slightly and looked at Cobra. His gentle expression became a little cold. But Mr. Crown, you give me the feeling that you are very anxious to enter the Chinese market and don't care if there is a loss. This feeling makes me feel very strange. Since Mr. Crown is the biggest entrepreneur in Melbourne, you should be very concerned about losses and profits. But in your application, I don't have this feeling at all. When Cobra heard this, his pupils constricted. Chapter 4097. He was indeed very anxious to enter the Chinese market, and he was prepared to incur losses in the early stages. In order to enter the Chinese market, a certain economist who supported him behind the scenes even made a detailed loss report for him. However, the Chinese market was quite large, and he was not worried about the early losses. First of all, the losses were not his personal funds. Secondly, as long as the company took root in China, the huge Chinese market would not let him incur losses for too long. With support, there was no need to worry about the interruption of the capital chain. As long as he could stand firm in China, the losses in the early stages could be tolerated. Therefore, after conducting research on the Chinese market, when the economist drafted his declaration, he also added his own personal opinions. Because they could see in their research that China needed a large amount of foreign investment to drive the domestic economy. In the declaration, he mentioned the acquisition that could best represent a company's financial resources. The economist who drafted his declaration also believed that when the Chinese saw his declaration, they would welcome him into the Chinese market. You are not afraid of losses, can bear losses, and have enough financial resources to acquire such a good foreign company. How could a backward country like China refuse such a good foreign company? It was absolutely impossible to refuse. The economist who drafted his declaration even judged China in a very contemptuous tone. Don't worry, sir. After a country like China sees your declaration, they will warmly welcome your arrival. Their workers will even treat you like a parent. You can ask them to do whatever you want, and they will definitely not complain. China is just a backward country. Compared to our country, they are too far behind. But they want to become a big country with economic strength. So, sir, after this declaration is submitted, I can tell you with certainty that the Chinese diplomatic ambassador in Melbourne will definitely come to see you in person. At that time, you will know how urgently China needs you to be like God, saving their poor and creating wealth for them. Yes, when the internationally renowned economist told him this, he really thought so. In fact, he did get a personal meeting with the Chinese diplomatic ambassador in Melbourne. When he received the call 2 days ago, he specifically contacted the economist and told him that the Chinese ambassador had contacted him in person. On the phone, the famous economist smiled at him and said, "Everything is under our control, sir. Now it's time for you to make your request to the Chinese ambassador. Let him know that we bring wealth to them, and they have to cooperate with us. We are giving alms, and they can only obediently cooperate. You can solve the food and clothing problems of many of their poor. He also thought so. No country would refuse such a good foreign investment. And the same was true for a developing poor country like China. But now Cobra knew that he was wrong. The economist who had given him countless suggestions and benefits was also wrong. The young Chinese diplomat in front of him looked like an elegant gentleman. When he opened his mouth, he realized that being a gentleman was only a facade to confuse others. The words he said were so strong that he had no way out. He didn't even have a chance to defend himself. Chapter 4098. This was the young ambassador from China. He had underestimated this ambassador and paid a heavy price for it. You want to enter the Chinese market like a savior? Dream on. The young ambassador was full of doubts about his declaration. He didn't care about such a declaration at all. If he wasn't the most outstanding entrepreneur and philanthropist in Melbourne, the Chinese ambassador probably wouldn't even meet with him. He originally thought that Cobra would be able to enter the Chinese market very smoothly, but his expression was much more serious than before. The expressionless Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up slightly. He had heard the conversation between Cobra and the economist. The economist's contempt for China meant that Cobra couldn't enter the Chinese market through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now that he heard Qin Xiu's merciless rejection, Xia Jinyuan felt as if he had drunk a glass of ice water in June. His whole body and mind were refreshed. This time, a famous economist was going to be in trouble. Why did Qin Xiu want to meet Cobra in person? The reason was very simple. Cobra's declaration was full of a sense of superiority. He thought that going to China was his charity to the Chinese, that he was going to save the poor people of a poor country and bring wealth to China. This Qin Xiu, who had been reporting, looked at it coldly from the beginning to the end. After reading it, he instructed the staff to contact Cobra's secretary, who had been using the identity of Mr. Crown as a cover. Thus, there was a meeting now. Now that he saw the seriousness on Cobra's face, he could tell that Cobra was very angry. But so what? Today, he came as the Chinese ambassador to stop the other party's arrogance, but he didn't completely reject him. That was until he saw Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan nationality, Chinese identity, active special forces soldier, and Yi Qian's boyfriend. Why did he appear here? Why did he become Crown's bodyguard? Why was he standing next to Crown? Why was he here? The moment Qin Xiu saw Xia Jinyuan, all kinds of whys came to his mind. He even thought about whether he should secretly ask Xia Jinyuan, but the other party's indifference to him made him restrain his gaze. As a soldier, Xia Jinyuan appeared behind a famous entrepreneur and philanthropist in Melbourne. He still remembered that Xia Jinyuan's military rank wasn't low, but he still sent Xia Jinyuan, who had a high military rank, to come. Qin Xiu suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Crown, and it was a big problem. Otherwise, Xia Jinyuan, who was from the military, wouldn't have been targeted by Xia Jinyuan. From the moment he saw Xia Jinyuan to the moment he opened his mouth to speak, it only took a few seconds for him to overturn his previous intention of communicating with Cobra. Using a very strong attitude to attack the other party's every weakness was to prevent the other party from entering the Chinese market to fish in troubled waters. Qin Xiu looked at the time and stood up gracefully. He lowered his gaze slightly and looked down at Cobra. Because I have doubts about Crown's declaration, I wanted to see Mr. Crown in person. Unfortunately, I reminded Crone of what he should do, but Mr. Crone didn't realize his own shortcomings. He only said that you have enough money. Of course, I know Mr. Crown has enough financial resources, but you didn't show me enough sincerity. Okay, Mr. Crown, I still have a meeting to attend. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he didn't give Cobra a chance to persuade him to stay. He nodded slightly in a gentlemanly manner and turned to leave. One of Cobra's bodyguards saw this and said in a low voice, "Mr. Cobra," asking if they should stop the Chinese ambassador. Chapter 4099. Did he want to detain the Chinese ambassador in front of a Chinese soldier? Xia Jinyuan glanced at the bodyguard indifferently and said in a cold voice, "This is the ambassador representing China." His cold voice was very soft and slightly louder than the bodyguard's. Qin Xiu, who was standing at the door and waiting for the staff to open the heavy solid wooden door, looked a little scared. Xia Jinyuan was warning the people around Crown not to act rashly, but also reminding himself, if a bodyguard dared to touch the ambassador of a country, then the entrepreneur behind the bodyguard, Mr. Crown, was not a kind person. Crown was definitely not a kind person. Otherwise, why would he be targeted by the Chinese military? He needed to contact the people in China. Xia Jinyuan's warning made Cobra glance at the bodyguard gloomily. When the wooden door of the conference room was opened, he said sincerely to Qin Xiu, "Ambassador, I am deeply sorry for my recklessness, but please believe that I really want to enter the Chinese market and achieve a win-win situation." Qin Xiu, who was as tall as bamboo, turned around and smiled elegantly. "Of course I believe in Mr. Crown's sincerity, but I think you need to continue to understand our market well. Goodbye, Mr. Crown." Xia Jinyuan heard the sound of Cobra gnashing his teeth, but in front of the ambassador, Cobra did not show his gloomy side. He even turned to Xia Jinyuan and said, "Xia, help me see the Chinese ambassador out." Since the Chinese ambassador did not give him face, then why should he personally see him out? No need. If I can come here on my own, then I can leave on my own. Qin Xiu raised his hand and refused very straightforwardly. He did not want to give Cobra any chance to step on his shoulders, who represented the country's image. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting, did not move at all. When Qin Xiu refused, he even curled the corners of his mouth coldly. It was only after Cobra secretly warned him that he put away the coldness on his face. The two staff members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who came out with him looked at the ambassador walking in front of them. They looked at each other and did not understand why the ambassador suddenly changed his mind. He only said that he wanted to reduce Crown's arrogance and did not say that he would refuse. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The two of them did not immediately ask Qin Xiu. Instead, they took two separate cars and returned to the embassy. It was much easier for Qin Xiu to contact the people in China than it was for Xia Jinyuan. After getting into the bulletproof, anti-tracking, and anti-eavesdropping car, Qin Xiu took out his cell phone. His slender fingers gently rubbed the buttons on his cell phone a few times as he contacted Old Master Qin. The best way to find out more about Xia Jinyuan was to ask Commander-in-Chief Xia. Since Old Master Qin and Master Xia were in contact, it would only take a few minutes for Qin Xiu to get Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal number. Commander-in-Chief Xia was slightly surprised when he heard Qin Xiu's self-introduction. It was not until Qin Xiu said that he met Xia Jinyuan in Melbourne that he was standing behind a famous Melbourne entrepreneur as a bodyguard. Commander-in-Chief Xia could not help but raise his hand and pinch the bridge of his nose. Qin Xiu met Old Six, who was on a mission. This was something unexpected. "I want to know if you let anyone know that you know him when you saw him just now?" Commander-in-Chief Xia asked in a deep voice. This was very important, and he had to know. Qin Xiu knew that he was right not to pay too much attention to Xia Jinyuan just now. He replied in a low voice, "Commander-in-Chief, please don't worry. I didn't make much eye contact with him. We pretended that we didn't know each other. I can guarantee that no one knows that we know each other." Chapter 4100. That's good. The Commander-in-Chief exhaled softly and said to Qin Xiu, "He is carrying out a high-risk mission. The entrepreneur you are meeting with today is Cobra, who goes by the alias Crown. He has the secrets of several countries, including our country, and makes a living by selling secrets. At the same time, he is also a drug dealer and the main person in charge of the underground dark market. This person is extremely cunning. Xia Jinyuan appeared by his side, mainly to collect evidence of his crimes and to cut off the chain between him and the spies operating in China. Qin Xiu, please continue to pretend that you don't know him, so as not to bring him danger. Qin Xiu's palms were full of sweat when he heard this. He didn't expect the famous Melbourne entrepreneur, Mr. Crown, to have so many underground identities. He curled his sweaty palms, and when he spoke again, his voice was even colder. So, Xia Jinyuan is quite dangerous, right? Commander-in-Chief. I want to contact him unilaterally. Is that okay? No, this kind of mission is most suitable for a single soldier. He doesn't need anyone's help, and we can't send anyone to help him. He has been lurking for almost a year and a half. Our country has obtained countless evidence of Cobra's crimes. Now it's time to close the net. He can deal with it alone. Before he asks for help, we can only wait. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiu didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He knew that Xia Jinyuan's identity was not simple. That year, when he and Yi Qian came back from the neighboring country, he saw Xia Jinyuan hugging Yi Qian with his own eyes. It was a secret that they went to the neighboring country, but Xia Jinyuan knew. From that moment on, he knew that Xia Jinyuan was not an ordinary soldier, nor was he just hanging around in the army and riding on the coattails of Commander-in-Chief Xia. Now that he knew that Xia Jinyuan, as the Crown Prince of the army, was carrying out such a high-risk mission, he was shocked and full of admiration. With family Xia's current status, why would he need to risk his life like this? There was no need at all. Even with family Xia's coattails, no one dared to say anything. But he didn't. In this way, he took root in the army. He didn't publicize it or keep a high profile. Even if the big and small circles in the capital misunderstood him, he never stood out to explain. Conscience. Clear conscience. Xia Jinyuan, you really have a clear conscience. No wonder. Qin Xiu held his phone tightly and covered his forehead with his hand. He lowered his head and laughed softly. No wonder Yi Qian loves you so much. No wonder no one can come between you two. Today, he finally understood. Qin Xiu confessed to Yi Qian on the day the two of them returned from overseas to participate in a competition. He had almost humiliated himself. As Qin Xiu smiled, the corners of his eyes started to sparkle with tears. Qin Xiu, oh Qin Xiu, you have to work hard. He had to work hard to forget the girl who moved his heart. In the car, Qin Xiu smiled bitterly, while Xia Jinyuan faced the angry Cobra with an indifferent expression. In Melbourne, Cobra had always been the one to give others a hard time and tell them to shut up. In the end, Qin Xiu made him suffer a big loss, and this loss came from him. Cobra's face was as ugly as his voice was furious. The person who received Cobra's fury was none other than the famous Western economist who believed that China had no reason to reject Cobra. I've been humiliated, and you still have the face to continue teaching? I'm telling you now, I'll make sure you're done for. Damn you. After shouting, the furious Cobra ended the call by smashing his phone. Chapter 4101. Seeing the furious Cobra, Xia Jinyuan smiled coldly, like snowflakes floating in the wind. If Cobra was already so angry, he would have to suffer in the future. Cobra, who smashed his phone into pieces, paced back and forth in the conference room angrily. Finally, he sat down again with a gloomy look. He leaned his head against the back of the chair and closed his eyes. His violently heaving chest gradually calmed down. He needed to enter the Chinese market, and the Chinese ambassador was his breakthrough to quickly enter the Chinese market. Therefore, he couldn't give up no matter what. In that case, he had to think of a way. He needed to think of a way to contact the Chinese ambassador again. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan's fingers moved slightly. The coldness in his eyes gradually deepened as Cobra's confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Cobra wouldn't give up on entering the Chinese market because the forces behind him didn't want him to. Therefore, he had to think of a way. Qin Xiu rejected him today, but it didn't mean that he would give up on Qin Xiu. Based on his observation over the past year and a half, Cobra's conciliatory policy didn't work. Therefore, he would take a hard approach. It seemed like Cobra was resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, his fangs were full of venom. He was just waiting for the right time to bite his prey, and Qin Xiu was the prey that he had his eyes on. Xia Jinyuan lowered his eyes slightly. His unfathomable black eyes were so dark that there was almost no light. In the depths, there was a slight surge of sharpness. It was the hostility under the calmness. He had to remind Qin Xiu. Although the ambassador was indeed very smart, Cobra was too cunning. It was impossible to guard against him. It was necessary to remind him. However, he didn't need to worry that Cobra would make a fatal move on Qin Xiu. The cunning snake knew how to protect himself. Since he needed to get close to Qin Xiu, he wouldn't do anything that would harm himself. He wouldn't make a fatal move, but he would definitely make a small move. He had to think of a way to remind Qin Xiu. It has to be done in a few days. After a few days, Cobra will have dealt with the famous economist who made him lose face and ruined his plan. Then he will come to Qin Xiu. Xia Jinyuan knew that Cobra would definitely deal with the famous Western economist who gave him a bad report, but he didn't expect him to act so quickly. The meeting with Qin Xiu in the morning failed, and in the afternoon, Cobra took revenge on the economist. The international news channel reported that at 14 p.m. on May 1st, the famous economist Jesse Morris was detained by the authorities for bribery at 16 p.m. Less than 2 hours before Jesse Morris was detained, one scandal after another about Jesse Morris, including a sex scandal, was reported one after another. The bribery did not cause much of a stir. When Jesse Morris was caught, he faced the camera and calmly said that it was a misunderstanding. Someone was trying to frame him. He was innocent and could accept any investigation. But after a few sets of photos of the sex scandal were exposed, Jesse Morris was like a small wooden boat sailing on the sea. When a big wave hit, the boat would be destroyed. Because this set of photos was related to underage girls, Jesse Morris had crossed the line and stepped into a minefield. In the morning, he could still calmly face the camera, but when he was exposed in the afternoon, he was like a defeated rooster, no longer able to hold his head high. Chapter 4102. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the room, was watching TV. On the TV, Jesse Morris, who was about to be transferred to another prison, was hit in the head by a few tomatoes. Red juice burst out, and Jesse Morris was so embarrassed that he became a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. All of this was manipulated by Cobra. He reported Jesse Morris for bribery and posted photos of Jesse Morris playing with underage girls. It only took 2 hours to drag Jesse Morris from heaven to hell. Cobra didn't just have the evidence of Jesse Morris's downfall. He also had a lot of such photos. These photos became Cobra's secret weapon to get a hold of a certain country's secrets. The reason why Russia sent Luke to infiltrate Cobra was because there was a problem with the Russian higher-ups. However, Russia did not find out which higher-ups were the problem. So Luke infiltrated. Luke was about to return to Russia. Presumably, Russia already knew which higher-ups were the problem. Xia Jinyuan turned off the TV and did not pay attention to what would happen to the economist Jesse Morris. Prey targeted by Cobra never had a good ending. He now only hoped that Luke would act quickly. The sooner the better. The sooner he could return to China and reunite with his lover. He did not know what his little fox was doing at home. It was now 16 p.m. in Melbourne, 14 hours later than in China. That meant that it was already 5 a.m. on May 2nd in China. May 1st, Labor Day, was here. There was no need to think about the military academy having a holiday. They might be training somewhere. Back then, their holidays were all fake. The college students in the university town were looking forward to May 1st, National Day, winter and summer holidays. They were different. Instead, they were looking forward to school reopening. What kind of holiday was that? In addition to training, it was training. They could not enjoy the joy of holidays at all. It was better to go to school. At least there was a weekend. Sometimes there was no time to train during the holidays. When the students protested, the instructor would play dumb. He patted his head and said with a look of realization, "Oh, look at my memory. I forgot that today is Sunday. Sorry." He looked like he was treating the students as fools. Then the students who were holding back their anger said, "Since we know, is it a holiday?" So what would the instructor say? The instructors, who were full of tricks, would say earnestly, "We are all soldiers." How can soldiers give up halfway? If you give up half of today's training so easily, then tomorrow you might easily give up an inch of your country's land. Students, the most important thing is perseverance and perseverance. We can't give up so easily, understand? What else could he say? With such a huge accusation, would they still dare to say that they had half a day off on the weekend? He didn't dare. All of them continued their training during the holidays. Xia Jinyuan thought about his past in the military academy and how his lover had gone through all the things he had gone through. For some reason, he felt as if his chest was filled with honey, so much so that even the faint smile on his lips was as sweet as honey. Personally bringing the person he loved to walk down the path he had once walked, that kind of feeling was really just thinking about it. For a moment, the tip of his tongue dripped with honey. Just wait a little longer, little fox. I'll be back for you soon. Very soon. Chapter 40, 103. The person Lieutenant Colonel Xia missed so dearly was currently hugging a pillow in her sleep. No one knew what she was dreaming of, but her lips that had been moistened by dew until they were tender like flower petals were overflowing with a sweet smile, and her picturesque brows were also smiling. He Jing looked at Yi Qian, who had woken up later than her. She reached out to wake Yi Qian up, but she slowly retracted her hand. She was smiling so sweetly even in her dreams that He Jing couldn't bear to see her like this. She didn't know what she was dreaming about, but she was so sweet, like honey. There were only a few mouthfuls of rations for field training. The other students were all worried about how they were going to survive for 3 days and 2 nights. She, on the other hand, was smiling sweetly even in her dreams. Those with strong mental fortitude would be able to tell at this point. He Jing was a little envious. In Yi Qian's dream, Xia Jinyuan was wearing a well-ironed military uniform. He was so handsome that he looked like he had walked out of a painting. Every stroke of his was incomparably elegant. He walked towards her step by step under the sunlight. Every few steps, he would call her little fox in his clear voice, sweet and full of affection. Yi Jian looked at the man who was getting closer and closer to her. She listened to his affectionate voice until she saw his dark eyes that were as vast as the stars looking at her with a smile. Yi Jian, who had just woken up, smiled and smiled. She smiled until her teeth were as beautiful as the shell. In fact, that was indeed the case. He Jing looked at Yi Qian, who was smiling like this even in his dreams, and was dumbfounded. What kind of sweet dream was he having? He was about to laugh out loud. Damn, quick, help me take a picture. Help me take a picture. Not far away, the male student's anxious voice could be heard. He Jing turned her head to look. Yi Qian, who was having a sweet dream, suddenly opened his eyes and quickly got up. What happened? He had just woken up, so his voice was still a little hoarse. He Jing turned her head again and looked at Yi Qian, who had woken up in an instant. She blinked and suddenly couldn't tell if Yi Qian was awake or asleep. The slightest rustling of leaves in the wind woke him up. A nest of ants crawled on him and scared him. The student in front replied to Yi Qian with a laugh. When he woke up and realized that there were ants all over his arms, he was indeed a little scared. Yi Qian, who had just woken up from his sweet dream, heard that it was just a nest of ants and did not ask any more questions. It was very common to see snakes, insects, ants, and rats in the jungle at night. But Yi Jian, who had her back turned, sighed silently. She put her hand to her lips, and a sweet smile crept up the corner of her mouth again. Just now, she had a beautiful dream about Captain Xia. In the dream, her Captain Xia came back, and then he was about to kiss her. But I was so close to kissing her, and in the end, she woke up. What a pity! He sighed again. What a pity! He almost kissed her. I reflexively raised my wrist, and when I saw the time with a slightly disappointed expression, the sweetness brought about by my dream was instantly retracted into the depths of my heart. It was already 5 a.m. Everyone had 10 minutes to regroup and set off immediately after 10 minutes. The students who had been resting by the stream at night had already woken up. They carried their rifles and began to regroup. Yi Qian, who was squatting by the mossy rock, opened his water bottle and brought it to the clear stream. When he heard the sound of the empty water bottle gradually become solid, Yi Qian picked up the water bottle and said to He Jing behind him, "Come, give me the water bottle. Fill it up and we'll set off." Chapter 4104. As He Jing handed the kettle over, she was still thinking about the sweet smile Yi Qian had shown in her dream. Having been classmates for 3 years, He Jing had never seen Yi Qian smile so sweetly before. She couldn't resist her curiosity. Half squatting, she bent her knees and moved to Yi Qian's side. She nudged Yi Qian lightly with her shoulder and asked softly with a smile, "What kind of sweet dream did you have just now?" You were smiling so much that even your teeth were showing. It was as if you had drunk honey. Even I felt that it was sweet just looking at you. The stream water flowed into the kettle, and it didn't take long for the entire kettle to be filled. Yi Qian picked up the wet kettle and screwed the lid back on. She turned her head to look at He Jing. Her fair cheeks had a touch of pink that was as light as the tips of lotus petals. "You're smiling? You made a sound?" No way. She wasn't at the stage where she would laugh out loud even in her dreams. She thought about the sweetness of reuniting after a long separation in her dream. She thought about how the man she loved held her face gently with both hands and gazed deeply at her, with his dark eyes full of affection. She thought about how he slowly lowered his head and moved closer to her. As she thought about it, Yi Qian felt her cheeks heat up. He Jing looked at Yi Qian, who was like a peach blossom standing on a branch in the spring breeze. She looked like she was about to bloom, but was also shy. She suddenly realized what was going on. With a teasing expression, she said, "Oh no, oh no. Spring is long over. Why are you still thinking about spring now? Did you have a wet dream?" Thinking about spring? Wet dream. Yi Qian was so embarrassed that her face felt like it was steaming. "What nonsense are you talking about? There's no such thing." He didn't even kiss her. How could it be called a wet dream? Besides, wasn't a wet dream supposed to be that? Even if he did kiss her and didn't do anything else, it wouldn't be a wet dream. There's no such thing? There's clearly something going on. Look at your face. It's all wet with spring. Look at your smile. You look like a young girl who is thinking about spring. He Jing had been in a relationship before. As an experienced person, she knew that Yi Qian must be dreaming of her mysterious boyfriend. Her smile was full of ridicule. Yi Qian was so embarrassed that the light pink on her cheeks became thicker. The color was rich and beautiful, and He Jing was stunned for a moment. Amidst the green mountains and clear waters, the beauty was like a flower blooming in the wind. It was picturesque, beautiful to the point that it was alluring. Every frown and smile of hers was devastatingly beautiful. He Jing couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She even had the urge to touch Yi Qian's face. And that was exactly what she did. Yi Qian looked at his comrade and reached out to touch his face. He blinked and asked He Jing, "What's wrong?" "There's something on my face." "Your face is stained with the words national beauty. I feel like I've profited greatly just by touching it. This feeling, it's too good. It's really like a peeled egg. It's tender and smooth." He Jing sighed as she touched his face. "Little Jane Eyre, your boyfriend really profited greatly. This skin, this color, baby." He Jing had always been steady and rarely said such joking words. Yi Jian, who was suddenly taken advantage of by He Jing, hurriedly picked up He Jing's hand that was still touching her face and glared at her. "There are a lot of peeled eggs in the cafeteria. I'll peel 8 or 10 eggs for you later and let you touch as much as you want." "No, no, no. Touching eggs doesn't even feel like touching you." He Jing knew when to stop. Seeing Yi Jian blushing, although she still wanted to tease her, she knew that if she continued teasing her, she would definitely attract Su Wen, the person who wanted to stir up trouble. Over. Chapter 4105. She cleared her throat and straightened her face. She suppressed her voice and smiled with an "I know everything" expression. "What's there to be shy about? It's normal to have wet dreams. You haven't heard from your husband for a long time, right? How can you not miss him after not seeing him for so long?" I understand. After putting her water bottle on her back, He Jing stood up and patted Yi Qian's shoulder. "Wash your face. Wenzi is smarter than me. She'll definitely notice something if you do this. I'll go down to wash my face. It's better to keep the water here so it won't be contaminated by the dead skin on my face." He Jing left with a smile, leaving Yi Qian alone in a daze. Then Yi Qian lowered her head and saw her reflection in the gurgling water of the mountain stream. The stream was very clear. The water in the 2-palm-sized stream swayed slightly. Although her reflection was distorted, she could still clearly see that the corners of her mouth were curved. Just as He Jing said, the corners of her mouth were really melted with honey. Yi Qian looked at her reflection in the stream and couldn't help but purse her lips and smile deeply. It wasn't a wet dream. It was a beautiful and deeply missed dream. The feeling in the dream was too sweet, too soft, and too beautiful. It was as if it was real. This was a good dream. Maybe. She put her hands into the stream. The ripples disturbed the spring water and blurred her reflection. The only thing that didn't change was the sweet smile on her face. Maybe her Captain Xia would be back soon, because he told her to wait for him and that he would be back soon. A gentleman's promise must be true. She scooped up the cool water of the mountain stream to wash her face. The coolness of the water suppressed the embarrassment on her face bit by bit, and also melted the honeyed smile on her face and brows. Su Wen didn't see the smile on Yi Qian's face, but she saw He Jing and Yi Qian talking for a few minutes. It was normal to talk for a few minutes. What wasn't normal was the smile on He Jing's face. She rolled her dark eyes and leaned over to ask He Jing with a smile, "What were you two talking about just now? The smile on your face is very strange. Were you making fun of our captain? Did you catch our captain doing something embarrassing? Can you share it with me? Although Su Wen was unreliable at times, she was terrifying when she was meticulous. She was like a detective, able to catch even the slightest clue. He Jing, who had deliberately restrained the smile on her face, muttered in her heart, "This is bad." She pretended that nothing had happened and glanced at her, saying indifferently, "I have nothing to share." She even deliberately pointed at Su Wen's eyes and said disdainfully, "There's still some I wax. Hurry up and wash it. Something's not right. Something's not right. Just now, you must have said something unspeakable. Good, you're hiding it from me, right? Ha ha ha, Su Xian's name isn't for nothing. Just you wait, my big sister He Jing." Su Wen rubbed her eyes to wipe away the non-existent mucus. Seeing her smiling face, He Jing raised her hand and flicked her on the forehead. "You still want to scout, Su Wen? Go to where it's cool. I've washed my face. We're leaving in 5 minutes." Song Jiqiu, who had put away the moisture-proof mat, happened to see this scene. She raised her voice and said to He Jing, "Students, unite and love each other." "Well, I've protected her." He Jing glanced at Song Jiqiu with a smile and thought, "Little girl, Wenzi has a man she likes. You're too late." Su Wen glanced at Song Jiqiu and squinted her eyes slightly. She seemed to understand something and said with a faint smile, "Student Song Jiqiu, don't meddle too much." Chapter 4106. I don't care about you. I'll ask He Jing to put away the moisture-proof pads as soon as possible. Unity and friendship, Song Jiqiu answered with a faint smile, which instantly dissolved the somewhat strange atmosphere. Down below, a male student picked up a small stone and threw it at his comrade, who was washing his face. He laughed and scolded, "Can you be a little more shameless? We're all down there collecting water, and you're washing your face up there alone? Manners, manners. Ha ha ha. Do you think there's only my dead skin in the water? Maybe there's also the urine and feces of the beasts in the mountain? Ha ha ha. Damn it, you're disgusting. The urine and feces of the beasts are cleaner than the dead skin on your face. I'm already merciful by not washing my feet. How could you complain about it? If I had known, I would have washed my feet. Just say it if you want to be beaten. My fists are waiting for you." Thinking of the water she had just fetched, Su Wen glanced at the ground, dug out a small stone from a large patch of moss, and threw it at the leg of the male student who was washing his face. "Lu Yang, I dare you to say that again." Lu Yang, who was being criticized by others, laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, I won't say it again. I won't say it again. I'm going to throw up myself." Yi Qian, who was upstream, wiped his hands silently and destroyed the evidence. Sorry, she washed her face up there alone just now. The 10-minute reorganization was very relaxing. After 10 minutes, all the students gathered in line under Yi Qian's stern command. The young faces, which were full of the aura of the rising sun, showed unyielding determination. They looked forward with fearless eyes. The jungle camouflage on their bodies seemed to be integrated with the surrounding mountains, protecting this vibrant land with the grass and trees here. As the captain, Yi Qian stood in the front with a solemn expression. After counting off, he glanced at the faces of all his comrades and gave the command in a cold voice. "Let's go." At 5:11 in the morning, the 15 students in Group 3 started a new day of field training. In the vast forest, they followed the designated route. They walked hand in hand across the rivers and the mountains, climbed over the moss-covered rocks, and climbed up the steep hills towards the designated destination. From here to here, there is a very steep hanging mountain. If you don't go this way, you have to go around it. At 2 p.m., Yi Qian, who had been marching for more than half a day, and all the students of Group 3 were discussing how to proceed. The routes in the forest were extremely complicated. Even with a compass, one could get lost if they were not careful. Not to mention, There were also legends of barbarians and all kinds of creepy and mysterious legends. However, they did not enter the depths of the forest, nor did they enter the depths of the forest that no one had entered before. They had always been active in the forest areas where villagers would go into the mountains to purchase goods. If we take a detour from here, I'm afraid it will be dark by the time we reach the village. It's easier to get lost in the dark. My suggestion is to place the escape rope from the top of the suspended slope of the mountain. Everyone will slide down the escape rope. What do you think? If we take a detour, although the route will be a little longer, it will be safer. No, the detour is far away, and it will also lengthen the time. Just now, Yi Qian said that if we don't enter the village when it's dark, the risk of getting lost will increase. This is a forest area, and there are many places that even the local villagers don't dare to enter. If we get lost, even a compass won't be able to guide us. If we get lost alone, we might not even be able to come out alive. Chapter 40:107. Song Jiqiu did not agree with what the previous student had said. It seemed safe to take a detour, but in fact, it was more unpredictable. But this is an overhanging slope, which is almost 3 stories high. If we are not careful and fall down, we will at least suffer a fracture. I think what Song Jiqiu said is reasonable. The unpredictable risk is too great after dark. If we go down the overhanging slope, we at least know the dangers that we may encounter. I choose the shortcut and go down the overhanging slope. The overhanging slope meant that the mountain was cut off from the mountain route. The top was solid, but the bottom was empty. They could not walk on it, and they had to put down a rope to pass it. Suwon looked at the mountain village where they would sleep tonight and said in a low voice, "Before we set off, a senior brother in the senior year told me that if we did not reach the village, we should stop here." She pointed at a place on the electronic map. Her face was a little pale, and her voice was even lower. "This is the place where the ancestors of the villagers rest in peace. It is said that there will be the wisps. I choose the overhanging slope." She was most afraid of sleeping in a graveyard. She would rather choose a shortcut that seemed dangerous, but in fact, she only needed to pay attention to it. Suwon's words made the male students' faces change, slightly. Although they were soldiers and believed in materialism, they could not get over the hurdle in their hearts. Song Jiqiu looked at Yi Qian. The final decision was up to Yi Qian. Moreover, she believed that with Yi Qian's commanding ability, she must have already known the answer in her heart. "If we choose the shortcut, Vice Captain Song Jiqiu and I will go down first, and then you guys go down. This road has been taken by our senior brothers and sisters before. We are just going to walk it again. It won't be a big problem if we are careful. Moreover, this is a test to see if we are qualified in our usual training. It is not a wise choice to take the long way just to avoid the hanging rope." Yi Qian slowed down her speech and said word by word. Her cold voice, which was neither high nor low, was very penetrating. She expressed her opinion and let the students know which choice was the wisest. Her words made several students who paid attention to safety but missed the key points nod involuntarily. That was indeed the case. He had to choose between the two. He couldn't pick up a sesame seed and drop a watermelon. After half an hour of rest, the 15 students shook off the ants that had burrowed into their bodies at some point in time. They applied a few lumps of cooling ointment on their rashes and poured out the fine dust and pebbles from their boots. Leaning against each other, they recuperated and set off again. They had to get to the village where they were staying for the night before dark, so they had to hurry. When it came to the most dangerous slope of the day, a few male students found 2 cedar trees and tied the escape rope tightly. Then they held the rope tightly with both hands and kicked the cedar trees to ensure that it was tied tightly. It was 3 stories high in the air. One escape rope was not enough to reach the bottom, so 3 escape ropes were used to tie it together. Okay, throw the escape rope down. Fasten the descender. Done. Song Jiqiu and Yi Qian fastened the descender to the escape rope, tightened their backpacks, and placed their rifles horizontally on the backpacks. The 2 of them gave their comrades a thumbs up, indicating that everything was over. Prepare to descend. Several male students were still tightening the rope tied to the cedar trees. Everyone stared at the 2 people who were beginning to descend, and they all held their breaths. This was their first wilderness survival training, so they had to rely on themselves. If there was an accident, they had to solve it by themselves. In the wilderness, where there were few people, no one wanted to have an accident. Chapter 4108. This kind of survival training was not difficult for Yi Qian, but it was the simplest primary training. After trying to tighten the escape rope, she began to speed up her descent. She pulled the escape rope and took a breath. After another breath, Yi Qian had already begun to descend. At this moment, his feet could still push against the mountain. When the escape rope descended vertically along the suspended layer, his feet lost the power to push against the mountain. He could only rely on the strength of his upper limbs and the skills that he had trained in daily life to complete the suspended landing. At first, Yi Qian's speed was neither fast nor slow, parallel to that of Song Jiqiu, who was descending together with him. When he was about to reach the suspended layer, Song Jiqiu just moved the descender. When she raised her head again, Yi Qian, who had been descending together with her just now, had descended more than 1 meter in an instant and disappeared in front of her eyes. She heard the sound of the students gasping slightly. She lowered her head and looked down. Yi Qian had already descended to the suspended layer and was descending at a very fast speed. For her, pulling the rope, tightening the rope, and sliding the descender were as simple as eating and drinking. All the movements were completed in a coherent manner without any pause in between. She was so skillful, as if she had done this kind of descending training thousands of times. Song Jiqiu could not help but raise her eyebrows. She said to the students in the class who could no longer see Yi Qian, descending 3 meters in 10 seconds, "I'm still up there now. She has already landed." In other words, Yi Qian landed in less than a minute after descending the 3-story escape rope. The students who were still standing up there silently wiped the sweat on their foreheads that had not been dried by the mountain wind. Yi Qian in their class was destined to be a legend that could not be surpassed. After landing with both feet, Yi Qian untied the descender, grabbed the escape rope with both hands, and shook it hard. She looked up at the top of the mountain where the light and darkness were separated. She raised her head and shouted, "Landing safely. Next, hurry up." She landed safely, which meant that everything was fine down there. All the students could start to descend. Female students had priority. Suwen was the first to descend after Yi Qian. She had improved very quickly in the past 2 years, and her basic skills had been trained very well by Yi Qian. Even so, this was her first time descending a 3-story building in the wilderness, so she was still a little nervous. She took a deep breath and gave an okay sign to the male student who was pulling the rope tightly. Then she began to descend rhythmically. "Good luck." He Jing, who was the second to get ready, encouraged her good friend and comrade in a low voice. "Yes, it's fine. It'll work," Suwen replied. She pushed her feet down and leaned back slightly. As the descender slid, Suwen began to descend. Below them, Song Jiqiu landed safely. She stepped on the escape rope with one foot and held it tightly with both hands. She smiled at Yi Qian, who had done the same to ensure that the escape rope would not sway. "You are so awesome. Do you really plan to enter the front line in the future? Last time, the instructor said that with your current physical fitness results, it wouldn't be a problem for you to directly participate in the Special Forces selection. The biggest problem is that our country doesn't have an official female Special Forces unit yet. After seeing Yi Qian's results, the instructors in charge of physical fitness training in the military school all agreed that he could participate in the selection of the Special Forces. The only pity was that there was no female Special Forces unit yet. Yi Qian, who had been staring at the top and looking against the light, said with a smile, "If there is no female Special Forces unit, I can join the male Special Forces unit. As long as it's a unit, it's fine. It doesn't matter whether it's male or female." Hey, do you really have such a plan? Do you want to join the Special Forces after graduating from the military school? Do you want to join the field forces? Song Jiqiu read the seriousness in Yi Qian's smile and was shocked by herself. Chapter 40:109. In the backlight, Yi Qian saw Su Wen descending steadily. She turned around and said to her shocked comrade, "Is it strange? I don't think so. It's normal. I really like going to the frontline field forces. It's so exciting. There's still 1 year left before graduation. It's time to plan my future." After the shock, Song Jiqiu thought it was quite suitable for Yi Qian to join the Special Forces. "It seems that you really plan to join the field forces. It's very hard for a female soldier to join the field forces." He admired her courage very much. To be honest, he was scared to join the field forces or the Special Forces as a male soldier. It was so hard that he couldn't even quit. Without courage and courage, he couldn't even try some things. "Yi Qian, you're the comrade I admire the most. I don't think I'll meet such a strong comrade like you when I join the Special Forces." Song Jiqiu said seriously, "You've always been number one among your classmates for 3 years. Now you say you'll join the Special Forces after graduation. I believe you." Yi Qian chuckled. He had guessed it right. After graduation, it was possible for her to join the Snowfield Brigade directly and become a member of the Snowfield Special Forces Brigade. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I have an idea, but I need a place to accept it. They're descending. Tighten the rope." Yi Qian looked up after he finished speaking. This topic could be ended. Song Jiqiu knew what he meant. She tightened the rope in her hand. The male student on the rope had begun to descend in the air. His speed was a little faster than Su Wen's. Su Wen was very fast. Yi Qian could feel that the rope didn't shake out of control. It could be seen that Su Wen had a good grasp of the rhythm. The male student landed safely. Su Wen finished descending 1 minute later than him. Su Wen's time on the 3-story suspended floor, which was about 10 meters high, was within the acceptable range. After descending, she took off the descender and high-fived Yi Qian. She said in high spirits, "How was it? Did I get any praise?" "Not bad. Your control is very stable. Qualified." Yi Qian praised her generously. She had seen Su Wen's improvement with her own eyes. She had gone from not having any basic skills to being able to complete every physical fitness test. All of this was due to her own hard work and perseverance. Su Wen, who was wiping the sweat from her forehead, smiled so brightly that her eyes seemed to be filled with water. She patted her cheeks, which had turned red because of nervousness, and replied with a smile, "I also feel good about myself. Come on, let me step on the rope. You rest." "All right, I'll leave it to you." Yi Qian did not refuse. They had always worked together like this, so there was no need to refuse. While training to improve one's ability, it also greatly improved the rapport between comrades. Wilderness survival training was even more so. However, in Yi Qian's eyes, this was not wilderness survival training. It could only be considered wilderness survival training, and it had nothing to do with training. True wilderness survival training was like the training of the Snowfield Brigade. They had to bring a day's worth of food, and survive in the wilderness for 7 days. They had to break out of an encirclement, counterbreak out of an encirclement, scout the enemy, climb cliffs, and so on. This was true wilderness survival training. It was not like now, where they only had to walk steeply and occasionally deal with dangerous situations. She handled it with ease and without any pressure. However, for the students who were experiencing wilderness survival for the first time, it was much more difficult. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. The sky got dark early in the mountains. There was still light outside, but the forest was beginning to dim. There were still students who had not finished descending, so they had to hurry. Chapter 41:10. There were 3 other students. The 3 of them tied the 2 escape ropes back into one and tied it around the fir tree. They formed an N shape and threw the 2 ends of the escape rope downwards. This way, the last student could put away the moving escape rope after he completed his descent. "All right, I'm going to descend. You 2 get ready." A male student grabbed one end of the escape rope and shouted down, "I'm going to start. You guys tighten the rope down there. Tighten it. I guarantee you won't fall. Everyone will pull you. Don't be a coward. Come down." Su-wen raised her eyebrows at Yi Qian and said proudly, "Am I braver than the other male students now? Ayaya, I'm starting to admire myself more and more." "Forget it. You're being cocky again. How dare you? Do you want to sleep in that place tonight?" He Jing loved to knock down Su-wen's cocky tail so that she wouldn't get carried away and start regressing again. Yi Qian didn't comment much on this. Occasionally, He Jing did need to step on Su-wen's cocky tail. The students who had landed safely below were laughing unrestrainedly. The sunlight that belonged only to them made the 3 students above laugh uncontrollably. The male student wasn't afraid, but he was careless when he was descending. The cushion wasn't fully buckled when he went down. In an instant, his entire body slid down the escape rope in a daze. "Su-lin, F*CK, quick, tighten the rope." Seeing this scene, all the male students' eyes widened and they roared. Something big was going to happen. Yi Jian, who had been standing at the side and staring at him, narrowed her eyes. With quick reflexes, she pulled on the rope tightly and swung it with all her might. The rope wrapped around the male student like a snake. The students who had witnessed the entire process felt their hearts in their throats. Their eyes were filled with shock. While they were still in shock, they saw the escape rope suddenly come to life and wrap tightly around Su-lin. Their falling comrade suddenly stopped in midair. At that moment, all the students felt as if they had just escaped a calamity. Yi Qian grabbed the escape rope with both hands, pulled it tight, and ran towards the same level of the mountain. She pulled the originally vertical escape rope into a slope. As soon as she tightened the rope, the male students immediately reacted. Lu Yang and a few other male students rushed forward to help Yi Qian tighten the rope. Song Jiqiu yelled, "Su-lin, lock the buffer tightly." He roared so hard that the veins on his neck popped out. Damn it! Right now, he was hanging from a height of 5 to 6 meters. If he were to fall, even if he didn't die, he would at least have a few broken bones. Now, it was all bumpy rocks. In a moment of carelessness, the male student, Su-lin, scared himself half to death. His whole body broke out in cold sweat. He never thought that he would make such a mistake. Fortunately, he was calm enough and did not lose his sense of propriety. He hurriedly buckled the buffer in his hand onto the escape rope. He was a little nervous when he buckled it, and his hands were trembling. Damn it, it's too tight. I can't buckle it in. Su-lin, who was entangled by the escape rope, buckled it twice, but still failed to buckle the buffer tightly into his camouflage uniform. Yi Qian said to the male students who were tightening the escape rope with her, "You guys tighten the rope. Don't shake it. I'm going to help him now. Okay, don't worry about us. All the male students tightened their arm muscles. They had to tighten the rope. If they did not tighten it, once the escape rope loosened, Su Lin, who was hanging from a height of 5 to 6 meters, would fall down. Yi Qian nodded slightly. She loosened her hand and rushed to the other end of the escape rope that the male students were holding. Chapter 41:11. Yi Qian said to the male students, "Grab the escape rope and go in one direction. Try to close the rope. I'll climb up and fasten it for Su Lin." "I'll go up," Song Jiqiu said in a low voice. "No, you're a man. You're heavier than me." Yi Qian replied and signaled to the male students to fasten the escape rope on their end to the one on Su Lin's end. Su Lin was so nervous that she held He Jing's wrist tightly with one hand. Her teeth were trembling. "Don't get carried away. Don't fall down. Don't fall down. It's good that you know. Shut up. Our captain is going up to save him." He Jing didn't even feel the pain of Su Wen's grip on her wrist. She was so nervous that she didn't even feel pain. The students on the other end of the escape rope moved closer to where Lu Yang and the other male students were. Su Lin, who was sweating profusely, tried countless times, but he still couldn't get the cushion into the rope that was so tight that it felt like it was going to break his body into several pieces. Yi Qian, who was below, said to him calmly, "Su Lin, relax. I'm coming over now. Don't worry. It's okay. The tighter the rope, the safer it is." It was true. The tighter the rope, the less likely Su Lin would fall down. At least they didn't have to worry about Su Lin falling down. At least Su Lin was safe now. "Hold on tight. Don't let go." The students who were holding on to the escape rope reminded each other. The two male students who hadn't come down yet knew that something had happened to Su Lin. The slope was too steep for them to see where Su Lin was hanging. They didn't ask much, but waited for their classmates below to save Su Lin with their backs tense. Yi Jian stepped on the shoulders of two male students who were squatting down. She then pulled the escape rope tightly with both hands. Her body was hooked upwards, and her legs were twisted upwards. She twisted the escape rope around her calves. The students who looked up saw Yi Jian as agile as a monkey. Her legs didn't need any help at all as she climbed up quickly. "Awesome, Captain." A stupefied student couldn't help but voice out his thoughts. He was the only one who said it, because he had said what all the other students were thinking. He was really awesome. Pull tight, pull tight. Move closer to Su Lin, slowly." As Yi Qian continued to climb up, he got closer and closer to Su Lin. The students below once again felt their hearts in their throats. When Su Lin saw Yi Qian, he broke out in a cold sweat. The moment he saw Yi Qian, he felt as if his back was leaning against an immovable mountain, making him feel safe. Yi Qian's right calf was wrapped around the escape rope. His right hand gripped the escape rope tightly, and his left hand reached out to Su Lin. "Give me the cushioning device in your hand. Don't strain your body too much. It'll strain your muscles." Okay, be careful." Su Lin handed Yi Qian the shock absorber that she had held so tightly that her fingers were trembling slightly because she had used too much strength. Yi Qian was very calm. He used his strength to buckle the shock absorber onto the escape rope that was wrapped around Su Lin's body. With a click, Yi Qian lightly exhaled. "Okay, Su Lin, I'll let them release you." The students below saw Yi Qian's hand gesture and slowly released the escape rope that was wrapped around Su Lin. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. He Jing gently closed her eyes before slowly opening them. Just now, if it wasn't for Yi Qian, Su Lin would already be lying on the ground. It's okay. Su Lin panted as she spoke. Her legs were so tight that they were numb. Chapter 41:12. All the trainees felt relieved. It was really dangerous, just now. If their captain, Yi Qian, had not reacted in time and knew how to save him, Su Lin would have been either dead or disabled. Su Lin, who was still on the top, gasped for breath. His chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that he was scared. As Yi Qian said, "It's okay, Su Lin." His qi and blood gradually recovered, and the fear on his face faded a lot. The wind in the mountain was getting colder and colder. Su Lin could not help but shiver. He swallowed hard. After being nervous, his voice was a little hoarse. "Thank you, Captain. Thanks for your help just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died." They did not wear helmets. They were all wearing training caps. Once their heads hit the ground, they would die. Yi Qian saw that he was so scared that he could not even say thank you. After thinking for a while, she reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be scared. It's normal to have accidents during training. Learning from it and gaining experience is also progress. Next time, you should know that you can't let your guard down at any time. Even if it's a sure thing, there will still be what if. Go down and take a breather. 2 of our comrades have to come down." Su Lin nodded. His arm muscles were still twitching. He took a few deep breaths in a row. After feeling a little calmer, he wiped the sweat that almost reached his eyes and started to descend slowly. Yi Qian said to the 2 comrades on the top, "Hong Wenlin, Zhu Xian, you 2 come down. Be careful. It's okay down there." Hearing that, the 2 male trainees who were waiting on the top felt relieved. They hurriedly replied to Yi Qian, "Got it, got it." After receiving their replies, Yi Qian started to descend. She did not descend to the bottom in one breath like before. Su Lin was scared, so his speed was quite slow. However, she was just a little bit below Su Lin. In case there were any accidents, she could immediately reach out and grab him. Song Jiqiu wiped her red eyes, which were stung by the sweat. She did not care about the discomfort in her eyes. She stared at Su Lin without blinking for fear of any accidents. When Su Lin came down, his hands were still trembling. Even the buffer was removed by Song Jiqiu, the vice captain. "It's okay. It's okay. Take a breath. Take a breath." Song Jiqiu, who was removing the buffer for him, could feel that the muscles all over Su Lin's body were still tense. His arms, in particular, were as hard as rocks. This guy was scared out of his wits just now. While Su Lin was still speaking, his shoulder had already been punched by countless fists. "What are you thinking up there? You didn't even buckle your belt properly before rushing down. If it weren't for our captain, you would be lying on the ground by now. We were so shocked by you that we couldn't catch our breath. Did you feel like you were about to die? Go and thank our captain." Song Jiqiu and Yi Qian, who had come down earlier, looked at each other. Song Jiqiu said to several comrades who were surrounding Su Lin with concern, "Help Su Lin to the side to rest. Let the 2 above come down." Su Lin, whose knees were tensed, did not let his comrades help him up. It was too embarrassing. He waved his hand and supported himself with his hands on his knees. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Breathing heavily, he took a few steps forward and stood in front of Yi Qian, saluting him. "Captain, thank you." If it were not for their captain, he would not have been so lucky as to stand up and speak. Seeing this, Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You don't have to thank me. You will definitely be punished when you go back. You can thank me after the punishment. Such a serious mistake. After the rescue was successful, it was time to settle the score after autumn." Chapter 41:13. Su Lin didn't think the punishment was horrible. He put down his arms seriously and said, "I should be punished. I accept all the punishments." "Okay, go and have a rest." Yi Qian nodded slightly and said to his comrades standing behind him, "Give him a hand. Massage his legs and arms. They look stiff." Wasn't it stiff? When they were pressed, they were as hard as stones without any elasticity. None of the students thought that Su Lin would be punished when he went back. The punishment was not for the sake of punishment. It was just to remind Su Lin of this mistake so that he wouldn't make the same mistake again. The two students above started to descend. Because of Su Lin's accident, Song Jiqiu watched them buckle the bumper and reminded them from time to time, "Buckle the bumper. Don't worry." Because of the previous accident, they were all nervous when they saw their comrades coming down. They were afraid that something would go wrong again. Yi Qian looked up at the sky. It was still bright, but the mountain wind was not as cold as before. The wind stopped, and the trees were quiet. They were the only ones in the quiet mountain. The weather forecast said that there would be light rain in the forest area on May 2nd. It seemed that it was going to rain. The last two students came down safe and sound. The students who had been watching Su Lin closely breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Some students told them about Su Lin's accident just now. Hong Wenlin and Zhu Xian, who didn't know what had happened, were also shocked. The other students untied the escape ropes and put them away. Hong Wenlin and Zhu Xian ran to Su Lin, who was stretching his muscles and bones, to ask about the situation. After knowing that everything was safe, they felt relieved. Thanks to Captain Yi Qian, the consequences would be unimaginable. The escape ropes were untied and put away one by one. The 15 students took 2 minutes to adjust themselves and rushed to the village where they would stay tonight. The 10-meter drop required the upper limbs to exert strength. Plus, they were nervous. The arms of the students walking at the front were so sore that it was difficult for them to raise their arms. In the end, they helped each other and raced against time to reach the village before dark. The village was not big. If it were not for the high-tension iron frame on the mountain, the students would think that the villagers at the foot of the mountain lived a life isolated from the outside world. It was already 5:30 in the evening. Standing on top of the mountain, there was still daylight, but once they entered the forest, the sky was already dark, and their figures were blurred. 5 people in a group buckle on the escape rope, 1 group at a time. Don't be too far apart. The vice captain, Song Jiqiu, began to organize the students to descend the mountain. In order to prevent the students from being left alone, she took out the escape rope and tied it to the backpacks of the 2 students in the front and back. The 3 students in the middle were fastened tightly with cushions. In this way, the 5 of them were like grasshoppers tied to a rope. They followed each other and began to descend the mountain. This was the teamwork that one would definitely encounter in wilderness survival training. If one was fast, one would be fast. If one was slow, one would be slow. If a student fell, they would be able to react quickly and stabilize themselves. At the same time, they would also stabilize the student who fell. Tacit understanding wasn't something that could be developed in a day or 2. It was something that could only be developed through years of training together, working together, going through hardships together, and going through joys and sorrows together. When they reached the foot of the mountain, a sudden downpour drenched the students who were caught off guard. Yi Jian was sending their latest location to the command center of the field training for the third-year students when the sudden downpour, accompanied by a sudden clap of thunder, exploded directly above her head. Her heart inexplicably tightened. Chapter 41:14. Although it was drizzling, the current rain wasn't drizzling. Yi Qian wiped the rainwater off his face and turned to the students behind him. The mountain is slippery when it's raining. Hurry up. I'll speed up now. Be careful. Okay. The students who were on the same rope as her nodded. With Yi Qian leading the way, the neighboring team quickened their pace and descended the mountain. The two teams behind them also sped up and followed closely behind the 5-person team, led by Yi Qian. A group of 15 people braved the rain and descended the mountain. It was said that going up the mountain was easier than going down. However, there was no path up or down the mountain. You had to rely on your own 2 feet. It was especially difficult to descend the mountain. They walked from halfway up the mountain to the foot of the mountain for an hour. At this time, the sky was completely dark. The rain didn't let up, and it hurt when it hit their faces. Assemble, assemble. The 5-person teams all safely descended the mountain. They stood in the heavy rain and untied the rope, then quickly put it away. With the assemble command, the 14 people lined up in 2 rows of 7. Under Yi Qian's command, they counted off from 1 to 14. The 14 students and the team leader, Yi Qian, had a total of 15 people. They had all assembled. Now, they needed to enter the village for the night. Su Wen leaned close to Yi Qian. She swallowed a mouthful of rainwater and asked in a low voice, "It's raining so heavily. Are we supposed to train our courage tonight?" Courage training was also a type of outdoor survival training. It mainly tested the students' courage and courage. Yi Qian glanced at Su Wen, who was holding his arm tightly, and said with a faint smile, "Why are you so afraid that I'll let you train your courage? Don't you know that the more afraid you are, the more I'll test you?" "No way, Captain Yi. It's raining so heavily, and you're really arranging for us to train our courage?" Su Wen's lips twitched. Damn, if she had known this would happen. She wouldn't have come over to ask. Cheap mouth, cheap mouth. There was no way to train their courage in such heavy rain. According to the mission given to her by the academy, after entering the village, they would rest in the village's primary school for the first half of the night. At 11 o'clock at night, the 3 of them would walk around the mountain where the villagers' ancestors rested. The round trip would take about an hour, so it would take exactly 5 hours for all 15 of them to complete their courage training. Last year, the 3rd-year students' field training was the same. It was said that a few male students were so scared that their knees went soft and they almost fainted. Yi Qian and Song Jiqiu, the vice captain of the team, decided to come here to train their courage like what the juniors had done last year. Unfortunately, the weather was not on their side. In such a heavy rain, they could not make such an arrangement. What will come will come. No matter how scared you are, you can't avoid it. You understand? Yi Qian patted Su Wen's clenched hands and said calmly, "You can't avoid it, so why bother?" Su Wen's lips moved. Then she leaned her upper body against Yi Qian's body and began to act coquettishly. Unfortunately, she acted coquettishly on the wrong person. Who was Yi Qian? She was Colonel Xia's soldier, who was trained to teach his girlfriend a lesson even if she made a mistake. No matter how good Su Wen was at acting coquettishly, it was useless in front of her. No matter how much she whined, he remained unmoved. Now that it was raining heavily, they would have to wait and see how the rain would turn out in the middle of the night. If the rain stopped, the courage training would go on as usual. Yi Qian did not let Su Wen hug him too tightly. Now, they needed to solve the problem of sleeping for the night. If it was not raining, they would find a flat mattress by the mountain and sleep on the ground like last night. Now that it was raining heavily, they had to think about something else. "Let's go to the school to sleep. From here." Yi Qian squatted down with a flashlight and put the map on his knees. Song Jiqiu asked him to hold up a moisture-proof cloth above his head. Then, the 2 of them decided where to sleep for the night. Chapter 41:15, going to a villager's house, was definitely out of the question. They were not allowed to disturb the villagers during their wilderness survival training. If they went to a villager's house, they would be disturbing the villagers. Yi Qian's fingers, which were wet from the rain, were wrinkled. She swiped the map and decided to stay at a primary school about 5 kilometers away from here. There were a total of 3 villages in this mountainous area. The children in the villages all went to Wangjiao Hope Primary School. The village they were in now was called Liujiao. As the name implied, the villagers here all had the surname Liu, while the villagers in Wangjiao all had the surname Wang. When Su-Wen heard that they were going to stay at a primary school tonight, she was very happy even though she was so tired that her legs were sore and swollen. Then there was no need for courage training. Passing by a few villagers' houses, which were covered in white plaster and peeling off, Su-Wen, who came from the capital, had never seen such houses that were commonly seen in villages in the early 1990s. She couldn't help but take a few more glances. She saw that the dim tungsten lamp in the house was lit up by a flash of lightning in the pitch-black, rainy sky. Under the pale white light, Su-Wen saw the appearance of the whole house clearly. Her body trembled, and she didn't dare to look anymore. Dark green tiles, mottled plaster walls, large patches of mud bricks exposed, and a few cracks on the main wall facade that even rats could crawl through. Looking at it, it didn't look like a villager's house at all. It was so scary that she panicked. This kind of mud brick house was very common in Yichien. Her hometown in Shuku village was still made of mud bricks until now. However, Uncle Chun repainted it with white plaster and polished the ground with colored stones. It was much brighter than the mud brick house Su-Wen saw. Su-Wen, who was seeing it for the first time, lightly patted her chest. She really didn't know that such a house existed. The main wall facade was cracked. Didn't this mean that it was dangerous? How could there still be people living here? Su-Wen, who was holding a flashlight, lowered her head and walked. She didn't dare to look around anymore. The arrival of a stranger in the village startled the dogs raised by the villagers. Woof, woof, woof. The dogs barked in the heavy rain, adding a bit of desolation to the rainy night. A few more barks came from afar. Yichien, who was walking along the muddy path in the village, raised his head and saw 2 small green dots in front of him. He shone his flashlight over and saw a yellow and black dog in the middle. When the light shone on it, the dog clamped its tail and barked loudly at the strangers who had barged into the village. Yichien bent down and picked up a rock from the side of the road and threw it at the dog. He shouted, "Go!" The dog, which had been barking fiercely a second ago, suddenly withered. It whimpered and ran away with its tail between its legs. Dogs were known for their sensitive noses. The house dog immediately sensed the bloodthirsty aura of Yichien's action of throwing the stone. Dogs and babies could clearly sense the murderous aura emanating from Yichien, who had just walked out of the battlefield. That was why Yichien never hugged the babies, afraid that he would scare them. Principal Chen had reminded her before, and so had Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan had never hugged Xia Yiwei's twins even once. The students behind them didn't notice anything, but the dogs in the village were a bit fierce. A few villagers who had closed their doors opened their doors again and shone their flashlights around their houses. After confirming that nothing had happened, they returned to their houses. The 5-kilometer mountain road was much more difficult to walk than the 5-kilometer road in the city. Every day, the primary school students in Liujiao would follow the path that Yichien and the others had taken to school. Everyone knew that it was difficult for the children in the mountains to go to school. Chapter 41:16. When they arrived at the school, the students' military boots were filled with rainwater. When they stepped on the rainwater, they could hear the sound of water splashing. The flashlight swept through the most magnificent 4-story primary school in the village. It was built with red bricks and white walls. Su-Wen whispered to Yichien, "These are the 2 best houses in the village." Indeed, they were in the best houses. After crossing 2 villages, All they saw were either mud brick houses from the 70s or 80s, or very simple red brick buildings without any paint on the outside. For the students who came from the big city, the visual impact was quite big. Suwon was one of them. If it were not for the field training in the forest area, she would not have known that mud brick houses still existed in this era. She had only seen mud brick houses in documentaries. Now, they were in the forest area named by the ancestors of Huaxia after the wooden ladder. The 45 students in the class were divided into 3 groups. The field training lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. Yi Qian led the 3 groups to do the field survival training. The other 2 groups also finished the field survival training separately. Tonight was the second night of the field survival training. Yi Qian's group 1's accommodation was much better than the other 2 groups. The other 2 groups built temporary canopies in the heavy rain and made do with 1 night. Yi Qian's group walked into the Wangjiao Hope Primary School, which was built 2 years ago and donated by the philanthropists in Harbor City. It was 4 stories high and had students from the 1st grade to the 6th grade. This is the classroom for the 1st grade. Do you want to live in 1 room or 2? The person who led the students in was an old man who guarded the school in Wangjiao village. He was in his early 60s with white hair and deep wrinkles on his forehead. However, his steps were very vigorous. The old man turned on the 2 tungsten lamps in the classroom and said in a clear voice, "There are many classrooms. You soldiers can sleep however you like." As the old man spoke, he looked curiously at the soldiers who had suddenly appeared in the school. He couldn't figure out what kind of soldiers these soldiers were. One moment they said they were students, and the next moment they said they were soldiers. How could they still be students after becoming soldiers? The classroom of an elementary school was not very big, but it was big enough for 15 students to sleep in. Song Jiqiu said with a smile, "Eldest uncle, we'll just stay in 1 classroom. We'll move the desks aside first. When we leave tomorrow morning, we'll move them back to the original place. I promise that we won't damage any of the desks or chairs." Don't worry. I'm not worried about the soldiers." The old man laughed and said. He looked at the tender faces of the soldiers and saw that there was not a single spot on their bodies that was dry. There were even 2 wet shoe prints on the side of their shoes. His heart ached as he said, "You bunch of soldiers, why are you still here in the heavy rain? I didn't hear that there were troops in the mountains. Let's all take a break. I'll get 2 pots of hot water. Have you guys not had dinner yet? I'll go to the cafeteria to start a fire and cook for you." When the students heard this, how could they trouble the villagers? They all said that they had eaten and were full. Song Jiqiu thanked the old man again and again. It was not until then that the old man left with doubts. "Eaten? What did you eat? Are you full from drinking rainwater, gnawing on tree bark, tree leaves?" The old man muttered to himself as he left the classroom. Several students who were wringing their wet clothes in the corridor heard this. They looked at each other and were a little confused. As soon as they entered the classroom, they asked their comrades, "Eldest uncle said that we gnawed on tree bark and tree leaves. What did you say just now?" "Gnawing on tree bark and tree leaves? We didn't say anything. Eldest uncle didn't think that we were going for a long march, did he?" Chapter 41:17. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the students' conversation. He said, "Eldest uncle heard us say that we're full and was just joking. You took it seriously. Move the desks and chairs to the sides. The classroom is a little dirty. Change your clothes and clean it up. Su-1, He-Jing, go to the classroom next door and see if it's locked. If it's not locked, clean it up together tonight." Yes. The 2 of them immediately turned around and went to the classroom next door. From the 1st floor to the 4th floor, They found that all the classrooms were locked. Let's clean the corridor. The 3 female students turned on the lights and changed their clothes in the classroom. Then they waited for the male students to come in and change their clothes. While they were changing their clothes, Yi Qian, Su Wen, and He Jing began to clean the stairs from the first floor to the 3rd floor. After a few minutes, the male students also came out and began to clean the corridor from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. There was strength in numbers. After a short while, the corridor and stairs from the 1st floor to the 4th floor were all cleaned up. They only needed to wash them with water. It was the same in the classroom. Even the cobwebs in the corners of the ceiling were cleaned up. The footprints on the walls that had been kicked by the children were wiped with a wet towel. There were only faint traces left. After cleaning up, the students sat in their chairs and had dinner tonight. 2 compressed biscuits for each of them and the mountain stream water in the kettle were their dinner. At 10 o'clock, the students went to bed. Yi Qian and Song Jiqiu stood outside and discussed how to train their courage. It's raining heavily now. I just came to check the mountain in front. Yi Qian pointed in the direction they had come from. There's a tea garden over there. You and I will go there to put some things. Later, we'll divide into 2 groups. We'll patrol the tea garden and look for things. Then, we'll pick 2 kilograms of old tea leaves. What do you think? It's just a tea garden? Nothing else? Song Jiqiu didn't believe that Yi Qian would only use such a simple method to train courage. She smiled and said, "There must be something else." Yi Qian smiled. "Didn't you notice it when you came here just now? There's a small hill next to the tea garden. They have to go through that hill to pass the tea garden. I saw many tombstones. In other words, what Su Wen was afraid of could not be avoided." Song Jiqiu rubbed her arms, feeling somewhat nervous. "Can I tell you that I'm also a little scared?" "Haha, I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Let's go. Take out the moisture-proof cloth and put it on. We'll go straight in." Yi Qian chuckled softly. She didn't sound scared at all. Song Jiqiu laughed involuntarily. After a while, she asked, "Is there anything that scares you?" "Of course there are things that I'm afraid of." Yi Qian paused as he turned around to return to the classroom. He replied, "Everyone is afraid of something, but walking in the dark is nothing to be afraid of." She had things she was afraid of, such as she was afraid that her comrades would sacrifice themselves, and she was afraid that the man she loved would be hurt. These were the things she was most afraid of, but she had to face them. "Then you walk in front, and I'll walk behind you." Song Jiqiu, the vice captain, could only follow him. She had no choice. She had to train her courage on a rainy day, which was even more terrifying than training her courage on a dark and windy night. Seeing Yi Qian and Song Jiqiu walk out with the moisture-proof cloth, Su Wen knew that it was impossible to avoid the courage training that night. She instantly felt uncomfortable. At 11:30, 5 male students and Su Wen, the female student, were the first group of 6 to train their courage. The 6 of them put on the moisture-proof cloth and rushed into the heavy rain with flashlights. They needed to find the escape rope that Yi Qian had hidden in the tea garden and complete a round of patrol in the tea garden. In the meantime, each of them needed to pick 2 kilograms of old tea leaves. They needed the clean leaves instead of the tea branches. This was the courage training that night. In Yi Qian's words, "It's raining tonight, so I don't ask for too much." Chapter 41:18. Going up the mountain in the dark on a rainy day, every step was a test, especially when they had to pick 2 kilograms of old tea leaves. It was simply a torture to their body and mind. Yi Qian, who had slept for less than an hour, looked at his waterproof watch. When the first batch of students stepped out of the classroom, he had already started the timer. The time limit was 2 hours. The students completed the 3 tasks of patrolling, searching for objects, and picking tea leaves to train their courage. Song Jiqiu, The vice captain also did not sleep. She followed Yi Qian back from the mountain. He was scared by something that had come out of the cemetery when they passed by. When he returned to the classroom, he was still in a state of shock and did not feel sleepy at all. Now that the first batch of students had set off, he was even less sleepy because he was worried about them. This is the most basic courage training. The senior brothers and sisters who came here last time were luckier than us. They did not get caught in the rain, but they all camped around the cemetery for the night. Although we got caught in the rain, at least we could stay in the classroom. It's nothing if you can overcome the test in your heart. Yi Qian saw that Song Jiqiu looked at her watch and looked outside from time to time. She looked a bit like her own child going out. As a father, he was anxious and worried. Yi Qian, who had gone through many psychological tests, did not think that the courage training tonight was difficult. The main thing was that he had to overcome the fear of the dark and the cemetery, overcome the psychological suggestion that was generated by the terror, and treat the night as the day. It was nothing if he could overcome the fear of the dark and the cemetery. Song Jiqiu thought that she had turned the mountain path into a road just now. Every step was smooth and steady, and even her breath did not change. She could not help but ask, "I don't understand. Why aren't you afraid? People have an instinctive fear of the dark. Why doesn't it work for you?" Yi Qian thought for a while and answered, "Because I'm not affected by you. Jung's collective subconscious can explain why people are afraid. When one or more people in a group are afraid of the dark, the night is dark, the wind is strong, the hillside is full of ghosts, and the cemetery is full of ghosts. All of these will breed fear, which can affect the surrounding people to be afraid as well." I purposely arranged for Suwon to be in this batch because there are 3 students who slept through the night until dawn. They are not afraid of the dark, and I want their boldness to help Sue overcome her fear. Of course, it's also possible that they would be frightened by Suwon instead. For example, when a little guy suddenly rushed out, Suwon was frightened, and the comrades around her just happened to be tense, so they were also frightened. As for me, I've jumped out of the framework of the collective subconscious and focused on my own matters. Then I think about things that are even scarier than walking at night. I basically don't feel anything anymore. To put it bluntly, it's a lack of courage training. When I go back, I plan to make a suggestion to the academy to see if we can set up a psychological education training group, which will be linked to combat research. During the usual training, we can add courage and psychological behavior training. I think this should be of great use to the students. As the team leader, Yi Qian was not only responsible for the arrangement of the students, but also needed to note down the various performances of each student in the wilderness survival training. She needed to remember and master the individual strengths and weaknesses, the difficulties that the team needed to overcome, and the shortcomings that needed to be improved. She needed to list all of these in detail in the report and submit it to the academy. Chapter 41:19. What Yi Qian had said involved the core of command, such as finding out the shortcomings of the rules in the combat command practice and exploring the effective ways and methods to carry out the combat command correctly. Coming up with a solution from a survival training in the wild required not only experience, but also keen observation skills. Song Jiqiu fell silent because of Yi Qian's words. After a while, she said, "We have been classmates for 3 years, but you have left us far behind. Now, all I can think about is how to let the students in the guts training complete the guts training task you set. I don't want any accidents to happen. As for you, you have already figured out the effective ways and solutions from the practice of the command system." Yi Qian You have become the core figure in our class, the influential figure in the academy, and even the influential figure in the entire National Science and Technology University of Science and Technology, not by luck, but entirely by yourself. Strategy, combat, tactics, have you been involved in all of them? Otherwise, how could you look at the whole situation and immediately figure out the solution? Yi Qian was stunned. He did not expect Song Jiqiu to be so sharp. That was right. Song Jiqiu had always been at the top level in the class. She was excellent in intelligence, physical fitness, subjects, comprehensive, and other aspects. If she said so, she should have been involved in systematic listening and self-study just like him. Yi Qian nodded slightly and did not deny it. He said with a smile, "In the beginning of my freshman year, someone told me that if I had extra time, I could learn about strategy in the first half of my freshman year. In the second half of my sophomore year, I would sit in if I had time. In the evening, I would take an hour to study by myself. Now, I have already learned about the study of combat analysis. I plan to learn about strategy in my senior year. After I joined the Army, I could learn more systematically from strategy. Now, I just learned about it, but I didn't specialize in it. In the beginning of her freshman year, she planned to learn about strategy, combat, and tactics. In her senior year, she had completed the 4 major subjects. However, she still thought that she only knew a little about it. Even if she only knew a little about it, it was already amazing. Song Jiqiu looked sideways at Yi Qian. She saw that his expression was so indifferent that it seemed that he was talking about the most common thing. Song Jiqiu, who had become silent, held her forehead and sighed softly with an indescribable feeling. Hard work will be rewarded. I see the best example in you. Yi Qian, you really have a strong sense of purpose. Logically speaking, girls are more emotional and are easily swayed by personal emotions. As for you, I can't see any emotional side to you. You're 10,000 times more rational than a guy. Mastering these 3 subjects is definitely not an easy task. We have our own specialized classes, training, and so on. But you've persistently taken out an hour to study every day. Yi Qian, in the entire class, you're the only one who can do that. Strategy was the study of the overall military combat guidance law. It was at the top of the military academic field and could directly affect the study of military operations and battle techniques. On the other hand, the study of military campaigns was a discipline that studied the laws of military campaigns and guided the practice of military campaigns. It was in the middle position between the study of strategy and the study of military tactics, and was subordinate to the study of strategy. For example, the most famous Sun Tzu's Art of War contained many guiding principles for military campaigns. Since China's military studies were formed and developed in the long-term Revolutionary War, since Yi Qian knew about military studies, it meant that she had basically learned about all the large and small battles that happened in China's modern history in the school library. Chapter 41:20. As for the study of military tactics, it was based on combat practice and theory. The content of military tactics was mainly reflected in the combat regulations, and decrees issued by the military. They were all rich in theoretical content. Yi Qian was already beyond the scope of the syllabus. No wonder Yi Qian could not be found even in the military academy. Even when she found someone, she was not idle. There were always various things to do. She really treated the 4 years in the military academy as a platform to absorb military knowledge. She did not want to waste a single second. She could even break 1 minute into 2 minutes to use. Yi Qian did not think that what she did was amazing. She had too many outstanding talents around her. For example, the man she loved deeply, Xia Jinyuan. There was Big Brother Li Demon King, who single-handedly carried the country's first maritime special forces. There was also the diplomat Qin Xiu, who was able to stand alone and win a war of words with the officials. There was also her grandfather, an aerospace scientist of the older generation. For an experiment, he could lose contact with the outside world and his family for years. Her father was the same. Like her grandfather, he was dedicated to the country. She knew what her father and grandfather talked about sometimes, but she did not understand what they meant. There was also Uncle Chun, a world-class sniper. There was also Grandpa Jen, a first-class sergeant major who was still fighting and working at his post in his 70s. There were too many outstanding elders and peers around her. Sometimes she felt that it was a sin to slack off a little. She felt that she had wasted a great deal of her time. The best way to live up to her youth was to follow in the footsteps of the outstanding people around her, spur herself, and enrich herself. She had been reborn and had a second life. Therefore, no matter what, she could not let this second chance of glory go to waste. You have to know that even if you are tired, you are still alive. She did not want to close her eyes and sleep forever in the cold, dark, and damp underground. The Yi Qian of her previous life had completely disappeared. The current Yi Qian was a brand new person. She needed to constantly enrich herself and make up for all the glory that she had let down. After thinking about it, she smiled and said, "Perseverance is not difficult. The key is how far you want to go." The reason why I persevered was because I wanted to make myself more useful. I wanted to be able to step forward in times of danger to protect myself and my comrades. The idea is very simple. Apply what you have learned, protect yourself, and protect the people you care about the most. Yi Qian did not have much ambition. She did not think about what position she wanted to be in after learning so much, what kind of person she wanted to be. She had learned so much. At first, she wanted to take revenge. Later, she wanted to be able to stand beside the man she loved. Later on, she just wanted to be able to stand beside him. She wanted to be able to fight side by side with him and escape from death together. After Song Jiqiu heard that, she said after a long while, "We feel safe with you by our side." This time, the other two groups are very envious of our team. Therefore, Yi Qian had managed to protect himself and his comrades. Song Jiqiu, who did not know that Yi Qian had been on countless battlefields with real guns and bullets, had no way of knowing Yi Qian's deeper thoughts. Of course, Yi Qian did not need her to know. Therefore, she just smiled and calmly changed the topic. "We will be back in an hour. You go back to the classroom to have a rest. I will keep watch." Song Jiqiu said, "How can I let you keep watch alone? Let's stay together. I don't mind talking with you. I really want to chat with you. I can learn a lot from you." Chapter 41:21. Yi Qian couldn't help laughing. "I don't mind, as long as you don't blame me for being talkative." "What are you talking about? Don't you know that many students in the outer courtyard want to talk to you and learn from you?" Song Jiqiu also laughed. She didn't flatter Yi Qian. Indeed, she could learn a lot from him by chatting with him. Because she stood at a height that they hadn't reached yet, she could give them good advice and let them learn from her experience so that they could reach a higher level faster. During the 2 hours, Song Jiqiu chatted with Yi Qian. They talked about everything, including their studies, military affairs, and their personal views on military development in the future. Many years later, when Song Jiqiu saw Yi Qian appear in the news broadcast, she could still remember clearly what she and Yi Qian had talked about that rainy night. 2 hours seemed to pass quickly. Yi Qian saw a row of flashlights at the school gate and saw the students coming back in line in the rain. This was the first time that the students had participated in the wilderness survival training without any teachers. Moreover, the weather was so bad. When Song Jichio saw them coming back, she was about to stand up to welcome them. However, she was stopped by Yi Qian's cold voice. You don't have to go. They are soldiers, not children. Song Jichio withdrew her foot and stood in the corridor on the first floor, waiting for the 6 people to come over. The 6 people had already seen the 2 figures standing in the corridor. Their military boots stepped on the rain-soaked ground, and they walked over quickly. Line up. Attention. At ease. Count off. 1 kilogram of tea leaves, escape ropes, patrol tracks. Reporting, our group has completed all the bravery training. Please give us instructions. Lu Yang, who was in charge of leading the team, stood in the rain and reported to the captain Yi Qian and the deputy captain Song Jichio, who had been waiting for them. Yi Qian walked into the heavy rain from the corridor. When his military boots stepped on a puddle of water, the mud splashed slightly. He, who was dry, was now drenched in the rain, like the other students who had just returned. When he walked past the 6 people and saw the old tea leaves in their hands, Yi Qian randomly picked a student and grabbed the old tea leaves he had picked. Yes, they were all leaves without a single stem. It could be seen that he had been very calm when he had picked them. Think about it. The hill next to them was a graveyard. On a rainy night, everyone had to pick the tea leaves 5 meters apart. The fear brought by the environment was already deep enough. Now, they had to pick 1 kilogram of old tea leaves alone. Without a certain amount of courage, even a minute of this training would be unbearable. In the end, Yi Jian walked in front of Su Wen. She paused and signaled Su Wen to turn on the flashlight in her hand and shine it on her face. Her small face had been drenched by the rain for a long time. Her skin was a little pale, but there was no pity in it. The girl from the capital had not teared up even though she had been scared. But when she heard Yi Qian's words, her eyes turned red instantly. Yi Qian could not help laughing when he saw that. He reached out and hugged Su Wen's shoulder. You're still like a child. You're tearing up because of a compliment. Don't be ashamed. Okay, calm down. I just said you were brave, but you immediately exposed me. Su Wen was stubborn. She replied in a low voice, I'm not crying. I'm just excited. Yi Qian wanted to praise her more, but he saw a few shaky flashlights coming from outside the school gate. Then, someone shouted in the rain. No one could understand what he said. Chapter 41:22. The people who spoke were all villagers in Wangjiao. Their voices were loud and anxious. They were almost shouting. Even the sound of the rain could not cover their voices. Song Jichio glanced at the school gate and said to Yi Qian, I'll go and have a look. It seems that something happened. Okay. Yi Qian let go of Su Wen's hands. After seeing Song Jichio step into the rain, he withdrew his gaze and said to Su Wen in a low voice, Go back to the classroom and have a good rest. You still have tomorrow. Before she answered, Yi Qian took a step back. His clear and melodious voice came into the ears of the 6 students through the rain. You're dismissed and have a rest. The 2 hours of courage training had a great impact on the 6 students. They had conquered themselves and overcome their fears. When they heard the words dismissed and have a rest, they all relaxed a little. They were exhausted today. During the day, they had to use the escape rope to descend. At night, it was raining heavily. They had wondered whether Yi Qian would hide the escape rope in the place they were most afraid of. Fortunately, he did not. He hid it under a tea tree. Even so, the 6 of them had held hands for the first half hour without letting go. Later, when they looked at the time, they had no choice but to separate. Now, they had finally made it. The second group of students who had gone to train their courage gave them a round of applause. He Jing even gave Su Wen a big hug. She always liked to criticize Su Wen, but now she hugged Su Wen tightly. There was obvious excitement in her voice. Wenzi, you're awesome. From tonight on, I'll have a whole new level of respect for you. Su-won, who was always able to open a dye house after hearing that, became complacent immediately. Of course. Who am I, Su-won? I'm not afraid of anything. There's no difficulty that I can't overcome. It's not a big deal to get caught in the rain at night. Hee-jing was speechless. She took a deep breath and resisted the urge to strangle Song Jichio. She quickly withdrew her hands from Song Jichio. She was afraid that if she hugged Su-won, her hands would uncontrollably wrap around Su-won's neck and then uncontrollably strangle her. Yi Qian stood at the door of the classroom and saw that the students who had completed the bravery training were overflowing with joy. There were no lingering effects of excessive shock. His smile deepened. Yi Qian raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door of the classroom that was painted with dark green paint. He knocked 3 times, and the noisy classroom immediately quieted down. The 7 students who had not finished their courage training stood in front of him and waited for Yi Qian's orders. Song Jichio, who had learned about the situation, ran over in a hurry with her wet body. She stepped over the drainage ditch of the teaching building and arrived in front of Yi Qian in 2 steps. Yi Jian turned around and looked at Song Jichio, who was standing in front of her. What's wrong? Song Jichio asked Yi Jian. 2 of the villagers' houses collapsed, and everyone was buried inside. There was also an old man in another house who was afraid that the heavy rain would destroy the dam of the pond, so he went out with an umbrella and hasn't returned yet. The village leaders have called for people to save people and look for the old man. I just checked. None of them were in the prime of their lives. The village leaders said that all the young people in the village went out to work. Most of them stayed in the village for children and old people. Song Jichio finished speaking in one breath. She wiped the rain off her face and asked Yi Qian in a deep voice, "The village leaders know that we're here and want us to help them. What do you think? They're still waiting for our reply outside." What do I think? I don't have much to say. I have to go. Chapter 41:23. Yi Qian said in a low voice, "We have to go there. We don't know the old people, so we don't know where they went. Let the villagers find them. Let's go and save the villagers buried under the collapsed houses." Soon, the village official who was waiting outside saw more than 10 soldiers with flashlights appear. At that moment, he only knew that he was relieved. He knew that the villagers buried under the house could be saved. The older generation had said that the most reliable people were the soldiers. He believed in the soldiers in front of him now. There are 4 people in one household. The grandparents have 2 children. The elder child is in the 4th grade, and the younger child is in the 1st grade. There are 5 people in one household. The grandparents have 2 grandchildren, one 4 years old, one 2 years old, and an 80-year-old old man. Unforeseen disaster. Unforeseen disaster. The houses collapsed all of a sudden. Everyone is buried under the houses. I don't know if they're still alive. The village leader was so anxious that he stammered. They were all acquaintances. During the day, they greeted each other. However, when the houses collapsed at night, everyone was buried under the houses. There was still a distance of 1 mile between the 2 houses. Yi Qian divided the 15 people into groups immediately. She led 8 people, and Song Jichio led 7 people to the houses where the houses collapsed. In the heavy rain, the houses made of mud bricks and tiles collapsed suddenly due to their age. Similar things had happened in Shuku village before, and it had happened more than once. First of all, you have to ensure your own safety. Leave 2 people to observe the surroundings. Once you see the houses collapse for the 2nd time, leave immediately. Don't try to be brave. When you go to the destination, you have to confirm the specific location of the buried villagers. Since it's so late and the villagers have already gone to bed, most of them are buried in the bedrooms. Search the bedrooms first. Pay attention to the beams of the houses. The beams of the old houses are all made of fir trees in the mountains. They're quite heavy. You have to be careful of the beams. There was no time to gather on the spot to give instructions. Yi Qian kept telling the students around her while running. The villagers needed to be rescued, but their own safety was also important. When Song Jiqiu led the team to leave, she said seriously to Yi Qian, "You need to pay attention to your own safety the most. Don't put yourself in danger. You can't be hurt. None of us can be hurt. None of us can be hurt. Vice Captain, I'll leave the safety of the students to you." Yi Qian had not expected to encounter such a dangerous situation during field survival training, so he could not help but feel worried. However, the students were not students who could not carry heavy responsibilities. They had been trained in the military academy. After all, in the future, they would all be walking down the path of becoming basic officers in the army. They all had their own capabilities, so he felt a little more at ease. They separated on a narrow and winding path. Yi Qian led a group of students to continue walking upward, while Song Jiqiu led another group of students to the nearest destination. By this time, the village official had also figured out who the leader was. As he led the way, he panted and said to Yi Qian, "This family is pitiful. My daughter-in-law despises us for being poor. Hua ran away as soon as he was born. Son went out to look for him, but he found Hua. He's already in the first grade, but there's still no news. It's just an old couple taking care of their 2 grandsons. They don't have enough food to eat and clothes to wear. If it weren't for Harbor City sponsoring the 2 kids to go to school, our family would be even more difficult. They're already so pitiful, but God still wants to torture this old couple. Now, they don't even have a home." Hearing this, Su Wen's eyes turned red. Right now, it was not the time to care about how difficult the family's life was. Yi Qian asked calmly, "Did the villagers who discovered the bodies hear the noise downstairs? Did they call for them? Did they answer?" Chapter 41:24. The house is in such a state. The neighbor is in his 50s. Even if he was near, he would immediately come to find me. The village leader said, anxiously. He was extremely anxious. "Please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen to them." Yi Qian's heart sank. That means they don't know if the 4 people buried in the house are dead or alive. She reminded the village leader, "Please run faster. The earlier we get there, the earlier we can rescue them. The more we delay, the more dangerous it will be for the villagers buried below." Okay. I'll run faster. The mountain roads are not easy to walk on. Be careful. Those who took shortcuts couldn't even be considered small paths. All of them walked on the embankment of the fields. The embankment was uneven. In addition to the heavy rain, if they were not careful, they would fall from the embankment into the paddy field below. Yi Qian looked at the paddy field below, which was at least 2 meters high. He said to Su Wen, "Be careful. Don't step on empty air." I know. Don't worry about me. Saving people is more important. Saving people is more important." Su Wen did not care about herself at this moment. When she thought about the 2 elders and the 2 children, she wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly over. Although they were careful, their speed was too fast. A male student slipped and did not stabilize himself. He instantly fell from the high embankment into the paddy field below. Fortunately, it was a paddy field. The soft mud protected him. The student only fell and was covered in mud. In addition, he strained his ankle. It did not affect his ability to walk normally. They arrived at the destination safely. There were a few villagers standing around. When they saw the village leader had brought soldiers, they immediately gathered around. "Comrade, you came just in time. Hurry and save the two elders. They are buried under the bricks." We shouted for a long time, but did not hear any response from inside. "It's all collapsed. We don't dare to go near. We are afraid that we will step on the bricks and collapse again before we can save them." Comrade, you make the arrangements. You see how we can help. We will listen to you, but we have to save them first. There are still two children. Nothing can happen to them. We just took a look. The two beds were buried under the bricks. We don't know if anyone is lying on them. The villagers who had gathered around him were talking amongst themselves. Yi Qian shone his flashlight at them, and his heart instantly sank. Other than the left wall of the main hall, everything from the kitchen to the main hall to the bedroom had collapsed. Even the shack used to feed the livestock had collapsed, and the howling of pigs could be heard from below. Pig squeal. If pigs were alive, humans would definitely be alive as well. Yi Qian calmed himself down and immediately began the rescue operation after giving a few instructions. The pig is still alive, so the person must still be alive. He didn't make a sound, so he must have fainted. If I need help from the villagers, I will definitely ask them to help. We have to go over and confirm it now. Please be quiet. I'm afraid we won't be able to hear what's going on down there. Okay. We won't talk. The anxious villagers seemed to have found their backbone, especially when Yi Qian said, "If pigs are still alive, humans would definitely be alive as well." At that moment, they really believed that the person was still alive. According to the village leader, the two elders and the two children slept in two separate bedrooms. One was on the left side of the main hall, and the other was on the right side of the main hall. Under the nervous gaze of the students, Yi Qian and Lu Yong slowly walked towards the collapsed bedrooms on the right and left sides.